The response at the time that we gave it to them initially was, well, you know, this is the same thing that you have accused us with respect to the witness and the court's finding that they violated the court discovery order. And we responded, no, this is completely different. You had interviews starting last August.
I don't want to get in.
Somewhere around 1, 2 in the morning. In that email, Mr. Tacopina cited the Hughes case. There were no facts in the Hughes case. I went in the middle of the night, I got the case, I read
I
it.
don't want to know about, this would be appropriate if you want to argue your position. I just wanted to know the sequence of events.
Right, I'm not going to go any further other than to tell the court. I read the case, I then sent an email at roughly 3 or 4 in the morning. I sent it to counsel and I sent it to the court.
All right, the last, kind of just one last factor on it, which is, I knew from past experience with firearm analysis that there would be a lab file or bench notes associated with the analysis. So I tried to immediately contact the lab to expedite and see if they could send that to me immediately, but they were not open at the time that I called. So we had to call this morning at around 6, and they scanned it and sent it over, and I sent that to the defense as soon as I got it.
How many pages is this report?
So first is one
The
page.
report itself is
It's
one page.
How many pages are there total of all the police reports, all of the discovery? How many pages?
Regarding this one,
Regarding the total number of,
regarding this one.
No, I was,
no, the total number of pages involving this case and this investigation.
I would estimate 100 or over 100 pages. I mean, to be totally candid with the court, I haven't counted them, but that's just ballparking the various reports, and things that we received.
All right, I understand now the sequence of events, right? Who wants to speak to the defense?
I think, I'll start, maybe Mr. Siegel, if I can leave something out, we tackle this together. I mean, we spent literally the night before, about 5 hours.
Okay. Speak slowly, the court reporter needs to get everything down, and I want everybody to know exactly what you have to say. Go ahead.
So, and I'll just stick with sort of the chronological order here. I'm not going to argue case law or anything like that, but aside from the fact that we lost 4 to 5 hours the night before opening dealing with this, we this morning, after we get an expert report last night that was in the possession of the lead case detective in this case, not some random police officer. Detective Flores is the case detective in this case. I have to believe he understood the importance of that report. He testified at preliminary hearing. After we get that report that says, in conclusion, that the subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to, which means absolutely nothing. So it could be a universe that we don't even understand of other pistols, and then goes on to list 3 of them here. This morning, we got another 28 pages of backup data on this. Backup lab, I guess, report that normally comes with a conclusion report. We got this morning. I find it hard to believe that the lead detective in this case didn't bring it to anyone's attention from the district attorney's office until after a jury was impaneled the night before opening statements. I mean, something that they now are saying is such a crucial piece of evidence. We have an issue now with the jury, obviously it's a jury panel. It may affect, quite frankly, whether we would have kept or not kept a few jurors, one in particular. Then we assured him yesterday he'd have a fair trial. You're gonna have a fair trial. We've made issues regarding the veneer, you know that, we're not gonna rehash that. We're here, we're ready to vote today. I don't even know how we're supposed to do this. This should be suppressed without question, because it changes the complexity of the case. At the very least, we have to quash this panel and start again, or strike jurors, reselect. I mean, I think even the district attorney said, okay, well, continuance is appropriate. We pick the jury. We're ready to go. This is something that, you know, to render fair and effective representation here, as we all assured Mr. Mayor he would have, in the midst of a trial that's already underway, we would need to locate and retain our own expert to conduct a scientific analysis. Their report was 28 pages. It took them, according to them, it took them 1 week to do this. 1 week. And that's their own lab, with their own on-staff experts. And it took them a week. How long is it going to take us? We have to go find somebody first, hope he's available, the trial will be over. We also have to make arrangements for the physical examination of the casings, scientific testing. I mean, if you look at their report, I mean, they cite like some of the basis for their findings is the internet. They went on and cited all these websites and forums. I mean, there is so much work to be done here to even understand this conclusion. I mean,
All right, so what do you think?
what am I seeking?
What are you asking for?
Your Honor, I'm asking, well, and our letters laid it out, I don't need to rehash it, but our letters laid out pretty clearly what we're asking for. There's no way to proceed in this case if this is admitted. We have to either break this whole panel, we need a continuance, we have to start again. What I'm asking for is you to conclude this. This is after the jury was impaneled. This is a major piece of evidence that will require us to do a lot of expert work that took them, their own department. That's the only thing I'm requesting. Short of that, Your Honor, I can't even open if this is coming in, because I have to deal with the address. I don't even understand it. And it's on the way to court, 28 pages of backup data. So that's what I'm requesting. I'm requesting this to be concluded. It's after the jury's impaneled here. You know, Sealer's pointed out, there's also a balancing argument under 352, you know, which I think is also something that's relevant here, including not limited to, but you know, we have this whole, I don't even know what to say here, Your Honor. I really don't. I want to make sure he gets a fair trial. He's here, we're ready to go. We all assured him he'd get a fair trial, and this is, I've never seen anything like this. I'm not going to talk about the other witnesses, the late Brady disclosures, or the witness we got the name of for the first time last night. I'm not whining about that. I know that's what they want to keep doing. We both have had issues with that. That's fine. I will not make it an issue of it anymore. You've already ruled on that. Period. End of story. This is now a new one. You know, I don't want to get into, I told you so. Many people said to me this morning, I told you so, that this was going to happen. And I'm trying to keep my composure, Your Honor. I don't know if I've ever been this upset in a courtroom in my whole career, both as a prosecutor and as a defense attorney. I got to be honest with you. This is not right. It's not fair to him.
Hold on. Mr. Siegel, did you want to?
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say,
I don't want you to repeat what Mr. Tacopina said. You want to add something new?
no, but yeah, you're welcome to it. I want to add something new, so I dovetail what he said with respect to the 352 arguments. And that is, the report says that the characteristics include, are not limited to certain firearms. That means the universe of firearms in this case, based on the face of that report, is extensively broad. So given that, Your Honor, I think even just the probative value of this is substantially outweighed by the danger of undue prejudice, separate and apart from the late disclosure. So it should be excluded on 352. But that's secondary to the fact that it's just incredibly late at this stage for all the reasons Tacopina said. So I'm just adding an additional factor.
All right, what I'm hearing from you then, it seems like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth with the defenses. Like it's irrelevant. However, it's so prejudicial that it shouldn't be allowed in. It's so inculpatory that it shouldn't be allowed in.
No, I don't think anyone said it's so inculpatory. You don't understand. Saying it's inculpatory is not accurate. I didn't say it's inculpatory, he didn't say it. What he said was it's a balancing test, because he says including but not limited to. All that simply means is, not that it's not inculpatory, not that, we just don't understand what this means. Not limited to means there's a universe of guns that have to be tested now. I don't know what not limited to means. So how many pistols does not limited to include? How many firearms does not limited to include? That's what it means.
Okay, who wants to speak to the people? Go ahead, Mr. Lewin.
I want to take things one step at a time. Council brought up a rate comparison to what has happened thus far.
Listen, Alex, could you please go out and tell the jurors that we're dealing with some logistical matters, and just to please be patient, and we're going to come to as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
One, as the court is aware, there is no logical reason why either Robert Hamadan Division or the DA's office would have in any way not turned this over. It's very clear that this evidence only helps our case. So again, as the court pointed out, on the one hand, Mr. Tacopina says, the client cannot get a fair trial. This is so apparently damaging. Yet on the other hand, he says, hey, it doesn't really matter because it includes so many other guns that it should be kept out as being irrelevant. But what's very clear is, and I didn't appreciate the comment, when Mr. Tacopina suggests that he can't believe that the DA's office did not know about this in advance, when I spoke to him on the phone last night, that is not what I heard. What I heard was say, listen, this is a problem for us. We understand, I'm going to quote Mr. Siegel, there's no reason why you would have not turned this over if you hadn't, which is correct, and the record is supported. Comparing this, counsel is now discussing and saying how they are being victimized by late discovery. The only late discovery in this case, and the court's aware of it, the court ordered that the discovery be turned over on 2 witnesses. It should have been turned over before the court ordered it.
I don't want to deal with something that we've already dealt with.
Okay.
I understand about the 2 defense witnesses.
Okay.
We've covered that.
Right.
Just deal with the present issue.
So what counsel did is, he cited last night, he sent to the court a case called Hughes, 2020 case, 50 cal at 5th at 257. He included no facts about that case. At 2 in the morning, I went and I read the case, and I then sent an email. That case, so the record is clear, involved a situation where there was a Watson murder, and where the defendant was being tried on a theory that his alcohol intoxication had caused the accident. The investigation had been done by the MATE team, and they had determined that in fact it was speed and not alcohol. This was a very huge problem for the prosecution because that was the theory of their case. Apparently, the head of the MATE team started redoing a separate investigation, which the evidence suggests the prosecutor was well aware of. At the very
Hey,
least,
here we are. All right. I'm going to cut off Mr. Lewin here because he's trying to justify why a report, 28 pages of backup, didn't get to the defense until this morning or 5 hours before the trial here in the LADA's office, which is huge. It's a ginormous. It's huge. The question is this a Brady violation? Can a jury or should a jury been asked different questions if you've known about this report? does the defense have a right to have? Does the defense have a right to have their own expert look at this, to advise them, to have their own expert testify with this? Let me tell you, for someone who handled this type of issue, dealing with firearms, which is tool mark examination, people say ballistics or guns, there's a lot in the labs that you can get in discovery that probably the defense hasn't even focused on. Hi, Kristen Vasquez, nice to see you. They haven't even focused on, okay, here. The judge may allow it to go forward because you've picked the jury and all that, but this is a nightmare. And this is, again, Lewin coming in at the last minute and saying, well, this is what happened. This is why we didn't have it. What do you mean you didn't have it? You got a high profile case. You've had a trial for ages. You've had a lead prosecutor, and now they're trying to judge why they didn't have it. And if the judge does let it in, it is a detriment to the defense in that they have to now prepare for their opening, which they prepared for, but they have to address these pages. Now, what the judge may say is no one can talk about that until the defense has a chance to get their expert and all, and I'll deal with this issue later. He may just do that. We're going to see. Let's go back and hear DA Lewin. By the way, Kristen Vasquez, ballistics is, you know how I am about forensics with all of you here. I try to educate you. Ballistics is how the bullet or the cartridge travels through the air. So if I throw my pen, if Michael Bryant were sitting here, that would actually be ballistics, how this travels. Tool mark identification or firearms identification is what we're talking about. It's a separate unit, usually within a lab report. And there's all sorts of certifications and courses you take, all sorts of stuff that has to go on here. So we're going to see about what's going on here, because I'm not even sure what this report says. Is this report going to say, oh, I looked at the gun that's supposedly a starter pistol, and I can say that it's not a starter pistol? It could be X, Y, and Z. We don't know. And that's the problem. The defense doesn't know either, and the defense didn't have time to deal with it. So let's go back and listen to here. DA Lewin, I don't know if this is going to be the subject of another bar complaint or a bar complaint. I don't know. This is pretty serious here.
Had the witness on the stand in front of the jury. He then pauses, looks over the fence and says, hey, by the way, here's the diagrams and here's the information that he's going to be testifying to. Defense is obviously horrified because it's the entire case. The defense asked for a mistrial. They asked for a continuance. They were both overruled. The Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, obviously the suppression of evidence, as the court is aware, and under the statute, is the last option a court can utilize, only after every other option has been determined to be not harsh enough or not accurate enough in addressing and solving the situation. The Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, Judge, you had a chance to do less remedy. You didn't do it. The jury ended up convicting, and the case was reversed. To compare that case to the facts of this case, it is distinguishable for the following. Number one, that evidence was not just inculpatory, it was the entire case. Number two, the prosecutor, for a tactical advantage, which the Court of Appeal basically said in a footnote, that although the original trial judge had found no prosecutorial misconduct, then in essence the record didn't support it, meaning that there was misconduct that the prosecutor did. The prosecutor decided, for a tactical advantage, that he was not going to turn it over. He then did it while the witness was on the stand. He then opposed any continuance or mistrial. Here's what we have. We have evidence, which it is inculpatory. It's inculpatory because the defendant is found at his location, at his house. There is a 9mm magazine for a Glock 43, and there's no Glock 43 to go with it. So it's just a magazine. We already knew that the defendant had the Glock 43 magazine, and we knew that these were 9mm casings. The difference now is that there's going to be evidence that suggests that a Glock 43 is more likely to have put the marks on the expended casings than many other firearms. So the idea that this would be excluded under 352 is patently absurd. The idea that Hughes is in any way authority for what they're asking is also absurd. We talked to the lab this morning. First, what we are proposing is that we will not mention this evidence in this case in opening. We will wait and see how the case develops. As the court is aware, and the court is aware of this from the discovery of the witnesses that we got the day before we started trial. The defense is now claiming not only that it was a starter pistol, but they are claiming that the 9mm magazine, which was found at the defendant's residence, actually belonged to the defendant's manager, and that he is going to testify. So let's look at how this plays out. If the defense ends up being that in fact, this 9mm magazine belongs to the manager, that in fact, what was used at the scene was a starter pistol / prop gun, then although we don't believe that's credible evidence, that is where they're going. So here's what we're asking. One, there's no late discovery instruction because the court is aware, and maybe counsel is not. To have a late discovery instruction, the court has to find that we had the information and didn't turn it over. There's no reason why we wouldn't turn it over, and as soon as we had it, we turned it over. And as the court's aware, I've been trying cases in front of His Honor for going on 30 years. As soon as we found this evidence, we contacted the court, we contacted counsel. Number two, the lab has told us that basically what they did in this case, to have someone else examine it is a very quick examination. And the amount of time that it should take for someone to examine and end up being able to assess whether or not LAPD was accurate in what they found is ranging from a few hours to maybe a day. This is what we would propose. We would propose that at this point in time, we will not mention this in opening statement. We will see how the case develops. We will, if we believe that this is evidence that is going to be important, we will ask to admit that evidence later on in the trial. In the meantime, we will make arrangements for counsel, and they can hire any qualified firearms expert. I want to distinguish between Hughes and this case. Hughes was an extremely complicated accident reconstruction involving a vehicle where multiple individuals died. It was very
Isn't this nice that Mr. Lewin just said what I said, that he thinks probably the judge is going to say? He agrees. We don't have to mention this report. You mean the report you didn't give the defense? And now you're saying, well, they can really, they can deal with it. They're a defense. You're the prosecutor. I mean, I am just beyond words here. And yes, Kristen, I have a serious look in my face because I've tried cases out in California. I've tried a little case called Spectre, and this is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, but now what he thinks, in my opinion, and he thinks the judge is going to say, "Well, you can't mention this report." So he said, "Well, we won't mention it. Maybe we'll need it later on." That's what he thinks. That's what's happening right now.
They have it with them, we will get it to the defense. And I just, this is related to the other issues, so I just want to make sure that this is clear. Counsel seems to be under the impression that the court has now changed its ruling and that we are not allowed in our opening statement to address the idea, which the court previously ruled we could, that we did not find out about this defense until the 20th. The court had said previously, on the record, yes, Mr. Lewin, you guys can address that issue in opening. I will decide whether I'm going to issue a discovery instruction later. Counsel believes you've now said we can't do that.
I did say that.
Yesterday, yeah.
I did. I had said yesterday that the purpose for an opening statement is to give the jury an idea of what the evidence, what you believe the evidence will show. Talking about late discovery, that's argument. So as far as your opening statement, I don't want you to mention anything about, you just found out about a starter pistol. That is not part of what the evidence will disclose. I talked about that yesterday.
So, Your Honor, but I am correct, the court's original ruling was.
Yeah, that is what I said. Originally, I said, yes, you can bring it up.
Okay,
But then after thinking about it, that's not part of an opening statement, so I don't want you touching it.
okay.
Go on with
We're
the
getting,
present issue about
that John Lewin doesn't have free
So where we
control
sit right now
control of the
is
courtroom
that
with this
counsel
judge.
is arguing two inconsistent positions. They're arguing that this evidence is so damaging that we have to start over. Now, that's not in a vacuum. It's very clear the defense is not happy with this jury. They've made it clear.
Oh, hold on.
If I-
No, don't interrupt.
Okay.
He didn't interrupt you, don't interrupt him.
It is very clear by the comments the defense has made in court, where they have repeatedly said that their client is not getting a fair trial because of what they believe is the composition of the jury, the fact that they have filed a writ, the fact that they have continued to bring this up, leads to the inescapable conclusion that what they are looking for is a way to start over. I believe, Your Honor, that what we have proposed is more than fair, because in the end, Your Honor, they're arguing it both ways. As the court mentioned before, I ever pointed out, they're arguing, if you let this in, Judge, my client can't get a fair trial. Oh, by the way, what's the value of this anyway? What does it matter? Again, my position would be the second argument is inaccurate. It is evidence that is helpful to our case. It doesn't prove the case by itself, but it is definitely helpful. It is not irrelevant. It's not related to.
All right, you don't have to go on.
Okay.
I believe I have enough information to make a decision.
All right, refer please on.
No, you can't.
I can respond to what he just said about the jury.
It doesn't matter about what he said about the jury. That has stop. That has no bearing on any decision I'm gonna make.
There's a record though. There was a record.
I don't believe that you are unhappy with the jury. Mr. Lewin might say you're unhappy with the jury, but I don't believe you are. If you were, you wouldn't have accepted the jury. I believe that both sides are satisfied with this jury and that both sides will get a fair trial. You don't need to respond to it because it doesn't matter whether he does or does not think you're happy with the jury. I believe that you are satisfied with the jury.
We're getting a little,
All right, here's the way,
put
I
down of
wanna deal
Mr.
with
Lewin,
these
a little
ladies.
shady by the judge, actually, if you listen to those comments.
Recently finding out about this ballistic report. Everybody at the table, all counsel, to me, has great credibility. I accept what all of you say. I don't believe that there's been any nefarious conduct by anybody. If this late report involved, all of a sudden, it was disclosed that a witness, an additional witness positively identified Mr. Mayers as the shooter, that would be very critical and crucial. If a witness came forward and said, yeah, Mr. Mayers confessed to me that he shot A AP Relli, that would be very critical and crucial. If a firearm, if a 9mm was recovered, that could be ballistically compared to the casings, and that just became discoverable or became disclosed, I think that would be critical. But that is not what happened here. What I'm seeing here is that the casings that were recovered were examined, and the opinion is they could have been fired from a Glock 43 or any other number of types of 9mm. You have said that, well, now you want to hire a ballistic expert. That's not fair to you and your client. So this is what I am proposing. We have a list, a Superior Court list of firearm examiners that have been recognized as experts.
Oh, no.
My star judicial assistant over there, Alice, will print out that list. Ms. Kaplan is an attorney who practices in this area. If there is someone on the list that you want to hire, contact that person and tell them this is crucial that the ballistic evidence be examined now, not later, but now. The court will pay for it. Mr. Mayers will not have to pay for this. We will. If the firearms examiner wants extra money because it's a rush, the court will pay for it. If you are not satisfied with the people on the list, then if you want to find your own examiner who will do the examination, the court will pay for it. If it's necessary that I speak to the examiner to impress upon the examiner the importance of getting this done ASAP, I'm glad to do that. I am providing my cell phone number to all of you. If you need to call me any time of the day or night, I will speak to you. I will speak to a firearms examiner. If you feel it is necessary, Mr. Tacopina, we can be dark on Monday. But I'm not excluding the evidence. I don't find that there is any nefarious conduct. The evidence is relevant. It's not a smoking gun, but it is somewhat inculpatory. But in and of itself does not mean that your client is guilty. That's the way we're going to deal with this, and that's the final ruling. I don't want to hear anything more about it. That's the end of the issue for now. Are both sides ready for the jury to come in? Do not mention anything about the ballistic comparison in the opening statement.
That was a question.
So,
Yeah, do not mention that.
Understood.
Your Honor, what I was planning on mentioning was that the cartridges found at scene were 9mm. In the defendant's house was a magazine that was 9mm.
All right.
And had some 9mm live ammunition in it. That was it.
If that has been part of the discovery and that was known, then that's fair game.
Yes.
But this ballistic comparison, that's off limits for the opening statement.
Yes.
Understood.
All right, bring the jury.
Bring the jury and I'll print the list for the.
Oh, yeah, do you want that for this captain, the list of the firearms examiners?
I could also email it, to your presence.
Just print it. Yes, sir. If you
Okay, so what you had going there, and that's a really interesting thing. The judge is not going to allow, what happened? Let me go back. There were supposed to be opening statements. DA Lewin comes in and says, aha, I sent a report last night that we just found 20, apparently it was 28 pages dealing with, they call it a ballistics report. I should have to educate LA still. It's actually a firearms examiner report, tool mark identification that says that, remember that the bullets that could have been fired could have been from a 9mm pistol, including a Glock. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, maybe, okay? And then the defense gets this. They haven't seen that. And the reason why is important for the prosecution. They want it because apparently there was a cartridge case or something connected to a Glock in Rakim Mayers' house. That's ASAP Rocky's house, okay? So that's what they wanted. They want to say, therefore, he could have been the shooter. Well, the defense says, wait a second, we just get this. We want to hire our own expert. Maybe your expert is wrong. I mean, they're saying that. Or maybe the defense is going to say later on, they don't really care. Why? Because I just looked up. You know what? 58.3% of the handguns produced in this country, okay, are 9mm pistols. In 2023, there were 2 million pistols that alone were made in the United States. That doesn't include how many Glocks there are that are in possession in the United States. But could it have been fired from a Glock? And does ASAP Rocky, is there evidence that maybe he did own a Glock found in his house? Yeah. But so the judge says, you, Mr. Lewin, you can't mention it. By the way, defense, this is not really that bad for your client. It doesn't prove that he's guilty or not guilty. And if you want to hire an expert, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pay for it, whether it's one on the list that we have here in Los Angeles or one you want to do yourself. Well, I'll pay for it. You know, it'll still be attorney-client privilege no matter what there is. So, I mean, all of you who are on this no 9mm pistols, I see Afton for it. Afton always comes on about 9mm. Those 9mm pistols are out there. I mean, this is, and there's, by the way, there's so much discovery that Joe Tacopina and his team could have done, having done that same discovery in the Aaron Hernandez case in the lab. What you can get on the examiner is amazing. Okay, is amazing, and he doesn't have the opportunity to do that right now because they're starting a trial. And yes, I agree with you, Brooklyn. This is a circus right from the start. Right, instead of having DA Lewin come in. Now, what the judge did do is he kind of protected DA Lewin. He already made a finding that this was not nefarious. Therefore, it's not the kind of violation that we saw in the Alec Baldwin case. It's not nefarious. So no one's going to be able to file any bar complaints or any complaints. Well, they could, but they're not going to get anywhere because the judge made a finding without a hearing, by the way, just on the representations of Lewin that, oh, wow, we just found this. Yeah. In a high profile case, you just found this. What do you all think? I mean, you're all here chatting. What do you all think? And that doesn't include what we're here to talk about, which is when they do open and when Joe Tacopina does open, I expect, and we have knowledge here at Justice Serve TV, of a bombshell that is going to be revealed. Okay, a bombshell that's going to be revealed. So let's go back in the court and listen.
If you're inclined to be a note taker, it's not necessary to take notes during the opening statement because the opening statement is not evidence. The opening statement is what the attorney believed the evidence will show. Whether the evidence in fact shows what they believe, well, we'll all know that at the end of the case. Once the opening statements are over and we begin with the testimony, if you are a note taker, that would be the time to start taking notes. Mr. Prislovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to start off by, on behalf of myself, Mr. Lewin, I'm sure on behalf of the defense too, and all the court staff, we all want to thank you so far for the time, attention, and candor that you gave to us during jury selection. We all understand that was a long process, and we appreciate your attention. After going through that long process, I'm sure some of you are thinking, wow, this must be a difficult case, or this must be a really complicated case. And to be fair to you, if I was sitting in your position and I looked out on the number of jurors that we started with, or even the number of attorneys that are up here, I'd probably have the same thought myself. But what the evidence will show in this case, and what will become almost instantly clear, is that this is not a complicated case. The evidence will show that the events in this case were captured on surveillance video. I'm going to start this whole presentation out by playing the video for you. So you will have that frame of reference as we're talking about different features, the people that were involved, the locations that are involved, and what happened. You will already have seen the video. The first video that I'm going to show you was captured on November 6th of 2021 at around 10:10 p.m. just outside of a parking garage entrance, mid-block, so on Argyle, in the middle of Argyle, between Hollywood Boulevard and Selma. The second video that I'm going to show you was captured 7 minutes later, so at 10:17. It was, if we're being generous, 2 blocks, maybe 1 city block away from the first location, down Argyle, around Selma, at a small intersection called Selma and Vista Del Mar. So I'm going to play the first video for you, that outside of the parking lot. Now, I'm gonna move to the second location, that at Vista Del Mar and Selma. And I'm gonna pre-warn you, it's a little small, it's at a distance, so you're gonna wanna focus your attention at the top left-hand corner. All right, now let's go over the details. As I said, the people that are involved, the location, and I'll give you an explanation of what you've seen on these two videos.
Can I just
This
tell you, if
case
you have to
takes
give an
place in the
explanation of
heart
what the
of
jury is
Hollywood.
seeing on the videos, that's not so great.
This is the iconic Hollywood and Vine. The picture you see here is just a demonstrative picture of that intersection, but it's an iconic intersection in Hollywood. That intersection is about 1 block one block west and 1 block north of the crime scene. So for those of you who are familiar with Hollywood and that intersection, it's a pretty big landmark, and that's where I want to focus your attention. Now, the actual shooting in this case takes place on a much smaller street, on Selma and Vista Del Mar. But this is the area around where that shooting took place. It is a very densely populated part of Hollywood. And there are some landmarks on there that you might be familiar with, just so that you can familiarize yourself with the location that we're talking about. The Capitol Records building at the top, the W Hotel, and Hollywood Boulevard. The shooting, as you've seen, occurred just outside of a parking lot on that corner of Vista, Del Mar, and Selma. That was a parking lot at the time that was full of cars. And it was ringed by a nightclub on the corner, a sound studio, a hotel, and 3 different apartment buildings right around. As I said, densely populated. This was also Saturday night. Saturday, November 6, 2021, at about 10 p.m. in Hollywood. This is a time that Hollywood is busy. Now that you understand kind of the locations that are involved, I want to start with how this case starts for LAPD.
Hi, I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood, and there's just been a shooting.
So at 10:18 p.m., LAPD receives this call, that there's been a shooting at the intersection of Argyle and Selma. The call continues though.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, like we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left onto Selma. We heard yelling and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro Apartments.
Now, the 4 men that you see on that screen will be the 4 men that we'll talk about in a minute. They were the 4 that were at that location.
And then someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun.
Okay.
And he shot, and I think the guy who shot was in blue.
Now, the evidence in this case will be that the man in the black sweatshirt was the defendant, Rakim Mayers. That evidence will be uncontradicted. As you have heard throughout jury selection, Mr. Myers is an entertainer, and he goes by the stage name A$AP Rocky. You will hear other nicknames that he is referred to in the evidence in this case, including Flacco and Luigi. At the time of this crime, Mr. Mayers was 33 years old. He has his own company that I believe is referred to as AWGE, A-W-G-E, that you will hear referred to in the testimony in this case. and as we've talked about, his significant other is Rihanna. The victim in this case is a man by the name of Terrell Ephron. And Mr. Ephron, you will hear, was also a member of the ASAP collective, and he went by the nickname A AP Relli. Mr. Ephron was also 33 years old at the time of this crime. And what you will hear from Mr. Ephron is that he was friends with Mr. Myers well before this case and well before even Mr. Myers was a famous individual. That essentially, I believe they met in high school and grew up together. He has known Mr. Mayers 18 or 19 years at the time that this shooting happens. And you will also hear that he, too, at the time was working in the music industry, and he had his own company called Shut Eye Entertainment. Now, I mentioned it already, but to put a finer point on it, the group that both of these men were members of is called ASAP. It doesn't stand for what you probably thought it did when you walked into court. It's an acronym for Always Strive and Prosper. It was formed by high school age kids in Harlem, New York around 2006. They call themselves a collective. You will hear are rappers, producers, music video directors, designers, people that have different artistic pursuits that essentially work together. And there are many members of ASAP. The ones that you will primarily hear in this case are obviously Mr. Mayers, the victim, but also the two friends that were with Mr. Mayers at the time this happened. And they go by ASAP Ills and ASAP 12E. And I will just pre-warn you that 12E gets spelled a bunch of different ways. It's not always consistent. And there will be one last member that you'll hear about briefly, who goes by the stage name ASAP Bari. Sometimes people refer to him as Young Lord. As I said, the four main members of this group that you will hear about are these four men. The victim is on the far right, Mr. Ephron. The defendant is the next person to his left. As I said, ASAP 12E, his given name is Jamel Phillips, and the last is Elijah Ulanger, who goes by ASAP Hills. And these were the four men who were present at the time of both of these incidents. Now, I want to take you to that weekend, Saturday night in Hollywood. There was actually, at the time, a music festival or concert series going on known as Complex Con in Long Beach. And you will hear that Mr. Mayers was to be a performer at that event the day after the shooting, the Sunday, November 7th. Now, although I told you that Mr. Mayers and Mr. Ephron were close at one point, you will hear that throughout their relationship, there was tension between the two of them. And that tension was essentially building up to the night of November 6th, 2021. You will not hear all the reasons why there was tension between the two of them, but we will get to the point the day before this shooting, November 5th, 2021, when that tension kind of comes to a head. But what happens on that day, Mr. Ephron will tell you, is that he is in a car with that last member of the ASAP group that I talked about, ASAP Bari. The two of them are driving when ASAP Bari receives a phone call from Mr. Mayers. And ASAP Bari takes that call on speakerphone. So Mr. Ephron, who's in the car, can hear both sides of the conversation. He can hear Mr. Mayers, and he can also hear ASAP Bari. And in the course of that call, Mr. Ephron, the victim, heard the defendant saying these rude and aggressive things about him. Mr. Mayers at the time does not know that Mr. Ephron is in the car with the victim.
this leads to the next day, November 6, 2021. You'll hear that Mr. Ephron was in Los Angeles working with one of the artists that he managed. He was asleep around 9:00 p.m. when he started receiving a series of urgent messages from not only from Mr. Mayers, but from the two other men that were with him, ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. And you'll hear that he received a number of calls kind of back to back to back from the three of them. Now, he didn't answer those calls because he was sleeping, but when he ultimately woke up, he saw that he had a number of missed calls. He also received text messages from Mr. Mayers that were aggressive, seeking a confrontation with him, asking him where he was. Mr. Mayers is on the left side of this conversation. Where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. The messages that the victim's receiving are instantly aggressive towards him. So you will hear from Mr. Ephron that he called the defendant. He was groggy because he had just woken up. They had a conversation and they agreed to meet outside of the W Hotel in Hollywood. Mr. Ephron will tell you that as he went to that meeting, he was of the frame of mind that he and Mr. Mayers were going to have a confrontation. That he believed they would argue, and that ultimately this would lead to kind of repairing their relationship. So they would each be able to speak their piece and essentially fight like brothers do, and that it would ultimately bring them closer together. They would repair sort of the issues that they each had with each other. So that's how Mr. Ephron is going into this meeting. Now, let's talk about the location where they meet, this location just outside of the W Hotel. You're going to see this map throughout this case. So I want to take some time to walk through it with you so you understand the various features that are depicted here. On the left side of the screen is Argyle Avenue. On the bottom of the screen is Selma Avenue, and on the right side of the screen is El Centro Avenue. Now you can't see it in this map, but if the map were to continue off the top of the screen, Hollywood Boulevard would be just above that. In the middle of this map, there's a small street called Vista Del Mar that it kind of goes north and then forces you to go east. The red arrows that you see here are the path of travel that Mr. Mayers took that evening. So it starts at that mid-block location on Argyle, continues down to Selma, and then up Vista Del Mar, around that corner, all the way to El Centro, and then he made a left turn on El Centro and went above, off the map. The numbers in the red boxes that you see here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are the 4 different locations where the police were ultimately able to recover surveillance video from. There are 4 different locations. Attached to each one of those locations, you'll see the green triangle and the green, and with a green arrow in the middle. And what that represents is very roughly, this is not meant to be, exact, but very roughly the direction that a camera attached to that building was facing. You will also hear that locations 1, 2, and 4 captured video only. But you will hear that the location with the number 3 captured both video and audio. So I told you there's 2 incident locations, 2 altercations that happened. The first happens where the yellow box is right now, right outside of that parking garage. The second happens at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And that's where the firearm was actually discharge, where the gunshots were fired. So the first location I want to focus on is that where the initial confrontation happens. This location is the entrance and exit of a parking structure. This is that parking structure entrance if you were standing in Argyle and you were facing towards Selma. So Hollywood Boulevard would be to your back. And the entrance is on the left-hand side there. And what you will see in the videos, this parking lot entrance has those hanging indicators on from the roof that tell you how tall the garage is, so that if you are driving a tall car, you don't, of course there's a fly buzzing around me, you don't run your car into the roof of the parking structure. And I point that out because when you watch the video, you'll actually see that red indicator as a kind of a line through the video, so you know what that is. At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those are the first view that we saw. And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Ephron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the two of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see 12E putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them. Now I know it goes by quickly, and you're not as familiar with all these people, so I want to kind of break it down a little bit for you and show you what the evidence that you're going to receive throughout this case. The first person that you see in that video is the victim, Mr. Ephron. The second person who you see, who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Ephron, is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Ephron. He's pulling at Mr. Ephron's sweatshirt, and he's pushing Mr. Ephron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view. The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulanger, who also goes by ASAP Ills, or he might just be referred to as Ills throughout this. If you look closely, you can actually see his stage name embroidered on the jacket that he's wearing there. And what he attempts to do is to de-escalate the situation, to get between the two men and to physically separate them. And you'll see that all three of them go off screen for a period of time. Mr. Ephron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. He pulls it out of his waistband and he's holding it to Mr. Ephron. Mr. Ephron will tell you that the defendant pointed the gun at his chest and was essentially trying to point the gun around Ills, who was between them. That at the time that he was pointing the gun at Mr. Ephron, he was also threatening Mr. Ephron. I'm going to kill you. Keep in mind, these men have known each other for a long time. And Mr. Ephron will tell you, in his state of mind, he never believed that he was going to be shot. He never believed that the defendant would actually shoot him. He will tell you that had this been a stranger, someone he didn't know as well, he would have been petrified. As you can imagine, anyone pointing a gun at you would upset you. But he knows the defendant. He knows that Mr. Mayers is not going to shoot him. He knows so much so that he'll tell you he looked at the defendant and said, if you brought a gun, you should shoot it. That's how confident he is that he knows the defendant is not going to pull that trigger. Now, the fourth person you can barely see on this video as they come back into frame, I told you, is Jamel Phillips, who goes by 12E or ASAP 12. And you can just see his hand at the very bottom of the screen. When they come back on screen, and specifically when Mr. Mayers comes back on screen, you can see the gun in his hand. You will hear that that gun that he's holding is a semi-automatic pistol, or has features that are consistent with a semi-automatic pistol. Right now, as he's paused on the screen, you can see that he's holding that gun behind his back. But you also see the gun come forward in front of his body before he ultimately tucks it back into his waistband. And you will see from the video that there were bystanders. As I said, this is a busy Saturday night in Hollywood, walking by as this confrontation is taking place. You will hear that right after that encounter that you saw, that Mr. Mayers walked away and was walking down Argyle towards Selma. Mr. Ephron will tell you that as he walked away, he looked over at 12E, Mr. Phillips, and he saw 12E putting a pocket knife away. And Mr. Ephron, and then 12E, Mr. Phillips, walked behind the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and Ills walked behind him as well. So the three men that had come to confront Mr. Ephron walked away down Argyle towards Selma. And Mr. Ephron will tell you that at that moment, his mindset about the initial confrontation changed. I told you that Mr. Ephron will tell you when he first went there, he believed that this was meant to be a confrontation so that they could strengthen their relationship. But having just had a gun pointed at him and seeing another friend putting away a pocket knife, that his mindset changed, and he understood these men never came here to try to make peace with him, that it was always meant to be a confrontation. And he decided at that moment that having a gun pointed at him was sort of a bridge too far in their friendship, and he understood he was probably never going to have the same friendship, especially with the defendant, ever again. And you will hear that as the defendant walked away, Mr. Ephron followed behind him and was yelling and screaming at him, even though he knew the defendant had a gun. Because although Mr. Ephron believed this is going to damage our relationship, he still never believed that the defendant would actually shoot at him. It's not as if Mr. Ephron will tell you that he had some death wish or that he was not scared of guns. He will not come in and say that. What he will tell you again is that had anyone else done this, he would have been frightened. But he had known the defendant for so long and they were close. So he walks down Argyle towards Selma and follows behind the three other men. When they get to Selma, they all turn left and they walk towards Vista Del Mar. And they end up at that location we talked about, that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And as Mr. Mayers stepped off the curb, he walked into frame of the camera at location number 2 that's pointing towards Selma.
I'm actually gonna
Now,
talk
I wanna
over this, man,
take
right
you
now.
four
I'm
parts
actually
of
gonna
the
talk
video
over.
again. I wanna take
Wow,
you
the
to
victim
that
who says he just got
so that
shot
you can see
realized that maybe
from
he
that
couldn't
night
have the
what
relationship
it
with
looks
him.
like.
Oh, the shooting occurs when there's bystanders walking by in a really busy area. This is, and the gun somehow magically disappears. It can't be seen by the cameras before the shooting or during the shooting when there's cameras everywhere. I mean, if I'm sitting there as a jury, I'm saying, huh?
You will see
Huh?
video from that
As
location.
as a defense attorney, I'm
The
sitting
video
here
that I
saying,
played for you already, and I'm
I
going to play for you
can't
again.
wait. By the
It's from
way,
that location,
welcome,
number
Michael
2.
Bryant. I see you're in
You
our
will
green
also
room
see, that's
waiting to
the
chat
main
with
video that you're
our
watching. But you'll
viewers
see in the
here.
bottom right-hand
All right.
corner,
Yes,
there's a
Christian, I've got
smaller
that look
video,
on my face. This is
on top of it.
ridiculous. But I'll
It's
let
kind
you
of has a
listen
bluish
to
tint
the
to it.
prosecutor
And
a
that
little more
video
because
is from
before
another location
we here at
behind
Just and Serve TV
building
think
number
we
2
have
and number 3.
the scoop on
And
a
the video that
bombshell
you're
that'll
seeing
be
from that
released
location
before Joe
is
Tacopina actually
Green Arrow. But
gets
what's important
on
about
to
that video,
do his
because the
opening
video does not capture
after
the shooting at
the
location
snooze
number 3.
fest. Excuse
What
me, but
location
that's
number
how I'm
3
feeling right
captures
now.
is
Remember,
audio.
you got to grab
And
them
it
as
captures the
jurors
sound of the
during
gun
your
being
opening.
fired twice. This is the location number 2, where the camera, the video that actually captured that shooting was. You can see the cameras at the very top corner of the building, and it's about 3 properties away from the location that we're seeing. So again, the video is captured at a distance. It's a admittedly grainy video. It's not the most clear that you could possibly have, but it captures enough features that you can identify who is who when you watch this video. So I told you the main video that you're watching is from location number 2, and that smaller location number 3
You
is
see,
in the corner.
he shouldn't have to be able to
Before
tell
I play
you
the
what
video,
they're
I
seeing.
want to orient
They
you
should
to
be
what
able
you're
to
seeing.
see it themselves. Not like,
Along the
well, if you
top,
look
this
at
is
it, you'll be able
Delmar.
to make this out.
The parking
He should
lot
say,
is
this
just
video
out
is
of
so
view of the
clear.
camera at the top
This
of
is
the
what's
screen.
going on. You watch it. You
Along
see
the-
for yourself. Not I'm going to tell you what you're seeing. I'm
left-hand corner
perplexed.
is Selma forms that intersection. The red arrow is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And the green arrow is the victim, Mr. Ephron. Okay. Now, what you see as the video plays is the various cameras on location number 2 switching between 3 different cameras that are mounted to that building. What's important about that, towards the end of the video, you'll see as Mr. Mayers is running away from the location, running down Vista Del Mar towards El Centro, he trips a floodlight that's motion activated. And when you watch the video closely, that floodlight is captured by both locations. So location number 2 and location number 3, those cameras each capture that floodlight turning on. And when you watch the videos together, you can see that moment in time when the lights flash on, line up. And that's how you know the sound correlates with the video that you're seeing playing at the same time from a different location. Now, I told you, we all know the video from location number 2 is from a distance. If you zoom in on the area where this incident happened, and we will play a zoomed in version of this video, what you see is a very pixelated image. But what even that captures still are the colors the individuals are wearing, which is how you can distinguish who is
I don't know about you all, but I see that absolutely perfectly, don't
on the
you?
far left. Ills
I
is
say that
just next to
facetiously,
him.
of course.
12E, who's wearing the red jacket, is just next to Ills, and then the defendant, who's wearing all black, is at the bottom of the screen. Again, I understand if you watch this video one time, you may not pick up these features, but as you watch it repeatedly, you'll be able to tell who is who. And you'll also be able to tell when you watch these videos in sequence, because they walk in front of other cameras that are far more clear, that you can easily identify who is who on this video. So this is the zoomed in version of that incident. This does not have any audio.
Okay, let's see it for the 47th time of things we can't see. Let's zoom in.
What the hell is going on here?
Michael,
I
this
leave
is
you
most
alone
ridiculous.
for just a few minutes and look at this mess. Hey.
This is like you don't even know. I mean, I can see someone saying,
think
hey,
that's
the alleged victim had a gun and shot
that's me.
himself.
In fact, I was walking the dog, and I was walking the dog,
As we
looking
play
at
the
a
zoomed in version,
9mm
we'll
gun.
see that Mr.
I
Ephron
got to
is
get this to
struggling
Lewin.
with
Hey, and
ills.
you
And what
missed
Mr. Ephron will
the
tell you is
kerfuffle
that
when there's
immediately
28
as
pages
the
of a new
defendant turned
quote, they call
and
ballistics
pointed the gun
wrongly,
at him,
report
he
that gets
jumped
handed to the defense
behind
5 hours before the
ills.
trial.
Oh, I know.
Okay?
I listened. I
Oh,
listened.
you
I
listened
listened
to
to it
that
all.
kerfuffle. The
And
judge didn't let Mr. Lewin quite get
And
away
you'll
with
see
what
on
he
the
was gotten
video
away
the
with in other
defendant
cases that we've seen.
lunging one way and then the other way around ill, trying to.
Sheila, did you ever get your mug? You're on there. Did you ever get your mug,
I'll
Sheila?
bet she didn't
who
because
is
it's right here. Hold on.
Ills in front of him.
We
It's
have
right
Sheila's
here.
mug. That's another story.
Yeah.
Now, despite how dangerous this is, having a semi-automatic pistol pointed at
Come on,
you
guys,
and
spread the
discharge
word,
shells,
because before
you
Joe
hear that
Tacopina
Mr.
testifies, we're going to
is
give
not
you a
seriously
scoop that we
injured
believe only
by this
Justice
shooting.
Served TV has about
He
maybe
has
why
these
ASAP Rocky
injuries
didn't take
to
this
the middle
deal
knuckle
besides this
of one of his hands.
here.
Oh, there's the injury.
Oh, that's the injury. Allegedly, it's a gunshot.
Yeah, or he fell down drunk and
Mr.
dragged
Ephron will
his
tell you that
knuckle.
at the time the shooting was happening, he immediately felt a burning sensation to his hand.
Or you
which
hit
led him to
somebody
believe
with your
that these were
knuckles
graze
being out,
wounds
right?
from
So
one of the
many
bullets that was shot at him.
I have a
Perhaps
bandage
they
here.
were.
I got a boo-boo.
Perhaps they were not.
That curling
Whether
iron?
or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you have to decide at the end of the case.
But why not?
Hey, Afton. Hey, Kristen. I'm sorry to join the party late, but
We ask
Boy.
you to wait until the end of the case.
I've
so the
been
judge
keeping them
instructs
busy
you
with
on the law,
my like.
what
I can't
elements
believe
are
what I'm
actually
seeing.
required
What's
to be
going on here?
before you make any decision. And to listen to the
I'll give
charges.
a
This is a
mug
case?
to anybody that can
Wait,
and
identify
not
this guy.
consider
Wait,
charges
this is
that
his
the
opening statement is
defendant
over?
is not charged with. In this case, he's not charged with attempted murder, for instance.
Oh, that's good. Because I don't think he'd be charged
Now,
with
before I
anything.
move on, I want
have
to
a
focus
mug.
in on the last location that I
I'm
haven't
saying
talked
I will
about
give a
much,
mug to anybody who
location
can name
number
this guy, except for
That location
Sheila.
is a
You all
loading
watch
dock for this building on El Centro. It's right at the corner of El Centro and Vista Del Mar. And what you'll see in the video from that location is the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and his companion, 12B, walking from Vista Del Mar up El Centro towards Hollywood Boulevard. The arrows indicate their path of travel. They're going to come from that corner and then walk up El Centro. The camera itself is in that red circle.
Michael, let me disclose
You'll
that I
see this
do
video
teach
is
the
far
first
more
week of the Harvard trial advocacy
And
course
you'll
with
see
Joe
features
Tacopina, right? Even
of
though
their
he and I were
clothing
not on the same team.
that
I was on
you can
team
match
3.
up
I don't know what team
to
he
the
was on.
clothing from the
But you do
other
teach that,
videos that we've
your
already
opening
watched.
statement,
For
that's when you have to
instance,
grab the jurors because the
this
research shows that jurors have a bent anywhere up to 80% of the time, have a bent as to which side they're going to vote for after your opening statement. So you got to grab them right then.
From the parking structure.
Yep.
And then, as
Are
I
any
said,
of our viewers
Aren't you
grabbed?
grabbed? Aren't you grabbed?
I'm grabbed with boredom.
I'm grabbing my head. I got a headache.
I'm grabbed
And the
with
design,
absolute
the
boredom.
rhinestone design on the chest of his sweatshirt at both videos.
Los
And
Angeles, trying to get another
taking all the videos in their
high-profile
totality,
defendant,
very
right?
much how you'll be able to decide
He says
on
the camera.
video.
Yes, you're right.
Who is
Sheila Duffy says he keeps saying the camera. The camera is not right.
Oh.
Supposedly,
Now-
the shooting occurs off screen of the camera,
I
right?
played
We don't even know if the
911
victim
call
had a
through
gun,
the
if there was a
LAPD
shooting to
team,
begin
which
with,
triggered their response.
right?
And you'll see and hear that at 10:27, LAPD officers responded to the 911 call, and as is their duty, they responded quickly to this call. To
You're
try
right,
to,
Sheila.
uh,
I mean, it's only
shots
2021
fired
when this
in the middle
happened, right? So cameras were just horrible way back then.
You will hear from at least one of the officers who responded to that location, and the officer will tell you that as part of their uniform, they wear cameras that are mounted to their chest. And you will actually get to watch camera that captures the police response. After this shooting, the evidence will be that all four of these men, the defendant, 12E, Ills, and the victim, all left the scene. You'll hear that there were at least 2 people who called 911 to report this crime, who were just people living in the surrounding area, not actually involved in the altercation itself. You'll hear that the 911 callers were reporting different information. So the first call would be that the gunshots were fired at Argyle and Selma. The second call would be that the gunshots were fired in the area closer to Vista Del Mar and El Centro. You will hear from the officer that as they responded, they come to the scene looking for a victim. That's their primary focus. Trying to find anyone who needs immediate life-saving attention.
Michael, by the way, just so you know, when you were
for the potential
coming in,
suspect.
getting us ready for another case that we're going to be covering, they played a 911 call, someone reporting a shooting. Now, in many states, that wouldn't be allowed, right? Until the person reporting the shooting got on the stand and said, I called 911. But here in California, they let the 911 call that said there was there'd been a shooting on a corner, and that did come in. Okay.
Yes, they do it because it's basically a hearsay exception as an excited utterance. That gives it the credibility, and it makes it a little cleaner and easier. I mean, really, is somebody going to object to a 911 call and say, no, that's fake? No.
And you'll hear from the officer that as he's receiving information that's taking him to different locations, he's actually
We're waiting to report our bombshell scoop
Yeah.
until just before Joe Tacopina for ASAP Rocky gives his opening statement.
He has not given a precise location to exactly where.
And now, we're meandering, right? We're like, now somebody else calls, doesn't give a precise location. I don't know what's going on here.
I'll tell you
viewers, help me.
I'll tell you who's suffering most. John Lewin. That's who's suffering right now.
You'll hear the officer.
Oh, he was up there this morning, though.
Oh, I know, but he thinks he should be doing this.
What was going on? That neither of the 911 callers would meet with them, and that they searched not only the surrounding streets, but they primarily focused on the parking lot that was right at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, because the second 911 caller had told him, or had relayed that it was possible that the shooting was happening into a car. The officer will tell you that they searched the area and they did not find any evidence of a shooting. They didn't find a victim with injuries. They didn't find any of the suspects, and they didn't find any discharged cartridge cases, which are what come out of a gun after you discharge it in the surrounding area. But again, they don't know exactly where to look with the limited information.
Oh, the other thing, the prosecutor showed a picture of A$AP Rocky next to Rihanna, his common law wife. Okay, I thought that was a little sleazy, you know.
Yeah, she's unnecessary.
It's unnecessary. She has nothing to do with this case. That's why she's not here. But you know, if they want to do it, maybe it works to his disadvantage. John Lewin also tried to get in that the defense was unhappy with the jury, and the judge said, "Well, you know, I know what they said, but I think they were very happy. That's why they accepted it."
Yeah, he's just trying to cover his butt for denying the continuing
to look for evidence that this had happened, but the evidence of this shooting. And Mr. Ephron will tell you, because he knew exactly where the shooting happened, that he was able to locate 2 fired cartridge cases. This is actually a photograph that Mr. Ephron himself.
There it is. There's your prosecutor, Paul.
One of the fired cartridge cases.
Yeah, it's Paul. I call him Paulie P. Yeah, I know. I was looking for it with Diz, and I didn't know she put it on the crawl before I said, "Hey, anybody want to give me that name? I'll give you a mug." Yeah, I'm going with Polly P.
brought the 2 fire cartridge cases.
Okay, so we
with
should
him.
probably do a poll right now, Michael. Was the prosecutors opening a
You will
train wreck,
hear that the
as one of our
2
viewers says, as
cartridge
Kristen
cases that
Vasquez
brought
says?
in,
Is it a train
9
wreck,
millimeter Luger
or is it
caliber
a
cartridge.
very compelling opening?
I don't know. I don't know about this guy.
Well, how about doing it? Let's do a poll. Can we do a
However,
poll?
you
Do we know how
also
to?
hear Mr. Ephron.
I don't know. Daisy, can we do a
Immediately
poll?
after the
I could do a poll.
Okay,
an
Michael's
hour
gonna
and a
do the
half
poll.
later,
Let me
he
bang something out
started
here.
text messaging the defendant.
I was.
He text messaged the defendant.
Here we go. Here's text messages. You trying to kill me?
That was the first message he sent to him.
What the
And
fuck?
you'll
You
hear
talk? Excuse
that
me,
Mr.
guys.
Mayers
I
Oh my
apologize.
gosh. Oh
was
my
to
god.
deny that any
WTF is you talking about? Okay,
The defendant.
that was a
in
lawyer's
three
word there.
says,
Luckily, we're not
what
on.
the fuck is he talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you? Denying that any shooting has even happened.
Right. That's what not guilty
Mr.
usually
Ephron
means. I'm
confronts you
denying
again.
him shooting happens.
You set me up to try to take me from my daughter. And the defendant responds, I tried to do what? I know you hate me, I hate you too. The defendant responds again, stop making shit up.
All seems pretty
Again, denying
consistent with innocence.
any confrontation took place. Certainly any shooting.
Brooklyn, apparently not. Apparently not. I remember that in the Spectre case, they allowed the 911 calls to come in. But, you
We've
know, many
already
states
told
do
you in
not.
jury
Many states
selection,
require
and
that
you'll hear
foundation.
evidence that after this
And
shooting,
sometimes,
Mr.
you know, maybe the
Ephron
defense, maybe they stipulated to it
sought money from
because it
Mr. Mayers.
doesn't really bother
In
them.
fact, right, hours after the shootings, this is the next day, November 7th, in the early morning hours, 3:40 a.m., you'll hear that Mr. Ephron sent a message to one of his friends saying that he wants money. And identifying the reason why he wants that money is because Mr. Mayers shot at him.
He wants money. So can we reveal the bombshell right now?
I don't know. Sounds like they're getting pretty darn close to it.
Yeah, should we reveal the bombshell right now? Or should I reveal it, Michael? Yes, he wants money. And Justice TV will reveal that Joe Tacopina is going to be opening how much money that was asked for from ASAP Rocky. We believe that number is going to be about $30 million to benefit the victim here, the alleged victim, I should say, the alleged victim here. Okay, we think it should be that, and not only was it done once, but it was done twice. So, and maybe that's why the state, and I'm going to tweet this, that double shakedown for asking for $30 million for the alleged victim. I should put alleged. I have not put this out yet.
Yes, you definitely should put alleged victim.
The alleged victim. Attorney will reveal. We believe that here's going to be my tweet. Bombshell, scoop, exclusive. Justice Herb TV. Defense for ASAP Rocky, Attorney Joe Tacopina Law will reveal double shakedown asking for $30 million for the alleged victim to make the prosecution go away, right? To make the prosecution go away. All right. So that's something that you haven't heard. Let's see if, and we're going to hear whether it was by check, whether it was by cash, but yes, he wanted money. So here we go. I'm posting it right now.
That Mr. Ephron filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Mayer. At the end of this case, you will not be asked to award Mr. Ephron any money. So that consideration will not be a part of your what you're asked to determine. Moving forward in time, you'll hear from LAPD detectives that Mr. Mayer's home was searched on April 20th of 2022, and that during that search, LAPD detective recovered a magazine for a semi-automatic pistol that was 9mm caliber, and that it was loaded with 6 unfired 9mm Luger rounds of live ammunition. You will hear that these items were found in Mr. Mayers' bedroom closet. You will also hear that there was no handgun that was 9mm in Mr. Mayers' home that was for that magazine. So you have a 9mm magazine, but no handgun to go with it. The last point I want to leave you with before I conclude is that we expect, in this case, that the defense will call Twelby, Mr. Phillips, to testify. At the time of the shooting, again, he's friends with all these participants. He's 32 years old. And it is expected that he will testify that the defendant was in fact the person on the video who fired the 2 gunshots that we hear. So it will essentially be uncontested that Mr. Mayers was the person who fired the gun at that street corner, and that he will tell you the gun that the defendant fired was a starter pistol. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what the evidence in this case will show at the end of this case. As I've said, we expect that the defense will attempt to present an alternative explanation for what happened that night. But we ask you to do one thing, which is, as you evaluate the evidence from both sides in this case, to not leave your common sense at the door. And wait until the end of the case, when you have all the evidence, to make your decision. Listen to the court's instructions on the law, and return the only just verdict there is. Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll take the break now. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:30, as close to that time as possible. We'll have you come in, and you will hear from Mr. Tacopina.
So they're taking a 20-minute break?
Lunchtime.
Please don't
Are they
discuss
doing
the case.
No, he said 3, he said
Oh.
they'll be outside the court 3:30 or
Do
1:30.
not, please do not go on the internet and read anything
Are they
about
taking
this
lunch
case.
or is it 4:30?
And please do, don't
It's only,
forget,
I mean, it's noon there.
try to keep that line open.
Yes, noon there, so it's
Yeah,
outside the
the
court
car's
1:30.
open.
So they're taking a lunch.
Yeah,
Okay, well,
makes
this
sense.
gives us plenty of time to riff here, Michael, because,
Yeah,
well,
I'm sorry, you had to nudge me awake. I was doing some other work. Sorry. Yeah.
you know, yeah, I have no words.
Okay, so
for
let's back up. Let's back
Okay.
up here. First of all,
You
let's
back up because I was talking a lot. Okay,
First
while
of
you
all,
were gone.
let's reiterate the importance that we expect to be coming up in the defense closing, and that is that we will learn that
Opening,
not
a
once
defense
but
opening,
twice,
defense opening.
a defense opening, that not once but twice the alleged victim reached out to the defendant and said, "Hey, you know what? Give me $30 million and this thing goes away."
Victim or his representative, right?
Or his representative, yeah. And so that may explain why Mr. Mayers wasn't so excited about taking any plea deal, because he knew it was a shakedown, that he had done nothing wrong. Now, that'll all play out in the course of this trial. We don't know for sure, but that is a big matzo ball in this whole process, right? And it could totally sink the prosecution's case. The jury hears that and believes it. They got to believe it. And we have to assume there will be witnesses to testify about it, correct?
Right.
Unless the defendant's going to take the stand, which is another wild card. We aren't sure right now what's going to happen there, but maybe he has corroborative evidence that supports these alleged requests for money.
What's interesting is that supposedly filed a civil suit, and then right there, the texts are right there. He says, "You're just trying to." ASAP Rocky says, "You're just trying to take money from. You're trying to get money from me." Yeah, and yet he says he wants money. All right, we don't even see we don't even see a shooting. We don't even see a alleged shooting. Okay, we don't know what the alleged defendant did.
Yeah, don't get me started on that.
You mean like
whatever that was? I mean,
what was that?
Was that a Fellini film? What was that? I mean, images. Here's somebody's legs. Oh, well, you're guilty.
Here's a little red box, and it's got nothing in it, but you'll be able to tell who everybody is. by looking at the little, because I tell you that they're in the little red box. I mean, come on, everybody in our chat room. You got to be chatting up here. You got to have questions for Michael and I, because this was painful. If I took drugs, I'd like to be calling my doctor right now and say, could you prescribe me something like a Valium or something like that? Because I'm in pain. Do you get Valium for pain? I don't even know anymore. Or is it just Advil? I don't even know.
No,
I'm
just like with your daily vitamins, you take Valium.
Okay, well.
So here's a prosecution. Hey, if you can't see it in the film, this is what it looks like right here. You can't miss this is him. You could tell. I mean, it's really bad.
The video is supposed to speak for itself, right? That's why you have a video. I mean, we've had videos in a number of cases. They speak for themselves, and the jury takes the video and they look and they say, what do I see out of that video? Is see for yourself. Seek the truth, as I always said. That was, as we know that in the YSL case, they copied. For the jury to seek the truth. They want to find the truth. They don't want to be told by some prosecutor, oh, yes, law, nerd, ever. You got to my F5. I had the oldest Catholic school training. Okay.
Yeah, you're
right.
going into
as soon as I became
school.
an attorney, I mean, I'd have to go. I'd be in the confessional right now, because I was like, what the hell is this? This is an opening statement. Now we know why John Lewin came in. Is he supposed to save the day?
Yeah, let's talk about John Lewin, since that's how the day began, with the motion, which delayed the start of the openings. Surprise!
He'll call and complain if we said something that he doesn't like that we said.
I could care less. So, surprise! Here's this 28-page report. We just found it, Judge. And we gave it to the defense as soon as we found it. So no harm, no foul. It's fine. And it's not totally inculpatory. But I always like prosecutors that make the decision whether something is inculpatory or exculpatory. Just like in the Baldwin case, all that may be more extreme, but we see it all the time. Well, Judge, it's not exculpatory. That's not your freaking job to decide for the defense whether it is or isn't. You just give it to them.
And you know what? Los Angeles DA has a Brady unit. What is that? That's a unit that if you think anything, there's an issue with anything about whether or not it should be turned over, inculpatory, exculpatory, you give it to them and they review it, when there's like a wall between them and the prosecutors to see whether it is, and if they say it has to be turned over. But how do you lose an expert report? Okay. How do you just?
I don't know. Did they say they lost it or they never got it?
I don't.
I think they said they never got it.
Maybe they never got it. All right. But hire somebody. Wait a second. You're preparing the case. Hello. I sent this over and I asked the lab. I don't know whether it was the sheriff's lab they asked or what lab, because that wasn't clear from the discussion. Asked the lab to give us an opinion, okay, about whether or not the magazine, and that was the thing that they say a magazine, a Glock magazine, was found in ASAP Rocky's house, from what I understood, right? A magazine had the Glock and could therefore the bullets that supposedly grazed the hand of the victim come from a Glock. Okay, 9mm bullets. I wasn't even sure how this supposedly went down, by the way. All right. I don't know.
Well, I had a rough idea, that they had this altercation, which was really just a falling out between friends. And that night it evolved into shots being fired. That's the prosecution's theory. To me, the whole knuckle grazing, which we finally saw the picture of, it looked like two of the knuckles grazed. I could do that, shaving. I make, those kinds of cuts and stuff.
Falling, because you know what? When you fall, if you fall,
or you punch somebody,
or you punch somebody,
or punch a wall,
your nose, your knuckles, the protuberances from your body, and it was just two knuckles.
Yeah, so I think they've got, in terms of the injury. First of all, you don't have to have an injury for an assault charge. Remember, assault is to create the apprehension of the injury.
Okay.
So you don't really need to have an injury, but it helps. It makes the story a little more saleable, because in this case they don't have the gun. So I think we got a causation issue,
though. They don't even have evidence that a gun caused it, except for apparently the victim, the alleged victim, going to say he was shot.
Well, yeah, I guess he never went to the hospital, because then they'd have to file reports about guns being fired.
And
So
then
yeah, I
you
think they
could
have a
take- and then
causation
you- And then
issue.
you could take samples to see whether there's GSR
Yeah.
in the wound.
I think they're more concerned about just having to report that there was guns, involved in an incident, because then that's all part of the whole police investigation they'd like to avoid. Now, I think they've got a lot of problems with this case, let alone the motivation by the alleged victim to score some cash on this thing.
Yeah, and if you follow any civil suit and all, and what was this taking me away from my daughter? You wanted to take me away from my daughter? First of all, when you open, you have to tell a coherent, cohesive story. I don't know what the story was. I don't know what the story was, except he's going to say he shot me, and that's it. All right, and we don't really have very much behind the story. We have some texts that are exculpatory. They did hand that over, and that's it. I mean, that's what I got. That's the story. That's all I could tell. I couldn't see anything from those videos, and it's just remarkable to me, Michael, that supposedly what the prosecutor hinted at was that ASAP Rocky must have seen the camera push the guy behind where the camera was. Not that he know there were 47 other cameras around, right? And that's when the shooting happened. But you don't see any gun come out of the shooting happen. What you see is what looks to be a gun or a weapon later on put back into a pocket or a waistband. But that's the starter pistol that apparently everyone's going to say he always carried. That ASAP Rocky always carried.
Yeah, it's used as a threat. Brooklyn has an interesting question.
Or not only as a threat, as a defense, because you don't know whether or not this victim pulled out a gun, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, literally, a starter gun is not a weapon that you can hurt anybody with.
Right.
It's just a prop. Okay,
Right.
And I know my props. So Brooklyn says when they offered the plea deal yesterday, they could have gone with an Alford-type plea. Did a little different in California, but regardless, Tacopina, couldn't he say that it's really just a civil case, not a criminal case? Well, it's still a criminal case. I mean, you can't point a gun and fire a gun in somebody's direction unless maybe you're defending yourself, and that doesn't seem to be an issue in this case. So I think the bigger issue is if the plea deal had involved no admission of guilt, I think they might have gotten something. They might have been able to work something out. But I have a feeling that Paulie P. and Lewin, to whatever degree he's involved now that he's in the case, wanted that guilty plea. They wouldn't allow anything less. That's my guess.
That's my guess too. Now let's talk about John Lewin, because we saw him in the Durst case, and he got away with a lot. Now today, when we had that issue of the Brady material, he tried to get in a whole bunch of stuff, and this Judge Walsh, he kind of threw shade on him, right? And that's not what we're here for. That's not what we're here for. I'm not here, and I don't want to hear anything more about that. We're here, I told you, an opening statement. And when Lewin tried to get in and say, well, the defense is just saying they're unhappy with the jury because they didn't have any blocks on the jury, which, by the way, is a problem for an appellate court.
It's
right?
interesting. Yeah, but why would he throw that in? I mean, it had nothing to do.
But then Lewin threw it in, and that's when the judge said, no, time out. No, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. So he kind of got shaded by Judge Walsh, I thought.
Well, I did like, other than his ultimate decision, Arnold's decision really is, we're going to go with this case full steam ahead. I don't know what actually happened, inappropriate, just a mistake. I don't know, but we're going full steam ahead. And he knows he has a couple of, cowboys in front of him there, between Joe Tacopina and John Lewin, so he had to really set that tone early. And I think he did. So we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah. And well, the other thing that he did that I thought was interesting, but I called it. I said to her, and you guys on the chat, you can back me up. I said the judge is going to say, no matter what, even if he is going to let it in, he's going to say you can't mention it in opening statements, right? And that's exactly what he did. He said you can't mention it. We'll deal with it when it comes to whether or not it's evidence or not. And then he says to Joe Tacopino, which he says doesn't really hurt your client. It doesn't give him. I think I lost my. Look at this. You've blown your microphone
right off your clothes.
I'm so animated here because it's like I'm trying a case. He said it doesn't really hurt your client because it doesn't really say he's guilty of anything. It could have come from a Glock or a lot of other 9mm weapons. And when you were gone, we talked about there's millions upon millions 9mm weapons in the United States of America. The Glock,
yeah, and so who knows if they tear into that 28-page report and then they get their own expert, who knows that they can't spin it to their advantage? That's not the issue. The issue is they should have it.
Right.
And Kristen is saying they found it last night. Oh gosh, I'm up till 2 a.m. I mean, Lewin is just a wheelbarrow full of crap, that guy. Everything he does is just, and he's so indignant. He's caught with his hand in the cookie jar, whether he
Right.
really found that report late and never provided it or had intended all along to do a little trial by ambush. He comes off arrogant, like, hey, let's do it this way, Judge. We won't mention it in openings. Well, he's Mr. Magnanimous. Dude, you're the one who screwed up. So don't make it sound like you're doing a favor to anybody. If this case goes forward and you don't get punished, somehow disciplined, or that case comes back to bite you in the butt, you're lucky.
Right,
So
you're
don't-
like the judge tried to cover him and then say, "Well, I find there's nothing nefarious about it." But
Yeah, well,
he didn't
that's-
have a hearing. He didn't have a hearing about whether it was nefarious or not.
That's
right?
the judge covering his own ass because he has to make a record of that to go forward.
Because he wants to go forward. He's not doing it. But it does affect. Look, if it does come in, maybe they would have addressed it. Because remember, you do individual voir dire in California of the jurors. You get to basically put your case out in front of them. And I do have a backstory. All right, if we want to go back to how this was picked, you talked about it with Bob Bianchi. Oh my God, I wish we can call Bob and get him right on here so I can go through this right
He's
now.
probably steamed.
Not only is he probably steamed, but he was really fun the other night when he subbed for me when I was on the panel with the. By the way, just a little aside, the chief judge of the state of New York. Okay, Judge Wilson was there, and he said that they're going to move forward on legislation in New York to make courtrooms, the courts open to cameras for all courts to be open and to be doing.
Well, okay, so tell me, there's no rule against it at the moment. So how is that going to happen?
Well, they'll have a law that you have
to. Whether you have to do it?
That you're basically going to have to do it.
Well, that'd be different.
There'll be certain circumstances, but they're going to try to move forward with legislation to make sure that because you have so many prosecutors' offices, everybody's independent. There's no unified system. Well, there's a unified system, but there really isn't a unified system, right? That it's going to be one set of standards and all, so people can't go off the rails. But they're going to try to move that forward in New York. He is a wonderful head judge for our Court of Errors and Appeals. Just a wonderful head judge. Our Supreme Court in New York is the lowest court, by the way.
Yeah,
So
only New York is wacky backwards that way. And you come from any other state, like I practice in California. What do you mean you're going to the Supreme Court? Aren't you jumping over something? But yeah, it's backwards here. Why would you call the Superior Court the top court? Instead of the Supreme Court.
I don't know. I came from New Jersey when I first got here. I was like, what? Huh? What is it called? Where is it?
It's just weird.
And it's very, very, the procedure, and you have two sets of statutes that go together. It's a mess. California, you do too. You have those two sets of different, not so much the statutes, but the rules that apply in the courtroom, right? You
mean trial court versus upper courts?
Yeah, well, yeah, no, you have in terms of evidence and all that kind of stuff. But we're getting ahead of ourselves.
So let me just say that if that happens, just one more note on your aside and your name dropping of the chief judge of the New York courts, that's a game changer. If they create some legislation that basically says, absent extraordinary circumstances, every trial shall be made public, and then that way they can, minors involved, other issues that they can
domestic
make an argument and exclude. I'd love to see that. So we'll see. We'll see if that goes.
We'll see if it goes at all. But the whole program was about people being more sure, more confident in the justice system, truth and justice. How do we get?
Of course.
And you get it by obviously by openness, by fairness. And one of the interesting things on that was that. And we could talk about the whole issue of the race here in terms of jury selection. California is like the third largest, or Los Angeles, third largest county where you have in the United States where of people who are of African American or Black descent, right? When I looked it up, when this came up, and to have no one, to have the defense question nobody who was Black or African American. I mean, that didn't happen, Inspector. We had all sorts of.
Here's
people.
what I think happened. Just practically, they brought in 105 or whatever it was, and there were only 5 or 6 African Americans in that whole group, right? I think the total was 5%. They never got in the box. Because remember how this judge does it. I mentioned how I've done it in the past. They call it the 6-pack, where they have 12 in the box and 6 in the front, and you work on those 18. And if 12 of them survive, you got yourself a jury. This judge just starts with 12 and then replaces those that get bounced. Well, they
Right.
probably just never got to an African American in the box. I mean, I wasn't there. I didn't see their peremptories issued, but I guarantee you, if there had been a peremptory of a black person, we'd be hearing about it, right?
Right, exactly. That's true. We would be hearing about it. And it's very interesting that the jury, there are 12 in the box, right? Because it's a criminal case, right? And then there's four, he picked four, my understanding is four alternates, right?
Yes.
That's what he picked, right? The alternate, just so you know, there's four women in the alternate. By the way, there's 7 women in the jury who are women.
In the box, 5
In
men.
the box, 5 men. In the alternates, there are 4 women alternates, right? 3 white and 1 Hispanic. All right.
It's a lot of alts for a 2-week trial.
That's there was a question about whether it's 2 Asian or 2 to 3 Hispanic and the rest white. I'm not sure. But the whole point that Joe Tacopina was making, is that he thought that at least they should have somebody who's of African American descent or black to be in the box to question in the county of Los Angeles.
Yep.
Now, very interesting, because you have both a black victim and alleged victim, and a definite black defendant, right?
Mm-hmm.
An African American defendant. So it's not. I think it probably is a more racial issue if there's a black defendant and a alleged white victim. That becomes more of a things we've
Definitely,
learned
it
about for
becomes more
years.
controversial. But let me ask you this: if you're just talking raw odds, right, just good
Right.
old-fashioned odds, it's still very possible to get a jury of non-blacks. Very possible. The odds are 10 to 1 that you would
I'd like
get.
to see I'd like to see how many times that's actually happened in Los
Yeah,
Angeles.
I mean, I'm just saying that's just raw numbers. And I also think, and I don't have the answer to this question, and I'm not sure I'll get it, when you send out these jury, appearance notices, you don't get 100% compliance. So I'd like to know, of those that were sent to white, brown, Asian, black, who were the no-shows? What was the color ratio of the no-shows? That could affect the overall ability to get somebody in the box. So.
I know, but I just think it just doesn't look good. But whatever it is. But we got to assume the jury's fair. The judge said that he believed that Mr. Tacopina was happy with the jury. He accepted them. He was happy.
Well, yeah.
And apparently they didn't
Again,
use all their challenges. So
that's that's classic Judge CYA, because he's just reinforcing. Well, you would have continued to use your peremptories and etc. if you weren't happy with this jury. So.
Speaking about Luigi, the name Luigi came up in our case because apparently one of the names that ASAP Rocky goes by is Luigi, and I was like, "Whoa, wrong case for that."
Yeah.
But Brooklyn, I doubt that.
And he might be all federal. We don't know if that's going to be kind of consolidated or who knows. But if it's all federal, ain't changing. That ain't changing. I wish it would, but
you guys can look up for us. Luigi was supposed to have an appearance in Pennsylvania. We thought that was going to go off. Did it?
Yeah, I think no. I think it was still on calendar. I can't believe anything was done. I would imagine they pushed it or got rid of the case, because those are really nothing issues compared.
Talking about the tail wagging the dog.
Yeah, obviously we're talking about Luigi Mangione and the United Healthcare CEO that was killed, and the charges in Philly were, the fake ID, having a gun, obviously by comparison, nothing. And they were great because that's how they held him, got him back to New York on the big things, but they could easily just get rid of that.
Sheila, very, very good question. Just like when President Trump was in New York, and the judge on the arraignment.
Egeron.
You can come in and you can take a picture. One still picture and all. Each judge can allow cameras in the courtroom. They can allow it, but they generally don't. And the history of it goes. That was surprising that that it was broadcast. They could allow it, and then that's the whole idea, that if you have a high profile person, to allow the broadcast of that. And of course,
that was just, to me, a perfect example of the New York court hypocrisy. The Judge Egeron, and they showed just that early video of him on the bench, and he looked like a freaking clown. He was laughing and mugging, and then they
don't call my New York judges.
Sorry, it is what it is. And then he turns the camera onto the defendant, their table, some of the gallery, because we got to see what's her name, Letitia James, in one of the front rows, right? And then that's it. Then we're done. Well, that's bullshit. Why don't you, if you're going to allow cameras, allow cameras.
We look at this. We're just cursing today on
If you're just
TV.
going to use it for your own political purposes, that's just wrong. So don't be a hypocrite about it. Either they're in or they're out.
Not Williams. What if Relli shot himself trying to pull his gun out? That's what I said.
Ah.
I said it was very interesting. I don't think he was shot, but I was very interesting. What if he was trying to pull a gun out and then Rocky, and the jury's now thinking all this too in their head, by the way. And Rocky's like, well, I'm going to pull my starter pistol out and you're going to think I'm having to have a gun because you're really trying to shoot me. We don't know. We just don't know. But quite frankly, that didn't look like a graze wound to me on knuckles out here, Michael. You know guns more. I mean, I know guns from a forensic point of view and trial and evidence, but that didn't.
Well, and he's also, if that's true, he's lucky son of a gun because you get that close, you get hit, you shot here, or you get shot in your ear. I mean, it's a game of inches, and it could have been far worse for this alleged victim.
I'm trying to think. So wait a second. So ASAP Rocky has a gun. And then there's a thing here, and then there's a bullets go out.
I mean, I'd have to look at it. If you're getting shot,
Whoa! What is that?
Oh, I told you I found this when I was walking the dog. It's one of the mini 9mm guns. I was going to have to get this to John Lewin because it may be the gun. Who knows? There are lots of them out there. But yeah, this is a big projectile, a 9mm. And to the odds of it just grazing somebody's knuckles, it's a miracle. It's a miracle from heaven. So,
but we don't know
I can't wait for the causation part.
The camera didn't show it. Amazing. The camera didn't show it.
Didn't show anything.
Let's see. Let's have a camera from this angle. Let's go for a camera over here. And now let's really go close in. Okay.
To the blur.
Nothing. You can see that when I get a case ready, I get like a little bit crazy, and I'm feeling like I should be trying this case. I mean, I'm so into it right now because it was exactly what you teach, not how to open in an opening statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it's possible. I mean, Kat makes a good point. Anything's possible, and in these weird gunplay situations, who knows?
It's very interesting. When Bob Bianchi was on last week, he talked about the Karen Reed trial, and he said, "Hey, they could have saved a lot of money up there in Canton, right? They hired a special prosecutor for $75,000, right? $75,000. I could have saved them that money. They could have paid me $25,000, kept the 50, and I would have told them to dismiss the case. All right." All right, so I feel like the same thing. They could have called me in. They could have saved a lot of money here. All right, instead of this show that we're going to go on, because my feeling is that California likes to, because of celebrities, they like to get that notch in their gun belt. All right, that's my feeling. And they've had some problems. Little case called O.J. Simpson, right?
Vaguely familiar. Mm-hmm.
And then who was the guy who was Beretta? Robert
Blake.
Robert Blake. That was
another fun story I covered out there.
My first suspected trial was a hung. After months and months and months. And by the way, Sarah Kaplan was involved in that case. She is the local counsel for Joe Tacopina here. Just so you know. So I'm looking at this. I'm saying, wow, I feel like I'm back in California. I feel like I'm going to get my pneumonia back because it's I got really sick in California trying stuff.
Yeah, Laundered Amber, of course, interesting comment, and the judge made this again, sort of to cover himself, to say that hey, this is going to be both sides will get a fair trial. I mean, you want a fair trial. Obviously, it's the defendant whose rights are most impacted by a trial that is not fair. But right. You really do want a fair trial for both sides. And, the idea is not to stack it against one side or the other. But for the judge to make that comment was really just to protect himself. Again, everything he said was to cover himself on that weird decision about the ballistics gun report.
And I have to again tell them in California, okay, you pay all these money for these labs. The unit that would have done this, if it isn't the sheriff's unit, would not be necessarily ballistics. It would be the tool mark and firearms identification. There would be ballistics too, but ballistics is a different forensic science. ballistics, you weren't here, but I said, if I shot at you with my pen here, Michael, I don't know, I could throw this at you, how that bullet goes through the air, that's ballistics, right? If I write something here, right, and then I take another item and I write something here, falling down on me, and I compare these two writings, all right, that's tool mark comparison, okay? That's to make for firearms identification. And it gets, yes, and 3D, it gets confused. I can do it a lot better if I had blood spatter, but or something that was akin to that, but you know. Yeah, but they're calling it, but that's what people understand, and they keep doing.
So we don't really know what it is. We don't know what the 28 pages are. We have no idea.
We have no idea what 28 pages. So 28 pages. We know the conclusion was that it could have come, whatever the cartridge
From one of the
is,
bazillion 9mm weapons in the
from a
in the
Glock.
planet.
Yeah, which is one of the bazillion 9mm weapons. It could have come from that. Could have come from that or any other. What? They're not going to exclusion. So what? Where does that get you? But the price of beans.
This is really a simple ID case. That's what it is. Can they identify the shooter, assuming there was one? Let's assume there was a shot or 2 or 3 fired. I think 3 or 4 is the number I've heard. And let's assume the injury actually occurred as the alleged victim suggests. So how do you get the gun in A$AP Rocky's hand? Are you going to have witnesses saying that's him? You sure aren't going to learn it through that video. That's a mess.
All they were saying was like, well, you see him put a gun back into his pocket here. That's
yeah. Well, again, you know, if the jury doesn't believe the starter pistol theory, that may help the prosecution. But they got to believe it. They got to believe that he's lying about the starter pistol story, right? So okay, let's say that gets passed. The jury just ignores that. Now they think he does have a gun. Then they have to think, okay, does that mean he in fact is the guy that fired it in the absence of some other evidence? Witnesses,
or that he pulled it
shell
out to defend
casings,
himself, right? Talk
What's
to me
that?
about that, or that he pulled it out to defend himself because the real aggressor may have been, let's say, they're going to say, and I don't know this.
Well, that would be interesting.
I don't think they're going to say that, but
because that would be a self-defense argument that we don't think they're presenting, right?
I don't think they're presenting. But what the jury, you know, what juries can decide. Juries can come up with all sorts of things, even if you don't mention it, right? They could decide themselves.
They could decide that they love Rihanna so much that they could never convict this guy. They could think that.
Why would the prosecution show a picture of A$AP Rocky with Rihanna? Why would they do that? It seems to me that benefits him, not them.
You know, I don't know why they would bring that element into the case. I really don't, you know. Unless they want it to look like here's just another, you know, coddled celebrity, and you know you need to treat this guy like a criminal because that's what he is. He shouldn't get any pass because he's a celebrity. I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of.
That's a possibility.
I don't think it's effective, but you know, or maybe he's just throwing it out there because it's going to come up on the defense opening. Who knows? You might be doing that.
I thought it was interesting though that the judge did say, by the way, on the one the I say it's a Brady violation. The judge said it wasn't necessarily a Brady violation. I think that if you're going to have some from the defense bar going to say, wait a second, I'm in cases that this happens with this office or this prosecutor or whatever. And I don't know the answer to that a number of times, but I don't see how you can get to this case at that point and be missing 28 pages of something that you want to put in because you think it's inculpatory. Which what he said. He said it was inculpatory.
Yes, he did. Now, so let's look at the timing of the revelation of different events. When did the starter pistol theory pop up?
It was in the I think in the when the Joe Tacopina was asking the jurors, at least as far as we don't know whether or not there were discussions beforehand.
That's my
point. That came in right between the prosecutor.
This criminal list report, that's what I'll call it, because we don't know if it's ballistic or otherwise. We don't know what it is. But if that seemed to just materialize after the starter pistol story and the picture that was joined, you know, with it, like, see, he's what he's got is a starter pistol. If that was all revealed by the defense recently, then the prosecution might have scrambled to come up with this counter report that would, shall I say, shoot holes in the starter pistol theory. I don't know. It just depends on the timing, and obviously we don't know.
And we don't know. Although, given the fact this has been going on, and given the fact that there's a civil suit going on, I'm sure that whole thing with the starter pistol had to be, because remember they had to turn over discovery, and part of the discovery is that the defense says that there's witnesses are going to say that that's something that he always had with him. So if that would have been part of the discovery, the prosecution would have known. So I think they must have known about that beforehand. It seems to me that this came up, right? When did does any of our viewers know when attorney DA John Lewin got assigned to this case first?
Boy, I can only tell you from, I would throw that out there to the collective, because all I can tell from the different articles I've read is they mention him being assigned as if it's sort of a new thing. And if so, it was just before the end of the year. But I am not 100% sure on that. I do know this: if you try and look up Polly P, whose name I'm not even going to try to pronounce, that's got way too many consonants and in weird places. So
Right.
Polly P has been lost in the shuffle, in the Lewin dust, because if you look up now any story about this case, even though it will identify Lewin as second chair,
Right.
and everybody knows
Right.
lead counsel is number one, and then you have second chair, maybe even third chair, fourth chair. His name's not even mentioned. They'll talk about Lewin being added, but no reference to Polly P. So he's got to be bugged by that. That's the lolly factor, like from Karen Reed, where lolly, you're still on the case, dude, but we've hired somebody to do it better than you did. So sit down.
Yeah, because he didn't say anything the other day, right? And he didn't really, and maybe, maybe he doesn't want to get involved with this whole idea that Lewin's getting involved with, or maybe the office sat down and said, wait a second, we're going to lose this case, right? Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible they could have at the last minute decided we need more firepower, but that doesn't make it right. Somewhere, somebody issued an order for that testing or that report or that evaluation, whatever it is, and it wasn't disclosed properly. That's the bottom line.
That's the bottom line. All right, let's talk about something else that happened here while we wait for them to go back.
Okay.
It's been revealed, right, that John Lewin, when he got in this case, went to the family of ASAP Rocky, who's sitting in court, and said something to them. And I think you actually tweeted about this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact words other than you really should take this deal, meaning as his family members tell him he should take this deal.
Now, we know as lawyers, you can't, as if the attorneys can't talk to a litigant who's represented. But I find something kind of disgusting.
It's slimy. It's just slimy.
And I say it to your face, John Lewin, going to the family members and telling them that they should convince their people to take this deal. I think it's quite frankly outrageous. And if he's done it in the past, I'd want to know, and maybe you can reveal to us, Mr. Lewin, whether anyone ever filed a bar complaint against you, whether you have ever been disciplined for that kind of conduct, whether your office has rules about that. Because if your office doesn't have rules about going to a family member and saying something like that, I just think it's outrageous. I think it's an interference with the attorney-client relationship also. Now, knowing Joe Tacopina as I know him from being at the TAW and his reputation, probably just went off his back. Yeah, okay, fine, thanks. Yeah, goodbye, thank you. They're not going to listen to you anyhow. So you talk to them, eat your heart out, because you're talking to a tree stump in terms of where you're going to get.
Yeah, I'm going to go look at the bar site. I can sign in with my bar info and see if there's anything in there.
Lawyer.
But I'm looking at the poll I put out there. Describe Polly P's opening statement in the ASAP Rocky case. Great, fair, poor, boring as hell. So at this point, half are boring as hell, and then we have a fair and we have a great, but it's a small sample size. So go there and check that out. So keep on chatting. I'm going to go to the Cal Bar site. I can do two things at once.
Oh, Cowboys. Oh, could you look up complaints in the Cowboys?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, really? They're public. See, over here on the East Coast, anybody filing complaint is not public. But interestingly enough, on the East Coast, I don't know how it is in California, anyone can file a bar complaint. Like in Florida,
I always have to look to see if I've had any. So far, I'm good.
Yeah.
But
anyone can file a bar complaint against you.
There's no veracity in filing the complaint. That's there's no way you can check that.
You know, and you know, and this Truth and Justice Project, which, by the way, it was headed, spearheaded by my jury consultant, Richard Gabriel, decision analysis, who, by the way, is the jury consultant for It's a Small World, everybody, ASAP Rocky in this case, right? He and Michelle, who worked with me. I shouldn't say jury consultant, I should say trial consultant, because they do an awful lot more than just consult on who should be on the jury. We were on this panel the other night, as I've mentioned, and you can Google it. I've tweeted about it, not holding it back, about how the public needs to have faith in the justice system. And you can't have faith in the justice. It's interesting. Over 50% really believed the justice system was unfair. They believed it whether they were white, black, Asian, Martian, whatever, okay, that the justice system was unfair. And it was unfair mainly to people of color or people who are poor, which I thought was really interesting, that there's now this belief that the justice system's unfair. And interesting, you know, we want to talk about science. Let's talk about science. Like one person, now 25, only about 25% believe in science that they hear in a courtroom. All right. It is way down. And as a matter of fact, it was something like 1 in 20 people believe that the world is flat. Still today, now, okay. So it just, you know, we have all these preconceptions about trying cases and how jurors are, but I think those preconceptions come from a long time ago. They come from before social media, from before you got to see things like for us on Justice Serve TV, and you got to hear streaming, and people can see how the court system acts. They see what happens. They see how prosecutors act. They see how investigators act. They see how defense attorneys act, and they have an opinion that it all should be, you know, taken down in some way, that they believe it can be made fair, but right now it's not. So
this is interesting. John Lewin, my bar number is 154899. It's one of those things you never forget, right?
Okay. No, I didn't know that.
He's 154338. So he's probably in the same year that I passed the bar.
Yeah, you're close. Interesting. Yeah.
He has. I'm looking here.
Brooklyn, when you say Joe Tacopina was shaking his chair, you mean that he was shaking his chair and that he wanted to get up like me? He was like, I gotta get up there. I gotta get up there to say something. Or he was shaking because he was scared of the evidence. Which one is it?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mentioned it when I was out and about. I joined in the chat for a minute. Do you know Joe Tacopina's jacket? Did you see that thing?
Yeah. Did you say that? Did you say you wanted a jacket like
that? I said he had a very tailored look there. It was like tight.
Well, he does work out.
Yeah, I mean, you could actually see like his lats, you know, those muscles that are on the wings. As he moved forward, you could like see that, dude.
I'm feeling like a little jealousy going on.
Rip that jacket.
I'm feeling a little jealousy going on from my partner here. You know?
I'm not going to ask him how much he benches. No.
Yeah, did you laugh at my Martian? Well, you know, I had to put the report is 100 pages. You can get it online. So I had a link to actually in my Twitter. If you go down my Twitter, you can see the links to the podcast, the presentation, and it's actually the podcast will be turned over so everyone can actually watch it. But the Truth and Justice report is very long and just very interesting. And they had somebody on it, a woman that they took like little clips of people who've been interviewed, and it was really interesting because she said it's not a justice system. It's a legal system. And I thought that was a great distinction. He was having an ADD attack, says Chris.
Yeah, well, that's probably
he was having an ADD attack. I mean, maybe just a defense attorney attack. I got to get up there and I got to respond. But he had to be happy with that opening. I mean, if you're a defense attorney, you have to be thrilled, right?
You want this guy to just spin circles and, you know, melt into the floor. And he did.
Yeah. You had to be thrilled. Maybe I would say if I were a poker playing woman, which I am, as you all know, as I've talked about it, if I were a poker playing woman, I would bet that out of the two people, if I had to take DA Lewin on this side and defense attorney Tacopina on this side, as to who was happier with the prosecution's opening, I'd probably go all in on Tacopina. I was happier than Lewin, if
Yeah.
good opening.
Yep. That's why I felt like during that performance that Lewin was probably just, itching to stand up and
Kristen,
chime in.
yeah, I know I'm not familiar with this judge. The first time we're seeing him, and that's the great thing about seeing these judges. We get to see judges from all over, right? Whether you're watching old time when we were on Law and Crime, whether you're watching here, whether you're watching Court TV, let's give them a plug, right? Whether you're watching one of the many podcasts, you get to see different judges, and you see how good they are. Some of the most, I think one of the most impressive judges I've ever seen actually was the one from the civil trial in Depp versus Heard. She knew evidence. She knew the rules of evidence. She enforced them. I thought she was just fabulous. But there is an issue because, judges get rotated in different jurisdictions. Usually you start and you can go to civil, you go to criminal. Sometimes they put you in matrimonial. Judges hate that, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes they just become judges.
Family law is the hell.
Right. And you see some actually great judges in civil cases where the money is. Some fabulous judges. In criminal cases, you'll see great judges on the high profile ones because they're assigned by the assignment judge. And so you'll usually see the better judges assigned to the high profile cases, the ones with more experience. In federal court, you just better know let's do it again. You better know your shit. Because the stuff you can pull in state court, if you try some of that stuff in front of federal court judges, just take me to the Hooskow in handcuffs, and then Michael Bryant will be saving for the rest of his life to bail me out. Because you can't pull some of the stuff. Like in federal court, there's something called like a pretrial memo that we all do in like cases. And if what you were going to put in that courtroom is not in that pretrial memo, it doesn't come in. For instance, this report that John Lewin had, it wasn't seeing the light of day because you have to actually pre-try your case in a document that has everything. It has every exhibit. It has everything you're using for cross-examination. Lawyers hate it because it takes weeks to put it together and you have to coordinate with the other side. So everybody knows everyone else's cases in federal court. So it's, except for in a criminal case now, a little bit different. In a criminal case, in federal court, you don't get some discovery that goes until impeachment, until somebody is on the stand. All right, so you don't get all that. You get they're loosening up now because the judges will say to the DA, to the U.S. attorneys, give them the discovery, and they want the case to go forward nicely and quickly until they get the discovery. In places like New York, until they changed the rules about 7 years ago, you didn't get discovery until after the prosecutor opened their case. Okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit weird. That makes no sense. None. On the judge issue, we do know from what Lewin said himself that Lewin said, so you can take it for what it's worth, that he had been practicing in front of that judge for 30 years. So tells you that Judge Arnold's been around for a while if Lewin is not making that up. And there's no disciplinary matters that have been resolved against Lewin based on the state bar. Doesn't mean there weren't complaints filed, but if it doesn't resolve against him, it's not going to be anything that's posted on.
So he's got a clean record.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean people haven't filed complaints, but he's got a clean record. And sometimes when you have a clean record, though, you do some stuff like because there probably isn't a rule that says you can't talk to the family. He can keep talking to the family. I just think it's unseemly. Okay?
Yeah, no, I get it, and I think he's very good at working in the gray.
Oh, he's tough. He's tough. We saw it. In the Durst case, right? He doesn't miss a beat. He's tough, right? Now the other Karen. What a great name.
The other Karen.
Because you were named Karen before Karen became
That's right. And then Karen became a derogatory term.
Right. So Happy to Catch Alive. Missed first part of the stream. Why is prosecution opening not good? All right, Michael Bryant.
Where did we start?
Count ways. Go ahead.
What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to be telling a story, and that should have a beginning, a middle, and an end. This had a beginning and an end. Everything in between, I'm not sure what the hell was going on. He ran through that video. There's some really horrible video, which we're going to see many times again, I'm sure. No matter how many times you see it, it makes it no better in an opening to understand what exactly happened. I can see going into it and zooming in and manipulating it during the presentation of your case. But to just give the jury this broad brush and expect them to grasp it, I think they get frustrated. And that's the last thing you want, is to start the case by frustrating the jury. Your story is lost in that frustration. So
Yeah, and
that's the nicest way I can put it.
The Brooklyn said the prosecution opened great and lost me in the middle. So let me ask all of you, and you can put your comments in stream. If what we teach by learning from social studies, basically, of people and juries. I mean, there's a lot of people that interview jurors. I mean, that's a whole area that, not that they've made up their mind, and it used to be like 50 or 60%, but now it's like 65 to 80% have a bent. Not that they've made up their mind, but they have a bent that doesn't necessarily get changed by the during the trial. All right. That's how they generally vote, right? And that means you're starting from you're behind the 8 ball, as they say. If you come in and you haven't gotten your jury and grabbed hold after the opening, because then you have to not only get those percentage that are open to you, but you have to turn the ones who are not open to you back to being neutral or on your side. So if you all were going to vote, come on, I want to see your comments, because you've all been commenting. How would you feel about whether or not the prosecution has proven their case right now? How would you feel about it?
If they come through with what they promised, because
Right.
that's important, to hold them to what they promised.
Well, you can't know because you haven't heard the defense opening yet. But yeah, okay. So all right. So the way the prosecution is presented, would you vote guilty? Would you think that's beyond a reasonable doubt right now? Okay. All right, I'm waiting. Well, if I can curse my first time on Justice Served TV, I think it was my first time on Justice Served TV. All right. So the other Karen, she's good. She's good. Oh, good. I thought I had developed ADD and I didn't follow. Also thought it was interesting how victim had chased defendant. Any thought about that? Yes. Wasn't that that's an interesting pickup, Karen? That's an interesting pickup. Okay. All right. Chase defense. So you're scared for your life. You think you've just been shot. You think he's got a 9mm gun. You don't have a weapon. Why are you going to go chase the person who allegedly just tried to kill you, according to you? All right. Can anyone answer that for me? I mean, I'm in the jury room. All right. Dizzy says we have a poll. We have a poll. Okay.
I would think the best, I mean, it goes to that self-defense argument that hasn't been made by the defendant. But if, in fact, the alleged victim did chase after the defendant, then it helps support some sort of altercation that may have justified the defendant feeling he had to protect himself. We don't know if it's going to go that way or not.
By chasing after the shooter?
After he'd been shot. Yeah. So that suggests to me that he was maybe more aggressive than being the victim.
Oh, I see. So you're saying that he could be more aggressive. Okay, look at this. I'm here. I don't know if you guys know, but it's been really cold in New York. I have a heated blanket on me down here. Okay, just so you know. All right, the tricks of the trade when you're on TV. When I used to be on Long Crime, I had it in the control room because the control room was like 50 degrees and I was freezing to death all the time. So Dizzy says we have a poll. Was the prosecution's opening a train wreck? Yes, no, or fell asleep. So you have to go vote in that poll. Sheila Duffy says, not even close. You couldn't see a thing in the video, so how can they prove it's ASAP? Michael?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the case. Like I said, it's an identity case. How are you going to prove the causation? I think is another issue. But even if you prove causation, you got to prove that it was this defendant sitting here that pulled the trigger, if in fact it was a bullet that caused that wound. Yeah, I think it's a tough case, but the witnesses are going to tell us the story. So if you got 5 witnesses that say, I was there that night, here's what happened, I saw it happen, that guy, the defendant, is the one that pulled out a gun and shot it. Well, you're going to overcome that horrible video then.
Well, currently 60% say that it was a train wreck, right? Okay. 9% said they fell asleep, right? Right? It was a yes or no, and then 26% say no. So right, so that's about what the polls show, that people make up their mind, right? 60% was a train wreck. 9% they fell asleep, which means I assume that it wasn't really good. And that 26% said no, they thought it was okay. You know, at least that's how I'm reading it. Okay, that's how I'm reading it right now. But that's a long way to come to get 12 people to vote beyond a reasonable doubt altogether. If you're the prosecution, you're starting from that. You're starting from people think this is a train wreck. So now you got to bring them back, right? You got to bring them back, not only to
Never
center.
fear, because John Lewin will save the day. So don't you worry about
Is that what
that.
the thought is?
Don't you worry about that weak start.
Is that what the thought is that John Lewin was going to say? Is that the thought?
I think that's the thought in his mind.
Okay. So did any of our viewers here watch Durst? Did you watch Durst? Okay, because I'm going to ask. Oh, you can't wait for the defense opening. Yes, and we have reported exclusively on the Law Crime Justice Served, because we're no longer Law Crime anymore, but the Law Crime Justice Served TV
I don't even know
of
what that is.
Bombshell.
What is that?
Justice Served TV. We
Okay.
do Law Crime, but we do other stuff. Justice TV. That apparently the defense is going to open with a scheme to apparently demand from the Rocky Aesop, the defendant, a large sum of money. 30 million comes to mind to let the case go away. You know, that really, as apparently the defense is going to say, this was nothing but a money grab. Hence the text right off the bat. Where he said, "What are you trying to do? You trying to just get money from me?"
Now remember, that doesn't in and of itself prove anything, right? I mean, the defendant could still have pulled a gun. The defendant still could have pulled the trigger and aimed that gun in the direction of the alleged victim. That all could be true. And the alleged victim still came to the defendant and said, you know, let's just put this away and 30 million will do it. All those things could be true. But in the mind of somebody listening to the story, it discredits the alleged victim to the degree that it could wipe out that truth. So we don't know.
And we have that bombshell, but we don't have all the information about that bombshell.
No, I'm sure we're going to hear more.
There may be. I'm sure we're going to hear more. I'm sure that's why we have part of it. We had two sources on part of it, so we knew that it's true. But we'll see with Joe Tacopina, and I can't wait for him to open. I am sure.
Yeah, that's going to be a different opening. I'll tell you that.
All right.
Yeah.
So here's our next question. All right. Sheila Duffy says, I know, Sheila, I'm sorry. We still have that. You have no idea how many times we've tried to get this cup to you and it's come back to us.
Oh my gosh.
Right.
Yeah. But Dizzy is on it because she has some inside info on the customs process and she has shared it with me, and it's my fault at this point because I haven't gotten to it, but I think I have everything I'm supposed to have to get it to you.
All right. So listen, I'm Joe Tacopina. I'm going to start. Okay. All right. How many times? Why don't we do a poll on this? Or if I were a poker playing betting woman, all right, Michael Bryant.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? I was reading a note. What was that?
How many times do you think John Lewin, remember, one person can object, is going to get up and object to Joe Tacopina's opening statement?
Yeah, I would say the over-under is 3. I'd give the over-under 3.
Oh, I'm going to give it a 10.
Oh, you think 10? You think he's going to object 10 times?
I think he's going to object 10. And I think he's going to try to berate Joe. Now, there was an interesting jury selection issue, and you talked about it with Bob. We started getting to it. And why don't you rehash what it was? It was Bob said he would have objected. That Joe said that he was from New York and don't hold his New York accent.
That was during jury.
And I'll give you the background.
That was during jury selection. Yeah.
Right. What happened?
Joe, who's from New York and has a way about him and a way he talks, and he was basically conditioning the prospective jury members to his accent and his personality, because as I told Bob Bianchi, coming from California, we're not allowed to have accents. So we just, we don't have one. So he was trying to tell the jury, just, don't hold it against me because I talk like a New Yorker. So, and there was an objection
Bob Bianchi said he would have objected. I told the jury when I was inspector, hey, I talk Jersey, I have a Jersey accent. They used to say foyer over there, or foyer. This happened in the foyer. I said, from New Jersey, we say foyer. We don't say the foyer. We have a New Jersey accent. But the reason why Joe probably said that is when we were picking the case, taking the jury in the Phil Spector, and this is something you probably have never heard except for the team that was on it. it started out that we had a little attorney called Bruce Cutler, who Joe Tacopina had worked for, mainly known in New York circles. His reputation was he was a mob lawyer because he got John Gotti, I think it was Gotti, acquitted of murder, some murder charges or whatever, right? And Bruce looked like the Godfather lawyer, spoke like the Godfather lawyer, definitely was from New York. He definitely wasn't from California. He wasn't eating salads for lunch when we go out for lunch, okay? Wasn't he doing that? And he started trying to explain this to the jury about hold it against him. But finally, one of the prospective jurors said he hated people from New York. He went at him so much about the accent that the juror said he hated people from New York. And so that's where this question came from, because you had to get out.
You're looking for biases. That's what you want to expose.
I know, but not to expose. What happened is Bruce was so at him that by the end of the jury questionnaire, the guy hated him. He created the bias. He didn't expose it. He created it. Okay, and so that we were all shell shocked. As you know, I ended up taking over the case, being first chair in that case after a few of those little incidents.
Sheila makes an interesting point about John Lewin, not with the comment you see on the screen right now, but she's also said she liked Lewin and his cross-examination technique. I think that has a lot to do with what you feel about the person being cross-examined. Remember, he cross-examined Durst for like 2.5 weeks. Durst's not exactly a likable dude. So to see Lewin, the bulldog, go after that bony little man and, throw him around like a rag doll, I can understand that might be somewhat satisfying. But I don't know there's going to be anybody in this trial, including the defendant, if he does testify, that's going to garner that sort of go get him Lewin kind of attitude. I'd be surprised.
Not only that, I don't think this judge, just having the few interactions we've had with him, watching him, is going to allow that to happen.
I would agree. And I would say the same thing about, you said you would expect maybe 10 objections during the opening, which I do think is extreme. I think after 1 or 2, there's going to be a sidebar.
Okay.
And the judge is going to say, look it, dude, there's got to be a serious crossing of the line between what the evidence will show and argument.
Okay,
so,
that could be right.
Back off.
Don't mind me as I'm trying to get my controls to my electric blanket that I have down here.
Yeah, watch out; those things can catch on fire.
Yes, they can. Okay, but not here in New York. Not with the temperature we've been having.
It's a warm day today. It made it almost up to freezing, I think.
Today was pretty warm, except if you're out walking. I was out walking Tubi. The other day I was walking Tubi in the morning because I told the dog walker, because usually I'm working and all. I told the dog walker not to come on Tuesday, Wednesday. It was just going to be too darn cold for to have anybody, walk my dog. And I decided I would walk Tubi. Tubi and I were the only 2 people, and I'd say people, I guess, person and dog, but people who were out at like 7:30 in the morning on the street here. Everyone else, I had a hat on Tubi, I had 2 coats on Tubi, I had.
Do you have those little dog
booties?
Yeah, booties.
Yeah, we do. You do, because sometimes the pavement is so cold or the salt is so bad here that you have to put them on.
Yeah, we don't have those, and I'm
but he
taking
doesn't
Domino
like that.
out, and after a while, I can't tell if it's the snow because he's in the cold, or because he's picking up some salt and stuff. But if they don't have cuts in their paws, then the salt really shouldn't be a big deal. But he would start, almost like like bowing down, like picking up each, and then you're done. You can't.
Right.
The walk is over.
Yeah, then the walk is over. You have to pick them up. No, because it's either the salt or the cold.
Yeah. Right. So I was thought about those booties. He would love to just tear those off and chew them up, but I don't know.
Tubi's not happy to, because he walks like a
like a trotter,
a trotter.
Like a trotting horse.
Those horses that they're really abusive to get them to do that, right? To get them to but that's the way
I don't know about that. That's dressage, right? Isn't that dressage?
No, dressage is good, but it's the one the Tennessee Walkers a lot.
Oh,
right?
Tennessee Walkers.
Yeah, where there's been a whole bunch of stuff about how they abuse them so it hurts their feet when they go down. I'm not for Tubi's over here right now. Tubi's over to my right. He is completely curled up, sleeping on the sofa. Tubi has a very hard life.
Tough life. Yeah, most dogs do. I'm waiting for Domino to he'll sleep for a while, and then it's time. I got to play, and he'll be bothering me. So
Right. So let's go back to where this started today or yesterday. So we have the trial going on, right? I guess we had the fires out there, but they weren't affecting jury selection here, right? We had Joe's thing with New York. We had John Lewin objecting. We had Bob Bianchi thinking that he's gonna, yes, really object. What the whole paddle struck. Bob, where are you? Matter of fact, we should call you. I should call you right now. See if you can come on, right? The whole paddle struck. Then we go to today. As a matter of fact, that's not a bad idea. Do you think he'll take our call?
live.
Yeah, live. Do you think Bob
I mean,
Bianchi?
we could certainly text him if you want to see if he'll pop on. But
He's probably, Bob is done something really amazing, right? He has gone back to being an EMT, got recertified.
yeah, I know it's a great story. Yeah.
Recertified, just amazing. Yeah, I'm never one for being bashful. I'll just call the mobile and leave a message.
Caller, you're on the air.
You're on the air, right? He probably won't pick up because he did pick up. It's Bob Bianchi. Bob Bianchi, you're on the air live. And Michael Bryant, we want to know, like, what are you doing right now, perhaps?
Taking a nap.
Wait a second. Can you say that out loud? No, don't say that out loud.
I heard
well,
taking
how
a
would
nap.
how would you like to come on the air in about a few minutes? Yeah, we can even mute because there's been a lot of fun this morning in the ASAP Rocky case, and since you were here, yeah, or we can just. All right. Michael's going to send you a link to your email, to your phone. What do you want?
I'll send it to his email.
Okay. It's going to send it to your email, Bob Bianchi. Yes. People are saying, Bob, yes, Bob's coming back.
And then
okay,
we should have the opening in the next 20 minutes. So that'd be nice. Yeah. Let me see if I can get this off to him.
Yeah. Okay. So Bob Bianchi is going to join the party. Yes. Bob is coming. So Missy, can you retweet that from Justice Sir that Bob Bianchi is joining our party here on the live link? Give them the live link. I can recount the story for Bob about how how this whole thing with asking the jury about your accent started.
Okay.
All right. So while Bob was joining the party, put some questions in our chat. Come on, everybody, put some questions in our chat, right?
Oh, and I should say, when Bob was on the other night, we had kind of a little telethon unofficially because I said, yeah, but we're very close to 4,000 subs. Let's see if we can get it over the line, and everybody responded because we do. We went up somewhere. I'm going to find the actual number here.
Dizzy, I'm drinking Dunkin'. I don't know. I can't go the right way on the camera. Dunkin' Donuts. Okay, mango tea. It's mango and green tea.
Yeah, so we went up to 41 something. So thanks for those who spread the word and chimed in.
And then my other crack is Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee. And then my third crack is something that I've just found. I found as a shop. I found it because of the poor man who was shot over here at the Hilton. There was a little coffee shop.
You bought some Dunkin' item in his honor?
No. There's a little coffee, a little Asian coffee, and it has something called dirty matcha coffee. And I was like, oh my God, it was so good. And so now, I go there every time, and then I have to, when I go through the poor cut through that the Luigi went through, I have to because I am Catholic, say the sign of the cross, Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious. But yeah, so that's my I call it my crack cocaine is because after I'm on a diet for a year and oh my gosh, 8 months. I shouldn't be having all this kind of sugar, but I went through my diet with all this sugar anyhow. So yeah. So anyhow, so Bob Bianchi is getting a link. If Michael, you sent him the link?
I did.
Oh wow, that's fabulous, right? Okay. Let me just see here.
Oh, I don't know if you weren't on that with Bob, but I don't know if you watched the show. We were talking about the judge.
I did.
And we were talking about, he was concerned whether Rihanna might show up or not, just for the logistics, right? And then on day one of jury selection, ASAP Rocky's mom and sister showed up. And the judge makes a point of talking to, he wants to know who's in his courtroom. Okay,
Right,
fine. He has the
right.
right to ask. And when he finds out, oh, that's, that's the defendant's mom. And he says, how old were you? 7 when you had the defendant? Yeah. And then he says, well, you're really beautiful. That's on the record.
I love it.
That's
I
what he
love
said.
it.
So,
She said,
welcome,
thank you, Your
welcome to the
Honor.
1950s.
But she
Yeah.
said, thank you, Your Honor, right?
I don't know. That was
in honor
not
of
quoted.
Baba- in
That
honor
was
of
not
Baba have-
quoted.
Yeah, but they're on the record, in honor of Baba putting on lipstick, Michael.
Well, I will not be putting on lipstick. Although I went to a birthday party last night where the Taylor Swift was kind of a theme, and so there was a lot of red lipstick.
Oh, wow.
Not me wearing it, but
well, you should. So anyhow, so yes, the court is on. You should. It's fun. It's fun. I mean, you how many you've been on with me now for, so I'd wear red. I wear red lipstick, but sometimes not on the air. Sometimes. Today I'm not. Today I'm wearing. I'm actually wearing MAC lip gloss. This was a gift. It's called Bittersweet Me.
Is that MAC MAC makeup?
MAC makeup, yeah.
They
MAC
do a lot
makeup.
of like TV makeup and stuff.
Yeah,
I've heard.
This was a gift from somebody, and I figured to try it, and I kind of like it. It's kind of pretty, and it kind of matched my dress. Yeah. So.
Okay, so what do you think is going to happen? We're going to get, for them it's 1:00. They'll be coming back at 1:30, so in about 15
They're
minutes.
coming back soon, right? They're going to come back soon.
And the judge seems to be somewhat on time. He's very clear that they go from 10:30 in the morning till noon, and then from 1:30 to 4.
Okay.
4.
Yeah,
so,
that's California.
It's a compact day.
Well, I don't think Joe's going to go. I hear somebody.
I'm looking. Oh wait.
I'm hearing. There he is.
You see?
Yeah, he's there. There he is. I see him. The band is back together, except that we lost a band member. There he is.
Right
out. He is back together. Bob Bianchi, thank you.
Right out.
I was just telling you guys, today is the 24th. Every January 24th, religiously, everyone is the only day in the year I take a nap. And so I lay in the
New
bed.
Year or what?
Sorry?
The Lunar New Year? What's the reason?
It's just like 2 days. I don't know. It's just a thing I do. And I sit there for like an hour and thinking like I need to relax my brain. And then Linda Kenny Baden's, the phone rang, and I'm like, Linda Kenny Baden? Well, I guess that's the end of my yearly nap.
and you're not the first she's ended naps for. I'm sure of that.
Michael said, why don't we just text him? I said, no, I'm just going to call him. We're on the air. Would you like to come on? Because you were so great the other night. And I told him, hey, Bob, and I am so excited. And my Jersey boy, right? And I'm your Jersey girl. And then we have the Connecticut kid here.
I prefer California, but that's all right.
And Missy Mayhem says, unspoken Riz never takes a nap. Riz never takes a nap. But I was telling the backup story because you were making a point the other day that you wanted the whole panel struck because Joe Tacopina from New York asked the jurors questions about whether they would be biased against him for his accent. I want to tell you the backstory. Our viewers just heard it, okay? It has to do with Phil Spector. In my case, right? We have the same trial, jury consultant. Richard Gabriel is a jury consultant for Joe Tacopina, Rocky Asap in this case. Because a man, Bruce Cutler, and you know who he is. He was the lawyer representing John Gotti, big guy, kind of New York, right? Can't get away from it. It was definitely New York accent. I always told the jury I had the Jersey accent because I talk Jersey. That's fine. But he went at one of the prospective jurors in voir dire about his New York accent and people from New York and their accent, New York accent, and you want to hold it against him. By the time how nasty he was to this juror, the guy says, "You know what? I hate your New York. I hate you."
Oh my God!
And that's what happened. I hate you, New York. And he created the hate. The guy would have been a great juror. He was one of our highly rated jurors, but he so created the hate. And so that's how that question started. That Richard gets asked when you have a New York attorney, "Are you going to hold it against me because I'm from New York and have a New York accent?" Yeah, and that's how the question started.
That just reminds me of two things. I mean, the first is when you're out in the world. As you know, because you're out in the world often, people will say to you, you sound like you're from New York. And I'm like, wait a second.
You take that as an insult?
Not a problem, but we have a fine-tuned ear in New Jersey. I can tell you whether you're from North Jersey, whether you're from South Jersey, but more importantly,
Central Jersey.
There's different. Don't, Linda, don't go into Central Jersey. What a myth. What a joke.
Bruce Springsteen country is Central Jersey.
Oh my, our governor. Look, anything south of the Driscoll Bridge is South Jersey. That's it. That's the dividing
middle.
line.
Is that the Chesapeake? Is that the
No, the
Cheesequake?
Driscoll Bridge is like
Cheesequake?
exit. Get ready, everybody. It's like Saturday Night Live. It's like exit 131.
What?
That's Cheesequake. We call it Cheesequake from the Central Jersey people.
Other people in Jersey call South Jersey down all the way down by Philadelphia. No, but anyway, I don't want to digress. So when we're talking to people in New York, there's a Staten Island accent. I'm like, you think I sound like somebody from Staten Island, or I sound like somebody from Long Island? And they're like, yeah, it's exactly the same. I'm like, yeah, it's nuts. The other thing is, I tried a death penalty case once as a prosecutor. And the defense lawyer was vaudeering jurors, and if he didn't like them, he'd just treat them like a complete. Can I say curse words here? Am I allowed to?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Wait a second. I have to tell you, the day I dropped the F-bomb, Michael dropped another bomb. So yes, you're allowed to say curse words.
Yeah, if I can't curse, I can't properly express myself. But
Let him fly.
He would just say, essentially, he would treat the juror like an asshole, and he would then turn to the judge and say, Your Honor, they otherwise qualify, but I've been so nasty to them that they'll be against my position, and she was excusing them. I was
So he
losing my
gets him for
mind.
cause. He doesn't have
Jury
to use a
selection
peremptory.
to get a death qualified jury took us a year.
Excuse me?
A year.
A year?
What are you, the
Yes,
YSL
ma'am.
case?
Well,
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know you tried a case for a year to get a death qualified jury. I mean, my death qualified jury was pretty quick.
It took me a year to get a jury, and it took us 2 years to try the case.
Oh my goodness
The
gracious.
jurors were getting free food at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and each one of them gained at least 50 pounds. It was unbelievable. At first, they were being judicious, and they're like, "Oh, I'll have like a muffin," but then they were like ordering steaks and shrimp and the judge was just feeding them. It was unbelievable. They would
You missed this here. You missed the judge here. He offered to pay for the defense's expert because guess what? There's already been a Brady violation before the openings.
really.
Today, Lewin, Prosecutor Lewin, came to court with 28 pages. Apparently, he sent it 5 hours before they were doing court. From what I gather, it was hard to hear at that point. On a firearms examiner report, or ballistics as they called it, report that he says was inculpatory. The judge said it was meaningless, but he allowed it anyhow. But they already had that just this morning while you were playing your nap. Okay, and so I had to bring you in on that. And then the prosecutor opening, and you're gonna end up seeing some of it. The prosecutor's opening was, shall we say, and I'm being kind, less than helpful.
Linda, I was talking to Michael about this in your audience the other day. As it's unfathomable to me as a person who ran a prosecutor's office that I would ever need to call another prosecutor's office to say, hey, bring somebody in. Number one, that is such a B slap to your staff to essentially say, you all suck. And then they bring this guy in of all guys. And I don't think I've ever been more critical of a prosecutor than I was in that Durst case. I'm like, this guy, S-U-C-K-S. So not only do they bring somebody in, they bring that guy in.
Yeah, not only that, he went to the we just talked about this too. I don't know if you know, he went to the family members of ASAP Rocky who are in the courtroom, and he said, your son, your brother should take this deal. They should take the plea. Who the, and I'm going to drop the F. Who the fuck are you to tell?
There we go.
And there we go. Okay, to tell that to my family members. Now Joe handled it really well. From what he's like, you want to do that? Blow yourself out because if that's all you got. Good luck. Good riddance. You know.
Listen, I don't know what's going on, but I will say, if like I was telling Michael as well, I have many times, I love prosecutors like him or any adversary. It doesn't make a difference whether I'm a prosecutor, it's a defense lawyer, vice versa, because I will try him as much as I will the case. And it strikes me that this prosecutor can easily be tweaked, can easily be thrown off his game. And you can, I think Tacopina is the kind of guy that's going to make him explode or go crazy. Just my opinion.
Okay, well, if that's going to happen, you teed up perfectly what we've been teasing and what we believe is going to happen with the defense opening statement. And that is the sources have advised us that the defense will tell this jury for the first time that the alleged victim approached the defendant, not once,
Or a
but
representative.
twice, or a representative of the defendant, and said, hey, we can make this all go away for 30 mil.
Wow.
I could see that tweaking Lewin just a little bit. So,
You know,
see.
you got to.
If it happen- That's on our sources, which we've confirmed twice. So we'll see if it happens.
Yeah. You know, I'm just, by the way, just, and this is a crazy wild sidebar. I'm looking at, I have a monitor in front of me. So I have your beautiful graphics and then your two faces. And of the three of us, I'm glad we're all together. It's been a long time, but I clearly have aged the worst. Like it's it's like a little, I'm really happy for you guys. But I'm really disappointed at myself.
It's all lighting, Bob. That's all it is.
I gotta lay you off the
and some other things, Bob.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So what do we?
So we're waiting for they're going to come back in like 6 minutes. So we're going to go listen to.
In theory, they're going to come back in 6 minutes and do the opening for the defense.
And what do you want to make a bet that Richard Lewin is it Richard? Is it Richard's first name?
It's John.
John Lewin is going to have. How can I forget? He's on my phone. Excuse me. Is going to have some motions, right? Excuse me. I may have to like step out for a second.
She believes that he's going to object. I said the over-under might be 3 objections to the defense opening statements. She said he's going to have as many as 10. I believe this judge is going to try and corral these boys, these cowboys, because he's already shown it a little bit this morning. They had a motion that had to do with this alleged Brady violation, this criminalist report that wasn't provided till today. But the judge did a lot of calming down of these these are big personalities, both these guys, Tacopina and Lewin. So I think if there is multiple objections by Lewin of Tacopina's opening, that the judge is going to have a little sidebar and say, knock that shit off.
Yeah, I mean, I could be completely wrong, of course, but I could see Lewin jumping up like a jack in the box throughout the whole opening. I mean, he is
okay,
such
what's your over-under? What's your over-under? Because I said, as a poker betting woman, Michael had over-under of 3.
Uh-oh.
I have it as 10.
Am I the only one not frozen? Or am I the only one that's not? Hello?
You're frozen, Michael.
Hello?
I'm going to take back what I said about you, Michael, because you're not looking too good right now. Actually,
oh, there you go.
You look a little fuzzy.
What was that? I was here, and you guys were just like still photos. Okay, we're all back.
You're still a little off.
I'm off?
You're a little blurry.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
you guys are back now. So that's
Bob and I look good. We never
yeah.
moved on.
You're now in the caboose as far as who looks good. But that's only because you have technical problems. Mine's a reality issue.
If I didn't have Mayhem says Michael, or as Siri.
How's that? Is that better? Are we back to
says,
normal?
Siri says Michelle when I asked to call your name.
That's my voice name.
Looks like it's right, and you have Holly the legal beagle.
My wife is like, what? Come on, Linda. What did I do right to marry somebody like my wife? That is definitely.
Your wife is wonderful.
I was punching up on that one for sure.
Your wife is wonderful, but it says that Michael Michelle looks like the prosecution video because you haven't seen this video.
Is it really? Is it still bad right now?
Yeah.
You haven't seen these videos the prosecution put up. It's like, and like here you won't be able to see it, but it's off camera. This is where the gun he's gonna come back on. This is where the gun is pulled out, but it has to be off camera. But now let's go to camera number 3 on the house, and then everything is blurry. And now we're gonna go close up. And they have it's like everything is complete, like it's behind a tissue, and the prosecutors put like drawn red boxes and blue boxes and said, and if you look inside, you'll be able to see better if you just keep your eye on it. It's like
Linda, it's another thing you remind me of. I should have started writing a book when I became the prosecutor. I know everybody says that, but I would have entitled it. I have a word for it. I actually created a word. I think I created this word. It's called dumb foundry. And you're just bringing up something. We had this thing where the CEO of a company was being extorted for $1 million. And we have these cameras set up in this park where the money was supposed to be dropped. And my geniuses, okay, the dumbfoundery investigative staff that I worked with, they come back with the video. The deal didn't go down, but the suspect showed up. And when I look at the video, there's all like leaves in front of it and like branches. And I'm like, what is that? And they're like, well, we were trying to be so repetitious. So I said, first of all, you're in a park. There's like 100 trees. The camera's like this big. The guy would have to be like some sort of like better than an eagle to even see the thing. But you do understand, don't you, that the purpose of this mission is to get evidence, to videotape a crime. And if you put leaves, do I have to explain with the detective school, you got a gun, you got a badge, you have the ability to crack somebody over the head in an alleyway and get away with it, and you don't know enough not to put this. Okay, so the second camera comes, it doesn't show any evidence, but we're looking at it in a room, and the picture's upside down. And I'm like, I don't wait a minute. How did they're like, well, and so they're trying to show something. And I'm like, I'm so disoriented because this thing is upside down. Is there a way we have a $20 million budget? Is there not a way to unscramble this? No. So I got up and I'm like, does anybody have any ideas what we should do? And they're like, I turned the TV upside down so we were able to see the picture right side up. This should have been a chapter in the dumbfoundery book.
That should have been a chapter. That's great.
We can't make it up.
That's great. That's great. Hey, Bob, did you know that we have our own mugs now? We have. I'm going the wrong way again on this. It's the same way we were.
Yeah, that's one side, then this side. Yeah, we should get Bob a mug.
We should get Bob. We're in the world of justice because
in the world of justice.
We're in the world of justice because Michael's going to be traveling.
Who knows where we'll be next week?
Yeah, Michael. We have our own as we wait and we talk, and then our members know this. We have bought a mini Skylink, a little tiny
Starlink Mini. That's very close.
Starlink Mini.
Starlink Mini.
Starlink, Skylink. Skylink. You can tell my head is
like thing.
Yeah, it's Starlink,
and it's amazing, Bob. It is. It's truly amazing. We've got battery power, we've got DC power, AC power. Go anywhere, point it at the sky, and we're live. It's amazing.
So he's going to do it. He's going to do it. So you're going to have to.
Yeah. I will say it's going to be north of here. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. So are we giving a mug away when we do We're in the World of Justice next week?
Yeah, we should. And that was a hint right there. It's going to be north of here. There's a hint. So any first person who tells us where I'm going to be next week can have a mug.
It depends on who's here.
Oh,
who's here? Well, my here is Connecticut, so north of here. Yeah.
Of there.
Yeah. So
for me, that would be north of there.
Yeah, I mean north of.
How about north of north of New York?
North of Central Jersey. Here we go.
So.
Kristen, we haven't started offering merch yet. We're working on it. We're actually working on it. And as again, we wait for this. We are going to be starting February, having members trying to solve a cold case of a woman we're calling the ghost victim, because no one has ever heard about her, known about her. And a friend of mine came to me and said, "You have to do something before I die. I want to see her memory found and who killed her found, and we'll reveal who she is, where she is." I have found her death certificate, able to pull it up because you had to wait 50 years before you could get it. And we're going to be doing that, Bob. So that's something maybe you want to join us with. It's a labor of love, really.
Yeah, nothing better than solving a cold case. And, a lot of times people, I think that their law enforcement has.
You got an answer. I'm sorry, Bob. I have to interrupt you. You got an answer already.
Oh wait, where is it? Oh, I got to look at my list here.
Brooklyn gave you an answer.
Where is that? Let me zoom into this.
Hold on a second, Bob.
Karen Reed.
That could be. Could be.
You got two answers.
What we did before was we got a little sticky about it because somebody gave us a broader guess. So we said we need to know the city and the state. So even though it's easy enough to figure out from Brooklyn's guess, I'm going to ask the judges. Okay.
Yeah. That's the winner.
I think it's a winner.
It's a
So
Providence,
we'll,
Rhode Island.
Yeah, we do. We will be covering Sheila Duffy. We will be covering Corey Richards also in Utah because we have hired a correspondent out there. So we
Wow.
will be covering that too. Just so you know.
You guys,
Yeah. Yeah. So,
correspondence.
yeah, ooh, a
correspondent, yeah.
correspondent. You're a special correspondent, Bob.
You're a special correspondent. Yeah. So what are we looking like? Diz on Diz is in. She does this, believe it or not, from Ireland. What are we looking like on the
feed?
The feed, right?
I'm hoping that we have, like some of those cases, Bob. You remember the feed would be just the exit sign. When they're not in session, it would be or the seal of whatever the state might be. And then more recently, we started seeing ceiling fans. That seemed to be the choice of the cameraman when they were not showing any proceeding. You're just staring at the spinning ceiling fan. So
Yeah, right. It's amazing. It's amazing. Like when I think about when I was so interested in learning about the law, the only place I would go, and this is a true story, I would run in the morning and get a donut and a cup of coffee and get back to my room to watch the People's Court with Judge Wapner. Remember Judge Wapner?
Oh, of course.
Wapner, yeah.
Doug Lewin was his reporter
guy. Court is on break. They're still waiting. Dizzy says they're still waiting. Court is still on break. Okay.
Could be any moment.
Could be anyway. He's pretty on time.
So did you learn some stuff from People's Court?
But no. But what that's my point. Like people could come and turn on this show and listen to a pile of experienced lawyers break down a real trial. I mean, there's nothing better now. Like I go around, and my last trial was as a prosecutor was the murder of a priest. And it had everything that a trial lawyer could want in the case, including the defendant took the stand, and I crossed him for 3 days. So we had expert witnesses and a whole pile of legal arguments. And so I use that trial and I break it down with people and I go over how do you develop an opening statement and a summation and a cross-examination, direct examination. And every day we have an opportunity. It's what I love doing with you guys or the other networks that I'm on or you guys are on, I'm sure, is breaking trials down. And people can get such an appreciation for what trial lawyers do because we got a real live trial right in front of us. Like we're talking about this guy, Lewin. I mean, right now, as a lawyer, if you were against him, you would be literally plotting as part of your case, or you should be, as to how am I going to disorient this guy throughout the trial so I can throw him off? Because we've seen lawyers that have literally, excuse the expression, lost their shit and became completely ineffectual in the courtroom. So it'll be interesting.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure that they've had. I'm sure Richard Gabriel, being based in California, has a lot of experience with him, and I'm sure they must have, as any good trial consultants, broken down a lot of how he handles cases, right? Because it's one thing to handle a hated client. It's another thing to handle somebody who's not hated, all right, and all. It's a whole different ball game. And we all saw this already. But by the way, Bob, we're still. I don't know if they were having trouble still getting the case in Georgia, picking that jury.
Which case is that?
Oh yeah, they are. The other one we talked about the other day with the former prosecutor Jackie Johnson.
Oh boy, I don't know, man. I can't wait to see the evidence in that case, Linda. Those kind of cases, though, I guess maybe it's the former prosecutor. May get me a little nervous because there's such discretion that prosecutors have. I hope they got a solid case there because that would send a real chilling effect to prosecutors throughout the country if it was a BS case.
Right. By the way, they've got sound. So they're fixing to come back, just so you all know.
Before we do that, and we mentioned this case out of Brunswick, Georgia. Remember, Bob, we were talking about the different jurors and the selection process and some of the quotes that were made. This is one of my favorites. This was a woman who decided that this was some sort of witch hunt, but also decided that, let me see if I can get the exact phrase here, that all attorneys are jerks and arrogant. So that was.
I mean, honestly, how do you do what it is that we do by not being a jerk or arrogant? Yeah.
Well, honestly, you at least have to be confident, So
it takes. Look, I literally teach a course. It's called the Warrior Spirit. That's the name of the course of how to be a good trial lawyer. You need the warrior spirit. It is not a genteel place to be.
It's an adversarial process.
It's an adversarial process by definition.
Okay, here we go.
We labeled this Justice Serve ASAP Rocky Trial Attorney Battle Royale. Choose your fighter.
Mr. Lomax finished, and Mr. Tacopina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about one man's jealousy, lies, and greed. And that man is not Rakim. That man's Terrell Ephron, or you've heard the name Relli. He is the source of all the evidence in this case, all of it. That the prosecution is going to rely on, he's the source of all the evidence. The two assaults you're going to hear about in this case were both committed by this Relli. Both. All the evidence comes through his mouth. Every single piece of evidence for you to decide these charges comes through his mouth. This case rises or falls on his credibility. The videos you saw without his testimony proves absolutely nothing. You need to believe his testimony and his version of events from the video for these charges to be proven. The last thing the district attorney said on his opening statement to you was, don't leave your common sense at the door or use your common sense, something like that. Please don't leave your common sense at the door. I implore you to use your common sense in this case. Look, I will address the credibility of Relli in great detail later, what the evidence will show. But first, let me begin explaining the purpose of an opening statement, what we do here. Opening statements are really lawyers giving you a preview of how we believe the evidence is going to show you, come in. How it will unfold in this case, but it's more than that, actually. It's a promise to you. It's a promise from us to you. It's a promise that what we say is going to be proven is actually proven. And it's not like one of those politician promises. You know the politician promises, right? If you vote for me, I'll lower taxes, I'll make it safe, unemployment will go down, all those great things that politicians promise, and then based on those promises, you vote. And then you hope they fulfill those promises. Not here. Here, both sides make promises to you right now. You get to see if we fulfill those promises, and then you vote. That's the difference. Ladies and gentlemen, you represent the state of California, the people of the state of California. It's an awesome burden. And there's no greater service a citizen of this country can do than serve in the military or do what you're being asked to do right now. Stand in judgment of another person in a matter of such great importance. It's an incredible burden to bear. But that's why the 16 of you were chosen. There were 106 people here. You made the cut because you all, and even the alternates, assured us that you could carry out that burden fairly, impartially, without bias, without a closed mind. Listen to the evidence carefully before rendering your decision, you promised. And to base your decision only on the evidence. Not some preconceived notions stemming from the nature of this case or what you may have read or heard.
This is entirely arguable.
There's one.
But just on facts. And to abide by the basic tenets of our Constitution, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and a presumption of innocence. And they're not mere technicalities, instead they're the backbone of this country. A person is presumed innocent, the judge straight told you. And it means he is in fact innocent. Until and unless the prosecution proves otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt, the judge will give you the law later at the end of the case. But it's a doubt that will cause you to hesitate in a matter of importance in your own life. I submit to you the decision you make in this case, at the end, will be the most important decision in the life of Rakim Mayers and his family. And I'm confident that if you apply the standard and hold the prosecution to the burden of proving each and every element of both counts, beyond that doubt, the reasonable doubt, this will work out. And that's why the 16 was one as jurors. Look, this is serious business, and I just want to tell you one last thing before we dive in. I just think some jurors, some people when they become jurors forget. No one here is going to, both sides are not going to ask you to do anything you don't do in your everyday life. No one's gonna ask you to do anything when you're assessing credibility, when you make determination of credibility. Nothing you don't do in your everyday life. Whether someone's telling the truth, whether they're lying, whether they're mistaken. Just from your everyday life experiences, you'll be the best jurist possible. There is no magic formula, there is no elixir, and as you now know, there is no jury school. Use your God-given common sense in looking at this evidence. I know that package of this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Joe Tacopina, along with Sarah Kaplan and Chad Siegel. I have the absolute honor and privilege to represent Rakim Mayers, known globally as A AP Relli. The evidence will show you that Rocky was a self-made man, risen from the most humble beginnings to extraordinary successes, through work, dedication, and artistic
Your Honor,
brilliance.
this argument is also irrelevant. Overruled.
Here's two.
What is said in opening statement is not evidence. What is evidence is what can be proven. Sometimes things are said in opening statement that cannot be proven and are not proven. Sometimes they are. That's what this case will be about.
Remember my promises, because I'll remember theirs. When we talk in a few weeks on closing statements. I remember the DA put up a slide in the opening. It's from Harlem, a picture of him and Rihanna. Talked about when he was a teenager. I want to do the same thing. You'll hear he was born in Harlem, like they said. He was raised in poverty.
Your Honor.
You'll hear that
Your Honor, the same objection.
There's three.
Three was my number.
You
Yeah,
hear
that was
about
mine
his
too.
upbringing, his mother and his siblings, and how he overcame. Overcame with hard work, with dedication, and with talent.
Mr.
Rocky is not only a...
I do want you to stick to what you, the evidence will show.
Yes, sir. I do believe the evidence will show that, but I'm going to get deeper into these facts. But what the evidence will also show is he's not only a celebrated artist and a fashion icon, he's a man who raised a beautiful family. That's the district attorney put up the picture of his significant other.
Your Honor.
Just you got to get to the facts.
You're going to hear the stark contrast in two individuals. Rocky on one side, Terrell Ephron on the other side, known as Relli. He represents a very different narrative. The evidence will show you that this Relli presents himself to the world as a wealthy, successful man. I saw a slide that he's a recording artist, businessman. He wants a very lavish lifestyle on social media. He poses with luxury goods.
Your Honor, the same objection. None of this is evidence.
Evidence will show you
That's
this.
five?
None of this is
four.
evidence. There's no
Yeah.
evidence on both sides. Posting pictures of himself with large sums of cash and whatnot. It's fraud. He is all about a money grab. The truth is far different. And you're going to see this extravagant lifestyle that this really flaunts is nothing more than a fraud, built on not on success and hard work, but upon criminal activity. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is all about money. I've said it once, twice, I'll say it a few more times. The evidence will show you it's nothing more than a money grab, nothing more. A clear attempt at extortion by Relli, so he could keep funding this extravagant lifestyle of his that he presents to the world. You're going to see the only reason we're in this courtroom is because Rocky would not agree to be a victim of another one of his crimes. That's why we're here. Because Rocky said, here's some money. We're not here. He doesn't go to the police. And even after he went to the police, if Rocky gave him money, we're not here. It's not about justice, it's about money for him. Period, end of story. And I will show you that. The evidence will make clear that Relli is trying to leverage a fabricated story to extract money from Rocky, using lies to support these claims. The evidence will show you that Relli is a blatant perjurer, someone who takes an oath, and despite that oath lies. The The evidence will show you, and you will see him commit perjury right before you in this court. And you'll see how important that is in this case. Because the evidence will show that despite all the evidence they claim to have, all of it, and I mean all of it, will rise and fall on the word of Relli and his credibility. Period. End of story. You will see if you can't believe him, the prosecution's case fails. Now let's walk you through the events leading to the incident of November 6th, 2021, which is that part of this case. But to do that, we have to start a few years back. From Relli's own testimony, that was the catalyst for this incident. His resentment, from his own testimony, his resentment was the catalyst for this incident, and his animosity towards Rocky. The evidence will show you that Relli met Rocky when he was in high school in Harlem. They were both part of that creative and artistic conglomerate called ASAP, which now you know means always strive and prosper. Over the years, Rocky achieved more and more success in the entertainment industry at first. He maintained a friendship with Relli, unfortunate for him. He even sought to help Relli through professional collaboration. But that wasn't enough for Relli, clearly. You'll see the kind of person Relli is in this courtroom. You're going to see it. He was jealous and angry, and as Rocky rejected some of the projects he presented him, Relli's resentment grew deeper and darker. So embittered by the success achieved by Rocky, someone he once considered peer, Relli embarked on a dangerous course of action. And in November 2021, Relli's resentment towards him reached a fever pitch. After tragedy had struck another member of this ASAP group, an individual named ASAP Josh had untimely death. He passed away. Evidence will show you that Rocky stepped up, spoke to the parents and the mom, ASAP Josh, and offered to cover the cost for the funeral, bring the body back to New York and pay for the funeral. But Relli, still blinded by resentment, believed otherwise. He thought for some reason Rocky didn't agree to pay, or had agreed to pay, but they didn't actually pay. And he was furious. He went as far as to threaten physical violence against him, because he thought he didn't pay for the funeral or for the expense of flying the body back. He was wrong, because he did pay. But he went as far as to threaten physical violence. And you're going to see that for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. On October 16th, a few weeks before this incident, that you'll hear about, Relli told his friend that Rocky was a piece of shit and declared, "I'm going to beat this nigga up." Now it's funny, they showed you a lot of text messages. I didn't see that one. Did not see that one. That's the catalyst. That's weeks before this incident, when he came in hot on November 6, 2021 on Argyle. And if you fast forward only a few weeks on November 6, 2021, you'll see that. You see that Relli sought to turn those threatening words into dangerous actions. And he did. The evidence will show you that on November 6, 2021, Rocky was scheduled to attend a music festival. They put it up there called Tacopina, with two other members of the ASAP crew, Elijah Wulanga and Janelle Phillips. You now know them as ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. So in order to address Relli's resentment, because he was really mad, and have him accompany Ills and 12 to the festival, Rocky reached out to him multiple times. As a matter of fact, I think you saw a text from one of Relli's friends to Relli saying, "Hey, I think he wants you, Rocky wants you to perform at Complex Con." So Rocky was trying to get him to come. It was sort of a celebration of the ASAP crew. So Rocky, yes, he was urgently messaging him because they were late for this Complex Con. You're going to hear that from multiple witnesses. He was making them late for the show, so there were multiple messages from both 12E and Rocky. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? However, you're going to learn that although Relli, because Rocky had reached out to Relli to make plans to meet at his hotel, and you're going to learn, however, that Relli said he was staying at the Lowe's Hotel, who was in fact staying at the Lowe's Hotel, lied to Rocky and said he was staying at the W Hotel. Why? Because he wanted Rocky to think he was staying at a nicer place, according to him, which is consistent with his pattern of showing off a phony, extravagant lifestyle. But also consistent with his pattern of lying. You'll see Relli committed perjury about that exact reason. And despite Rocky's best intentions, the evidence will show you that Relli was angry when he agreed to meet Rocky that day. And that anger came to a head when he encountered Rocky on the street, outside of a parking lot, on Argyle Avenue, leading to a brief altercation that took place on the street, which you saw a clip of, a very short clip of. You'll learn that Relli claims Rocky instigated, I mean, Relli, by the way, is twice the size of him, but look at that. Relli claims that Rocky instigated the altercation, but the evidence will show you it was Relli who was the one looking for a fight. And you'll hear about Relli's day in the hours before meeting Rocky. You'll hear what happened in that day. Independent of Rocky in that day. You'll hear Relli's claim that Rocky pressed the gun through his stomach, to his chest, and his head. But the evidence, the independent evidence, the stuff that you don't need Relli's word for, will show you otherwise. Fortunately, the video evidence from the parking garage captured the incident. And that was the lie to Relli's fabricated story about that. The video will also show you who the real aggressor was here. It shows you that Relli approached Rocky and reached out first. It was Relli who made the first physical contact. You can see this. The DA said that Rocky was the aggressor. There's a video there. It also shows that what followed was a very quick scuffle, again, you saw it, with Relli making physical contact and pulling Rocky towards him. Not Rocky pushing Relli, who outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Not Rocky pushing Relli, but Relli pulling Rocky. The DA said in his opening, he said that Rocky was pushing Relli. You know who else said Relli was pulling Rocky? Relli said that. Relli in his statement. And when he watched the video, said, yes, I was pulling Rocky this way. That's not a good narrative. So they just changed that. But Relli has made statements about this incident. And they're stuck with those. It shows the incident was over in a matter of seconds, this videotape. And despite Relli's exaggerated claims that there was no evidence that a gun was pressed against his stomach, directed at his chest, or pointed at his head. There's none. This didn't happen. Instead, the evidence shows that Relli, again, physically much larger than Rocky was the antagonizer here. Now, all that being said, I do need to pause here for a second. I need to pause there for a second and address the very thing that serves as the basis for Relli's fabricated story. The video that you saw, the first video, shows Rocky holding an object what appears to be a gun. And Relli seized on that and manufactured his extortion claim. And we'll get to the extortion in a bit. And remember, this is a promise from me. We'll see extortion. And if I'm not good on my promise, you'll hold it against me. I want you to. The evidence will make clear that the object Relli alleged was a firearm was absolutely nothing more than a prop gun. The DA ended his opening statement saying, 12B will tell you that. He'll testify on behalf of Rocky and tell you that. Not just 12B, multiple witnesses will tell you that. Not just 12B. Multiple witnesses will tell you that that was a prop gun. You'll learn with a prop gun, also called a starter gun, a blank gun, but it's a type of fake gun. It's used in pop movies and music videos. It's also used to scare off attackers by looking and sounding like a real gun, without actually firing a live round. The evidence will show you that Rocky, obviously, I think you all know by now, was a high-profile person in the public spotlight, and he was a target. The evidence will show, in fact, that he was the victim of prior violence, which caused him to have to carry this. Victim of home invasions, victim of a stalker at that time, in November of 2021, victim of a slashing on his face, which he still carries with him today. It's
Your Honor, there's been no parole.
Tacopina
Rocky was
is
advised
disgusting.
by security to carry a prop gun to scare off potential attackers. Rocky, and by the way, folks, listen to this one. Rocky was licensed to possess firearms and licensed to carry firearms in November of 2021. He was licensed by the state of California. He could have legally had his own firearm. He didn't want to carry a real gun, though. Despite his ability to do so legally, he didn't want to carry a real gun. For fear that he would either injure someone or himself.
Joe's getting obscene.
Again,
Moving around.
that
7
he didn't
objections.
hide a gun, carrying a legal gun. He was licensed to carry a gun in this state. So you're going to learn that in July 2021, a few months before the incident with Relli, Rocky was in a music video with Rihanna that had pop guns in it. The evidence will show you that Rocky took one of them, which he carried as a security measure, as he was advised to do to scare off potential attackers. And that's exactly what he tried to do with Relli on November 6, 2021. Unfortunately, you hear that Relli was not to be deterred, not scared, because Relli knew that that gun wasn't real. There will be evidence to that effect. And all of Rocky's friends knew that Rocky carried a prop gun for safety. All of them. In fact, the evidence will show you that Relli not only told Rocky as much, but he actually called Rocky's bluff and said, shoot me, knowing that he couldn't. With all this laid out, I do want to show you the video and walk you through it with respect to the first encounter. I'm going to play it once, it's quick, and then I want to show you 2 snippets.
Here you go, Bob. You get to see it.
That's Relli coming up. Okay, now, there's 2 things I want to play for you in there. The first thing is, the first person to raise a hand to anyone is Relli. You're going to see when he comes up, initially, that's him, we all agree, in those black pants coming up. First person in the video, see if he goes with his left hand. He raises his hand first. Play that one snippet, please. Boom. Do it again. Boom. He comes up with that left hand before Rocky raises his right hand. And how do you know that? Play the next clip, please. He has his hand around Rocky's neck or shoulder, and Rocky's right hand then finally comes up. Boom. This guy has his hands around Rocky's neck or shoulder before Rocky's right hand comes up. Boom. And then you heard and you saw in the video, they go backwards. Relli, again, who's much bigger, you can see that from there, said to the police, yeah, I pulled him back. I pulled him back. So they told you, oh, Rocky pushed him back. That's all Relli said. Defies sort of the laws of physics. He outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Relli pulled him back. And by the way, all the gun pointing to the head, chest, pressed against the stomach would have had to have happened within seconds of that video with that kid Ills in between them. Seconds. You saw none of that on the video. And the second encounter, after that brief altercation by the parking garage, Relli was angry and out of control still, and he wouldn't stop. The evidence will show you that those three guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, walked away. They walked away. There was a map put up here. I don't have one of those, but it was nice. It was a map showing where the first thing happened, and then there's a block, and then walk around the block where the second thing happened. That guy followed them around two corners. Around two corners, pursuing them. He hadn't had enough, apparently. They were walking away from him, trying to get away from him. He pursued them around two corners. And the evidence will show you that those guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, tried to get away from him. They tried. You'll hear that, although Relli claimed that Rocky had a real gun, now, Relli not only continued to follow the guy with a real gun, but he followed and yelled at them, and berated them, and told the Ills, you're a crackhead. And told Twelby, you live in the projects, you're not successful like me. And told Rocky, you're a bitch. So the guy who supposedly pulled a real gun on him, and now apparently someone else has a knife too, and they're running away from him, he's chasing them, antagonizing them, bragging about his own successes. You'll listen to Relli's story about that, ladies and gentlemen. You get to assess the credibility. Because it will continue to unravel. The story will continue to unravel. Even the police questioned him. Why would you continue to follow Rocky after he supposedly pulled a real gun out on you? Said the police to Relli. And you'll hear Relli's answer to the police. I don't know. That was the answer. I don't know. I promise you that answer is going to change in this courtroom. That's what he said initially when asked. And of course he didn't know. He had to say, I didn't know why I followed him. Because he couldn't tell the police the truth that he knew Rocky's gun was a prop gun. Because that wouldn't work for his narrative. One that could actually shoot him. And because he was aware of that fact, Relli continued his aggression. You'll hear that Relli was so angry that he was ready to hit Twelby, according to Relli. You'll hear that he was so angry that he hated Ills, according to Relli. You'll learn that when Relli finally caught up with him around two corners, on the corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar, his anger and hatred came to a boiling point, and he attacked his kid Ills. Attacked him. And make no mistake about this, the evidence will show you, Relli was the aggressor there as well. And Rocky, again, significantly smaller than Lee, fired that prop gun, that starter gun, which makes sounds just like a real gun. That's the purpose of it. He fired it twice, hoping the sound would be enough to scare off Relli and protect Ills. Wrong. Relli didn't stop. He didn't stop because he knew it was a prop gun, but he didn't stop. And the evidence will show you that after Rocky fired those two warning shots with that prop gun, car alarms went off. Because there was that big parking lot right there where they were. Car alarms went off. I'm sorry that you guys are here. It's hard to look everywhere. So Twelby being sort of sound mind, told Rocky, hey, listen, man, get out of here. The car alarms are going off now. People are going to start coming. Rocky obviously is a public figure, and now people are going to have their attention drawn to this. Get out of here. Rocky listened. He persuaded Rocky to leave the scene. 12B said, I'll check on Ills, because Ills was having a rough go of it. Ills is smaller than Rocky. And really was pummeling. You're going to hear about how Ills' face looked after this encounter. It was a hot mess. So you'll hear a different story from Relli. He claims he grabbed him, Ills, as a human shield. A human shield. Funny, Ills didn't get shot. But he was the human shield. Evidence will show you that's just another lie. It's another lie. The evidence will show you that. You'll see that Relli knew the proctor couldn't hurt him, first of all. Second, you're going to see that Relli wasn't hiding behind.
Guys, wake me up
Ills
when this
or
is
under Ills.
done. I want to continue with my
In
night.
fact, in the video, if you look carefully, we'll show you, you'll see that Relli's on top of Ills, as they're on the floor, on top of him. Punching. And even after Rocky left the scene, listen, even after Rocky left the scene and ran, the evidence will show you that Relli continued to attack Ills. A witness will walk you through that. That sort of is a problem for them. I mean, this guy was claimed he was shot at one point, and he is still attacking the guy that he started with before there was any warning shots fired. He's still attacking, not to be deterred by any starter pistol or real bullets from him. The DA played you a video here that had that sound. There was a little box in the bottom that had sound. There were pop. That video was called the sequence surveillance video. The district attorney played on the roll. Funny part about that video is that they cut out that last part of the video. We'll play the full part. But the part where Ills goes back and attacks, Relli goes back and attacks Ills. They cut that part of that video out. It's not on that sequence surveillance video. They cut out those last 3-4 seconds. That's a problem. Now, this altercation, like the first one around the corner, was also captured on video, but as you saw, that thing is not clear. And I saw some pictures up here earlier. It looked like aliens or something. But it's not clear. But you can make some things out. But even Relli in his testimony said, I really can't tell what happened in that video. So we have to go on his word now. And although the video captured that incident, that was less than half a minute, not particularly clear, the evidence will make clear what happened there. The evidence will. Relli physically attacked Ills. Rocky tried to use a prop gun to defend him. And with that, I want to walk you through that video the best we can. We'll play it first. And you notice the drill leader's at the corner. Up here. Focus on here they come. There's Rocky. There's 12B. Then Ills comes and he's following. You see him go right after Ills, Relli. And that's when Rocky fires the warning shots. There's Ills on top. Relli on top of Ills, punching him. That's Ills going down to the ground. Rocky's gone. 12B's about to be gone. And watch. There goes Relli back after Ills. And then he goes away after he hits him again. Ills eventually caught up with 12B and Rocky. His face was basically busted open. Do you have the clips to play? Small ones? Let's do that again. So I'm going to play broken down little clips. The first one is then all being followed. Upper right hand corner again, guys. All being followed by Relli. Three of them trying to get away. First Rocky, then 12B, then Ills. And Relli's still coming hard. And you'll get to see this as many times as you want later. The second one is Relli on top of hills on the ground, is that right? Yeah. Let's see if I can help here. Hold on, can I stand up here for a second?
Actually, Alex is going to get we have a pointer in the courtroom,
Oh,
and he's going to get it.
all right.
So, yeah, you can stand where you want to stand, but in a little while, Alex will bring up the pointer, and you can use it, or Mr. Lewin can use it, or Mr. Loma can use it, or Mr. Siegel can use it.
All right, so not to hold everyone up, I'm just gonna go forward here right now, okay? All right. Can you go back again, guys? This is the clip where you see Relli, and you get to see it later. Relli, big guy, on top of that little guy Ills, on top of him, not using him as a shield. Watch. Go ahead. There's Relli, that's Ills down, and Relli on top of him. Look at him. He's not worried about a shield. He's going after him. And then the last clip is, are we playing that last clip too? Take a look at it. It's after Rocky's gone, Relli continues his pursuit of Ills. This poor little kid. There. And he hits him again before he peels off. He goes to the left to hit Ills, and then he goes to the right. There's also a witness that unfortunately, Rocky's attempt to scare off Relli didn't have the intended effect, obviously. Instead, Relli continued his attack on Ills, and then hatched his extortion plan.
Did you
What
hear that?
we learned is that Relli returned to that scene an hour later. He returned to the scene an hour later. And he attempted to fabricate evidence, ladies and gentlemen. This is some offensive stuff. It's going to be crystal clear to you. He attempted to fabricate evidence. You hear Relli's claim that he came back to the area an hour later with his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, and that while they were there, he quickly found 2 shell casings that Rocky fired right there. He picked them up, and he found them. And then he videotaped them. An hour later, you will see that story fall apart so hard. Why? Because the evidence will show you that well before Relli returned to the area, 7 police officers, like a SWAT team, 7 police officers arrived at that same spot. They responded to the scene and carefully searched every inch of that area. I could not believe what I heard on the opening statement. Oh, the police didn't know where to look. Police searched the exact same spot where Relli claims he picked up the bullets. Not close to it, not near it, the exact same spot. Thank God there's videotapes. There's a body cam from the police where they were searching, and there's a surveillance video that you see here that captured Relli coming back an hour later. Exact same spot. So, we're playing it now?
That's pretty devastating, I think.
Show me. So this is where the police are. This is back. The police are searching with flashlights. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 right there right now. There were 7, there's another one here. This is where the alleged tussling was with Relli and Ills. Rocky's here, Twelby's here. Here's the corner they came around. So this is where the shots, yeah, very high tech, Your Honor. This is where the shots were.
Like, easy on the screen.
This is where the shots were discharged according to Relli, right here. Okay, right here. Look at where they're searching. This is where Relli, as he comes back an hour later and picks it up. And here's the landmark. Look, this is the corner. that they all came around.
I didn't know that,
Right
Michael. That's
here.
pretty
And this is where
devastating,
it all
seems to
started.
me.
And here,
And he's
there's
teeing
that
it up for
opening
the
right here. You see
extortion.
this big orange and red, whatever this thing is here?
Right.
Look at the picture below. Okay. That thing there is that thing here. That opening here, this is a big orange thing. I mean, you can't really see this well here. You'll be able to take these with you later. This is that orange thing.
And the fact the
Go back up
prosecution
again,
didn't
guys.
show the last
Down to
4
the other
seconds of the video,
This is
they
that
didn't
orange
go
thing.
through this with the
Directly
police
across the few feet
officers
there is where
in their opening.
they're searching.
Yep.
Go down. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. You know what that is? That's really an elevator. According to the police, they captured that surveillance video. That's an hour later, coming back to retrieve the bullets in the exact same spot at the, go ahead up. The cops were searching with a flashlight. The cops weren't there looking for, they didn't know what. The cops were there looking for shell casings because they were called in for shots fired. So, what the police officers searching that scene found were no shell casings, no bullet fragments anywhere, and they were there. 7 officers with flashlights searching everywhere. No shell casings, no bullet fragments, no damaged property. Understand, there was a parking lot full with cars right across from where this alleged shooting was, real ones, right? Not a window broken, a tire popped, a dent in a piece of metal. No damage to any vehicle at all. Absolutely no sign of a real gun being fired, as one of the police officers on the scene said. I repeat that. One of the police officers on the scene said, there's no evidence of a gun being fired.
Pretty devastating that the police don't find anything.
They're gonna ask you
An
to
hour
believe
later,
Relli,
picks up 2 bullet casings.
Magical.
who miraculously found
Right.
them in the dark
That's
an hour later,
the
after 7
story he's laying out.
trained officers with searchlights in the same exact spot, couldn't find them.
I
So
didn't hear
much for the officers
prosecution
didn't know where to
opening.
look. They were right in the same spot. So, for that matter, although Relli is going to claim his girlfriend was there with him, because that is a corroborating witness that can back his story up, right? When he found those shell casings an hour later, the video evidence in this case will show otherwise. That she wasn't with him, unless she's a ghost. That she wasn't with him. Thank God for those surveillance videos. So what did Relli first do with the videos he made of the shell casings? Did he go to the police? No, he didn't contact the police. Instead, he sent them to Rocky and Rocky's manager and said, I'm going to be rich. That was his first thought.
Here it is.
I'm going to be rich.
We had it first.
I mean, here's someone who basically claims he was shot. That was the initial story, shot. He miraculously recovered the evidence from the crime scene that the police couldn't find. And he didn't go to the police. His first thought was, I'm going to be rich. Well, the evidence will show you that Relli committed perjury about those messages. He actually texted a message meaning, I'm going to be rich. He said, I'm going to be itch at one point. But he said, oh, I didn't mean rich when I said itch. I meant irritable. Okay, because itch and irritable is not very close. And when you type in itch, sometimes it's both itch and irritable. It's just one line after the other. He testified at an early hearing in this case, under oath. And you'll learn shortly after sending those messages to Rocky and to his business manager, you're going to learn that Relli sent another message to his business partner, to Relli's business partner, saying, I want to get this nigga's money. That's what was on his mind, not his near-death experience. Oh my God, how did he even survive that scrape on his knuckles? Not running to the police to arrest the culprit. No. Texting everyone, I'm gonna get rich, I'm gonna get his money. That's all he cared about. The evidence will show you that Relli fabricated these shell casings in order to extort Rocky. Right from the outset, right from the get-go. And why did he think he could get away with that? Why? Because Relli didn't know that the police had already returned within minutes of the sounds and the incidents there and searched the scene. He didn't know that. Of course, they didn't find anything. We talked about that already. There was no actual shooting because there was no real gun. There was no evidence of a shooting because there was no real gun. And that's why that same night, in response to Relli's text to Rocky texts him, if I shot you, go to the police. They didn't show you that text though. Showed you a bunch of texts between Relli and Rocky that night. They didn't show you that text. Rocky saying, go to the police. Yeah, because someone who really shoots someone and is guilty said, yeah, go to the police. Rocky texted him at that point. But of course, he didn't go to the police. That was not on his mind. You'll hear what he thinks of the police, this Relli. After his immediate efforts to extort Rocky failed, because he just wanted to get rich, he wanted to get that, his money, as he said. When it didn't work, he said, okay, you better go get a civil lawyer. After he tried on his own to get the money, let me go get a civil lawyer to try and get money out of Rocky. And you'll hear that because the civil lawyer would only take his case if he went to the police. Relli then went to the police 2 days later. 2 days after the incident, he finally goes to the police. And you'll learn of the inconsistent statements he made to the police because he couldn't keep his story straight. It is all over the place. You'll hear this ridiculous claim like the one about him being shot. You saw that picture. The supposed proof of him being shot, the knuckle scrapes, the superficial knuckle scrapes across his knuckles, which are consistent with him doing what you see in the video, attacking somebody, attacking hills. That did not look like that. But attacking somebody and punching and scraping the knuckle on the ground. What kind of bullet does that? Hits one knuckle, bounces down, hits another knuckle, and bounces down again. I mean, it's ridiculous that he said that. He got shot. That was his first story. Now you hear the back off, way off that thing now. You'll hear his ridiculous claim about that injury, that it was a gunshot wound that required medical attention, he first said. Of course, now the DA just said to you, oh, you don't have to decide at the end of this case if you got shot or not. You don't have to decide. Don't worry about it. Not that easy. Not that easy. You do have to decide because his credibility is at issue here. You have to decide if he was lying, if he was embellishing, if he was making up a story to get money. So if he says he got shot, and you find he didn't get shot, you do have to decide that. Relli at this very moment has a civil lawsuit against Rocky, seeking millions of dollars. Okay? $30 million.
There you go.
For the knuckle scrape.
There we go. Joe Tacopina just said it. Michael Bryant.
Not money. Not justice.
We had it first that he was going to advance $30 million.
He also claims that he has a permanent disability from the knuckle scrape.
That's a boom. Yeah, Missy, you want to retweet our tweet from yesterday, today, saying we had that exclusive.
Disability. You're going to see an Instagram video of him with that permanent disability, showing his manicured hand, turning it around with his Rolex watch on. Permanent disability. It is offensive to a different level. He even claims he went from necessary medical treatment for his injury to a hospital. But not here in LA, where he was shot. He waited all the way from California to New York to go to a hospital many days later, after getting a civil lawyer and being told by the detective in this case. Really, you should go to the hospital, not to make sure you're not gonna die, not to make sure you don't lose use of your hand, not to make sure your knuckles heal. The detective said, you should go to the hospital for this case. The detective, it's gonna be undisputed, told Relli, go to the hospital for this criminal case. Do you think they're trying to build a case here? Is that what we do? We instruct victims to go to the hospital to make it look better? Those scrapes are no more proof of a real gunshot than those shell casings that the 7 officers did not find are. And what else did the police not find after Relli turned in the shell casings over to them, finally, after walking around from God knows where for 2 days? What else did the police not find? You'll hear that the police, despite examining them for fingerprints, didn't find Rockies on them. Those bullets, metal, capture prints. So if someone loads a bullet into a gun, got prints are going on that. Not Rockies. Now, the shell casings apparently had no fingerprints on them whatsoever. As if someone who claimed to find them after the fact wiped them completely clean. And what else wasn't found on those shell casings? Rocky's DNA. They took samples, the police did, of Rocky's DNA for the purpose of comparison. They took his DNA to compare with the bullets. Zero. Nothing. Never connected to the shell casings. As I mentioned, he was licensed to carry and possess firearms. You'll learn that he legally possessed firearms, which in fact were recovered from his home. So that whole bunch of pictures, he had firearms legally in his home. No problem. Police did a search, they recovered them. No problem with the police. The evidence will show you that none of those firearms recovered were 9mm caliber, because he didn't have one. You'll learn that the 9mm caliber of the shell casings that Relli claims to have recovered from the scene are exactly the type of gun that Rocky didn't possess or own. You'll hear, and you heard from their opening, that there was a single magazine containing 9mm ammunition in his home. And you'll learn that belonged to his manager, Lewin, who will tell you, who will be here and testify why that was his. He also was licensed. Most importantly, though, when it comes to this little issue of the bullets recovered by Relli, that didn't have Rocky's fingerprints, that the police missed, and all that stuff, and the 9mm ammunition recovered in Rocky's home, that one magazine, 5 bullets or whatever, most importantly, you're going to learn that the shell casings were completely different than the ones that Relli said he found at the scene gate.
Hey, Bob,
Completely different.
sorry to hide.
You'll learn that the 9mm ammunition in Rocky's home was a brand called Sig Sauer, and the Relli shell casings that he claimed to have found at the
Just
scene
tweeted it if you want to repost it.
were a brand called Federal. I'm going to show you the difference. I'm going to show you the pictures. This is the one in the house. That's that magazine that they recovered with a few bullets in it. That was Lou Evans. This says SIG. Whoever. I can't see nothing now, so can you zoom back a little bit? SIG SAUGER or something like that.
Hey, Bob, can you hear me?
How was it say?
Yeah.
What?
If thanks
Luger.
for stopping by, we know you got
SIG,
it.
SIG.
Thanks, man.
SIG Luger. The ones at the scene are these from Relli. FC, which stands for Federal Cartridge. Completely different brand, completely different bullet. Those are the ones from the house.
The judge
That belong to someone else who
overruled
testified here.
Lewin so much, Joe's getting to make a closing
Those are the
statement.
ones that Relli claims to have found at the scene. They're different bullets altogether.
The bullets are different, the $30 million,
So
the
much for that
cartridges
big
weren't
reveal
there, the police
On the
search.
opening, they didn't show you that, no. They didn't show you the comparison of the bullets. Just the
No
magazine.
wonder they offered 180
Bullets, I
days.
know. Different bullets. In the end, you'll see that all the objective evidence in this case relied on by the prosecution to support a shooting rises and falls, and I mean falls, on the word and credibility of Relli, who is a proven criminal and perjurer. Those shell casings he claims to have found, the superficial scrapes he claims is a gunshot wound. The video himself that he even claims he can't make out clearly. We have to rely on his rendition of only. Because without his rendition, you get nothing from any of this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your job to win this trial to evaluate the evidence. To look at every single piece of evidence they present to you, the prosecution, and ask yourself, does that pass the smell test? I remember Mr. Lewin, every time he stood up in jury selection, said, possibility? Did we say possibility? No, no possibility. No possibility. The word possible is not part of this trial, he said to you. Remember that. This case is not about possible. It doesn't pass the smell test, and you have to ask yourself that. Does it? Or do you have a doubt about a piece of evidence that's really the focus here when you consider the charge in this case? There are two charges. The first charge is assault with a semi-automatic fire gun in this case. No, actually I said that wrong. It's an assault with a semi-automatic firearm. That's the first count. Both counts of that, actually. The first one is the altercation in front of the parking garage. The second for the altercation around the corner. 2 counts. To prove those 2 counts, they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt 2 things. 1, Rocky possessed a real gun.
No, this sounds like that.
Okay.
7,
The judge will give you the law. He's right. The judge will give you the law at the end of this, what needs to be proved.
that's 7. 7 or 8, I can't tell.
I made the objection, is anything right?
And you were right too on that one. They won't be able to meet that burden in this case. When the judge gives the law, you'll see the 2 things that have to be proved. It's not even close. I'm higher on that. The objective evidence in this case, independent of Relli, just is not there. There are no gunshot wounds, no evidence of actual gunfire as officers at the scene, no shell casings found at the scene. When the police arrived,
This sounds again like pure argument.
evidence will show you there was no property damage, no fingerprints,
It's like
no
number 8.
linking Rocky to anything. And that's because what Rocky had was a prop gun. Either that, or he's the luckiest man to ever walk the face of this earth. What is real in this case wasn't a gun, but Relli's attempt to extort Rocky. That is real. Out of millions of dollars, and using this criminal case as a windfall in his civil one. And folks, and going back to what I first said to you, my promise, it's a promise to you. And I wouldn't be doing this so emphatically if I weren't sure.
That's all I mean, it's just proper.
Number 9.
You will see, the evidence will show you hard evidence
We're up to 9,
of an
Michael Bryant.
extortion in this case,
You're not there.
and perjury to try and cover it up. Hard evidence of an extortion in this case, the evidence will show you, and perjury to try to cover it up. The evidence will show you Relli's understanding in that regard, that if Rocky's found guilty here, he automatically has liability in the civil case and gets money. Lots of money.
That's absolutely.
Number
wrong.
10.
Look, it's trivial stuff.
Relli's understanding.
Counsel continues to
Stop.
make whatever.
Stop.
objections-
No speaking objections. Stop. Disregard anything about the consequences of whether Mr. Mayers is or is not convicted in this case. The consequences have no bearing on any decision that you have to make, and you're going to be given a jury instruction to that effect.
Thank you. Anyway, it's been Relli's endgame from the start. you're gonna hear some of the absolute worst things come out of his mouth when it comes to this case, this criminal case, I mean, and how much he truly cares about this case and what he was willing to do through this case for money. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is over. You'll see that Rakim Mayers case at Rocky's innocent. He's not only not guilty, he's innocent. And when we stand up here for our closing arguments in a couple of weeks, we'll talk about how the evidence shaped up. You'll see that for Relli, it was never about justice, ever. It's about a man seeking to profit from a fabricated narrative, using false.
I didn't hear. Read that,
It's about a man seeking profit from a fabricated narrative.
Michael Bryant, while you're away, 10 objections. 2 of them were sustained. I think I won my over-under.
That Rocky has absolutely nothing to hide here. He's a man.
Michael Bryant, while you're away, 10 objections.
Success through passion, valor, and hard work. He stands in stark contrast to this no. You'll see Kate stand next week and lie to you over and over again, trying to destroy Rocky for his own financial gain. He's a parasite who wants you to help him get his payday. But ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this case, after all you've seen and heard, all the evidence and cross-examination, all the things I promised you today, I will ask at your hands for a verdict of not guilty for Rakim Mayers. It's the only verdict consistent with justice. It is the only verdict consistent with fairness.
10 objections and 11th one
Folks, I
attempted.
want to take a 10-minute break, and I want counsel to remain in place. Folks, please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes before 3. And please don't discuss the case. Amongst yourselves or anybody else.
So, Michael, can you hear me? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Hey,
Michael Bryant.
yeah, I was
10
counting.
objections,
I counted 10 objections and $30 million. I
10
counted.
objections. The 11th one was attempted at the very end when he called the alleged victim a parasite, but didn't go through. Joe kept barreling right
That's all
through
right.
it. All right. I think I won the over-under. 2 of them were sustained. Okay. One was on the.
Well, and the judge didn't blow up until the very end. So
Well, yeah, that was he's going to go to jail, yeah, for the rest of his life or something like that. And then there was one earlier that was sustained. But I think what do I win for my over/under? Do I get a mug?
nothing.
Do I get another mug?
No, you already got 2
Nothing?
mugs. That's it. That's the limit.
Nothing?
So I'm guessing. I mean, it's only they got an hour and 20 before the end of the day there. So I'm guessing, unless there's some law in motion, or the judge just says, "Hey, it's Friday. Let's start in fresh with witnesses on Monday." Unless that happens, I think we're going to see a witness.
Well, except that I think the prosecution may come back. You know, they got batted down on the first 6, so they kind of like were the first 7, and they were then kind of like quiet, and then they started at the end. But I'll tell you what, I think Joe Tacopina got to give a closing statement. Now, I know some of our viewers were impressed because part of it was you couldn't hear very well. You couldn't hear the prosecution very well.
It's very echoey. Yeah.
Yeah, and he is standing behind a lectern. You stand on a podium. He's standing behind a lectern. It's a very strange system. You heard that there. But he got everything in there. And we had it right. We told you yesterday that we had bombshell testimony that was going to come out, a bombshell opening statement, that $30 million double extortion scheme tried twice, according to what the defense would advance, to extort money from, and it was a money grab. We told you that yesterday. And what were we asked instead? Oh, you mean, are you going to be talking about the starter pistol? No, because sometimes, as I just tweeted, little podcasts can get it right and can get scoops and can get sources and can get and go after stuff to try to find what a defense will be. And we had it right. And there it was. And Joe, I think he brought it home, right? I mean, how can the police search all that area and not find anything?
And that's the other part, because the extortion in and of itself is bad. But when you compare and you pair that up with the cops found no shell casings, but an hour later, Relli goes back and finds shell casings with the ghost girlfriend who is apparently going to
legal grounds,
testify she was
but
there
don't
when the
explain
video
to me
evidence is
why.
otherwise.
Oh, here we go. What's
Stand
happening
by.
here?
Page?
Yes,
Okay, all right,
Ten.
10. What? Does it relate to his opening statement?
My co-counsel got up, he gave a legal opening statement. He didn't argue.
Hard to hear the judge.
Outside of what he was supposed to discuss. Counsel got up, and he basically gave an argument charge that I know it, the court knows it, he knows it. The problem is.
I think there's an objection to Joe's opening statement as being
Yeah,
argued.
Lewin is just whining that it was an argument.
Well, you know, you objected, you got overruled 8 times.
I watched as he continued to argue one after the other. I just want to make sure, there were several things that he said about what the evidence didn't show. So for instance, he testified how bullets capture prints, and there should have been bullets on that gun. Well, as far as I know.
You mean prints?
Prints on, excuse me, prints on the cases, prints on the.
Oh, he's been picky. You should have said this.
He repeatedly called the victim in this case, quote, a proven criminal and perjurer. Now here's the problem. Last time I checked, has he made a motion as to what, if any, conduct the court is going to allow? It's absolutely
The court
improper.
allowed it. There were objections. The court allowed it.
Can you imagine, just imagine for a moment, if he had gotten up and made aspersions about what happened to, for instance, the defendant in Sweden without having brought it up to court's attention. I counted 10 different times when he called the victim a perjurer. At least 5 times when he talked about how he was a proven criminal. Unless I missed it, Your Honor, where did he get the court's permission to be able to introduce that evidence? As the court remembers, I said yesterday to counsel in the court, all that I ask is if there's an area that you're going into that is not absolutely clear, you approach and you make sure you can do it. So, Your Honor, it's not just a disrespect to me, to my co-counsel, it's a disrespect to the court. Because he is
Oh, we're
basically
going to argue
decided,
disrespect to the
I'm
court?
gonna say
The
whatever
court
I want about
overruled
and
8
I
of
don't
the
care
objections.
whether it's going to be allowed by the court. And the problem is,
I see your point.
okay.
Why are you telling me now?
Well, Your Honor, I objected during, why am I telling you this now? Very simply. I objected during his opening.
Right.
The court's position, it's clear to me, the court understands that much of what he said was objectionable. The court said, I'm not going to stop somebody on opening.
I'm reluctant to grant objections during opening statements, no matter who is making the opening statement, whether it's the people or the defense.
So what I'm requesting is I want the court to instruct this jury specifically and very simply, defense counsel made certain allegations. He called the victim in this case a criminal and a perjurer.
I know, I'm not going to do that. What I
Good.
will remind them is,
I'm not going to do it.
nothing that you say or any of the lawyers say is evidence. That is what I'm willing to remind them of.
See, this is what happens.
And that's
Michael.
the end of the
Lewin
issue
usually
now.
gets his way with
Once the
judges like
witnesses
this.
testify,
Judges
if you
say
think
no.
that there's an objectionable question, object, and if you're right, I'll sustain the objection in a hot second.
Understood, Your
All
Honor.
right, let's take a break. No.
He's a whiner. He's just a whiner.
No response is necessary.
Okay, all right.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This judge isn't letting him, have his way.
Well,
That's good.
Because he did. They objected 8 times. They
You
got
objected.
in
You've
front.
made your record.
Yeah.
If you feel like at some point
And
this is
the-
going to come back on you, then
And the
you
problem
have
is, the
you
problem
have
is he's a
remedies.
criminal. He is a criminal. He's good. He said the
Well-
evidence will show he's a criminal, that he's an extorter.
It's a-
Okay.
And so what Lewin is going to find during the course of the trial is that there is some corroborative evidence to support what was said at the opening statement. He wouldn't. Joe Tacopina is not just going to throw that out there and
Right.
say he's a criminal. No, that's he has a chance to prove that. He's promised his jury he will. So I have to assume he will.
Well, we told everyone last night, and I know we don't have the viewership that other networks have, but we were the only one on the internet saying that we have learned that there's a bombshell testimony in defense is going to be a charge of a $30 million extortion scheme, a money grab. And you know what? What were we asked, Michael? Are you talking about a starter pistol? No! Just because we're small doesn't mean we're not mighty. And we are mighty. And we told you that was going to happen, and that's what happened. And it
Yeah.
happened at the end. The 30
Yeah, it is.
million.
Well, that's the way it should play out because again, I really think the evidence of those shell casings magically appearing
Oh, wow.
combined with, I mean, that looks more like not just, hey, I'm going to try and take advantage of the situation as it occurred, meaning I was shot at, I did get these injuries, I'm now going to try and leverage that. No, no, no. This is, I'm building a blackmail case by falsifying evidence. That's a whole different thing. So I don't think that's going to go down well. And so now this jury is going to be getting witness testimony from people who are going to suggest that, yeah, I was with Relli. That'll be the girlfriend. Her name was Lydia Parker. I can't wait to see Lydia Parker. She's the girlfriend of Relli, who's going to say, yeah, I went back to the scene with him about, that later that night or afternoon. And yeah, I was there. Well, then the video shows she wasn't. So, I mean, I don't know if this is going to cause some, change in position by the prosecution or not, but they'll look bad, really bad.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the prosecution should, the problem is they won't give up, right? They're not, it's going to be like the Reed case. They won't get up and say, hey, wait a second. You mean to tell me you have evidence that somebody tried to get $30 million to go away? And let's say to go away, have the case go away, to be paid off is what the defense is arguing. And they have to have some basis for it. They wouldn't say it. They're not going to give up the losses.
Well, that's huge. Yeah, that's you're not hanging that out there. That's
and you're gonna bring, all of a sudden maybe the defect in the office is somebody wanted to dismiss the case and others didn't want to dismiss the case, because now we have Lewin trying to whine to the judge. Well, I made these objections. They were overruled. And I hate this.
You made the record.
The evidence. I keep telling people, judges make you do that, but all you really should say is, look, everything I said is the evidence will show it. That's the way it is. But this judge makes you say before each statement, the evidence will show.
Yeah, and that's a trick that I've used. I'm sure you've used. You can say almost anything if you preface it with the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen. You can get away with everybody who does a decent opening statement strays into the argument realm if you're good. The question is, how far can you push it? What can you get away with? And it always helps to throw in the old, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show that blah, blah, blah. So Isabella says, really going to endear yourself to the judge by telling him how to do his job. Yes. Well, Lewin is just better and smarter than anybody. Don't you know that yet? He is the best in the room, judge notwithstanding. He just comes across as such a schmarmy, arrogant guy,
Well, he wants to control it. He's not getting his way. He's not getting his way. You're going to call us and complain because I'm saying you're not getting your way? Call me, complain. You're not getting your way. You're not getting your way. If you can prove your case, prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you can't prove it, it shouldn't have been brought in the first place.
Yep. I mean, he was lucky. Lewin was lucky that the judge gave one instruction to the jury, the classic, the opening statements are not evidence, but that's it. The judge said, I'm not doing anything else. I also think, had the judge given the instruction Lewin requested, which was something like any reference to any sort of criminal record is not in evidence, I think that's reinforcing the statements that Joe Tacopina made that don't help the prosecution. If I'm the prosecution, I don't want them to say that again. I don't want the judge telling them, highlighting this criminal, conduct. So, anyway.
Well, but we got 10 objections. The 11th one attempted to be made, and then Joe just talked over it and kept going, as good trial lawyers will do. And the judge didn't say anything. The judge was like, come on.
He early on he was pausing, and Joe was just shaking his head, and then waiting for whatever reaction from the judge, and then finally he just started cruising through them.
Yeah.
And the jury doesn't like that either. We know that. The jury members don't like it, especially if you didn't object during his opening, or in this case, his partner's opening, Paulie P. Then they say, "Wait, this nice gentleman, he didn't object when you were talking. Why are you objecting while he's talking now?"
Yeah, and when I was surprised, the most thing I was because we had reported that we had sources confirming the 30, 2 sources or 3 sources or 4 sources confirming the 30 million, and this was going to be an extortion speed. We reported that, but what we didn't know about, which I hadn't heard, was the cartridges being picked up. That really goes back to the scene an hour later, not knowing the police had been there. Yeah. And the police had looked around and they said there was no evidence of a shooting here.
Yeah.
That's pretty
And there was no
incredible.
evidence even beyond the target, right? Relli, even beyond, there's no car with a blown out tire, there's no building with a bullet hole in it, nothing.
And there's no evidence that those two knuckle things are going to be shots.
You know what? I
mean,
wonder too. Do they have shot tracker? I'm not sure. In that part of LA, they might not have shot tracker. It's kind of a it's
I
a,
don't know.
it's
They
a
said
decent area.
they said a number of people called about shots
Yeah,
fired.
yeah.
They
So
only
that,
played
but
one.
again, but Joe, the defense counsel, said that he fired his starter pistol.
Right, and it sounds like a
So
regular
that
gun.
it would sound like a gun. In fact, it sounds to me like it was more a prop gun than a starter pistol. But
Right, that's what
I'm
it
sure we'll
sounds
learn
like.
more about that, because if you ever seen a starter pistol, it doesn't even have a bore in the in the end. It's just metal, flat metal,
Yeah,
because nothing
yeah.
is ever coming out of it. But a prop gun looks like a gun. It's got a bore and everything. So
Yeah. No, it was so I learned things. I mean, I wish the court had a better sound system, right?
oh my gosh, it's brutal.
Sound
Yeah.
system was absolutely brutal. But and it was pretty dramatic. It was pretty dramatic. I thought, and I thought the other thing I thought Joe did is that he spoke like he was speaking in a California courtroom. Okay,
What do you mean?
he didn't go "Arr, arr, arr,"
Oh, he
he
wasn't as
cruised at the
demonstrative?
very end. Yeah, he cruised at the very end with the 30 million. And but at the beginning when he said well, he called him Rakim Mayers wasn't going to be a victim of another crime by Relli, and I thought that was very nice, very low key, and very and then the other thing I thought was interesting was the whole idea is the prosecution objects because he mentions he lives with a very nice woman, right, very beautiful, successful woman, and they object, and then he says, Your Honor, they put the picture of him with Rihanna up in their opening statement. And you and I
So
talked
weird.
about that. Why would the prosecution have done that? It could only hurt them. And the judge, overruled.
Yeah, I thought that was weird too.
Yeah, you did it. You did it. So there you go. I see Bob had to leave us. It was nice.
He had to
when you
leave. I'm
joined
going to
us.
test something. Bear with me, okay? I want to test
Okay.
something because I think I lost my Ethernet connection, and so now it's on a Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
It looks fine to me, but I'm hearing that it's not. So just I'm going to actually
Okay, but you have been
more than
fuzzy all day. Okay, Michael's disappearing for a second. Or Michel Bryant, as Siri says. If I asked him to call Michael Bryant right now, I'd have to say, please call Michel Bryant. Siri's artificial intelligence doesn't understand that Michael just has his name spelled. But the funny part is I was calling for all of you who know me and know us, I was calling Michael, and my studio here is in my office, which is in part of the condominium that we live in. That's part of our home office. And my husband answered. So that was kind of fun. It's always fun. Yes, he said that he did, but yes, there you go. You look at K. Schmidt said, did Joe say that Relli knew the gun was fake? He said, yeah, that's why he could say, go ahead and shoot me, because he knew the gun was fake.
Of course.
And then also, was it UK or who was it that said early on, if he were really a victim, why would Relli be like chasing Rocky blocks?
Yeah, even after the fact,
Right.
even after the alleged shooting, he chases them around two corners of a big building in a block in that LA area. And these are not New York blocks. This is LA, and they're long.
Yeah.
So is this better? Is this shot better? Or am I still blurry?
Yes. Sheila Duffy said you're still blurry, right? Because you were blurry the whole. I mean,
but now
you
I am
were kind of like the videos that they were showing in court. So
well, there's a
I
blessing there
you
somewhere.
were doing it.
No, I think at some point my my internet hard line came disconnected, and so then it's basically Wi-Fi, which is not good.
Yeah.
So got that worked out. Luckily, they weren't here to see me anyway. They're here to see the trial, and
they're here to see the trial,
and you and Bob.
Oh, well, thank you very much. So any other questions we have from? Because I think we have been on for a record 4 hours and 18 minutes. I haven't left the chair. You notice how the men have left the chair.
The dog I had to get up and deal with,
and my blanket, and my I came prepared with all
to go
of
to the bathroom.
Yeah,
we've never done. Back in I've had a few studio jobs where I'm in the chair that long, but not very often. More like 2 to 3 hours. So.
Yeah, this is going to be everyone's. So I think we should do another poll, though. that we did for the prosecution opening about Joe Tacopino's, if you had to vote right now, would you vote guilty, not guilty, or undecided?
Just based on the opening statements of each
Just
side.
based on the opening statements of each side.
I mean, I think that's easy at this point.
Well, I'm not. I mean, it's very clear to me I'm not guilty, but because I was wowed.
I
by it,
certainly,
by-
I'll put it this way. I'm not saying I could vote not guilty, but that wouldn't. But I can definitely not vote guilty.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just not there yet. So
well, let's do the quick questions. Would you vote? Let's do it not guilty first. Would you vote not guilty, guilty, or undecided? Right.
yeah, or yeah, you haven't seen enough to push you over. That's what I'm getting at. So if you had to vote today, I could not vote guilty. No, I could not.
I don't think I'm going to see enough because if the testimony is going to depend on one person, and it's clear it's all his testimony. It's going to be the quote victim's testimony, and you're going to have all this other stuff, and you're not going to have anything that shows that those are bullet wounds.
And this will be very interesting. Speaking of the victim, and my theory about likability. I mean, this guy better be downright lovable.
He better be lovable. But if Joe's not going to be lovable to him, that's for sure.
He's going to have to be unflappable. He's going to be lovable and credible. And
credible.
All three. Sometimes you can be a little bit less likable, but if you're credible, it pays off. But if you had a story that's a little wobbly, they better love you.
Speaking about cases that are happening, the Georgia case, the prosecutor, Brunswick, Georgia prosecutor, Ahmaud Arbery case, that's not being televised?
It is, but they're still picking a jury.
Oh, okay. All right. Because I thought something.
Because you were at Long Crime and I was down there covering it. It's a dot of a town. So Glenn County is pulling from folks who know this case very well and have some opinions about the case. Most of them they've dismissed, early on. They began Tuesday, right, because of the holiday.
Right.
Then on Wednesday they broke for snow because there was a storm going through. So they started back again yesterday, and then they were hoping maybe to have a jury by the end of today. I have not seen whether they do or not yet.
Dizzy says that Kathy Russell from the Long Crime said it won't be telecast because I heard Brian Steele make some kind of quote today. That's what I was.
You mean like objecting to it?
Yeah, that it's not going to be telecast. Now, maybe just no one's covering it, or maybe it's not going to be televised. I don't know, but we'll find out.
It was definitely promoted. I'll put it that way.
It was definitely promoted. But here, let's put it this way: all of you who are watching, please go to my Twitter account at Kenny Baden. I should say X, my X account at Kenny Baden, KNNEYBADN, and Michael's account, The Legal Edge, also are at
Justice Serve TV,
our main account. And please retweet all the times we told you we had the bombshell boom story on this, that there's going to be a $30 million extortion plot laid out by the defense. And the
prosecution. I did exit about 22 minutes ago.
Reposted, I guess, and all. Because, let's let the little podcast sometimes get the credit. It's not always TMZ that can get the scoops. We're pretty good investigators ourselves. He's got an Emmy. I don't.
Oh, brother. Yeah, see it back there? See, it's being stolen by my skeleton.
Yeah. So now that somebody's already guessed where you're going to be.
Oh yeah, that's right. So
where are you? When is that? What date is that?
Well, Friday there's a hearing up there on the digital evidence from the SUV. As people recall, there was a lot of evidence from the SUV suggesting, if you believe the prosecution, that the vehicle is traveling backwards. And that's what would
talking about Karen.
That would account for her running into John O'Keefe and ultimately killing him. And so now somehow they've got some new software and a new expert, and they've come up with even more information from the chips that they removed from the onboard computer system, kind of like the black box in an airplane. So it's going to be a hearing, not unlike it might be a Lanigan hearing officially, to determine whether this new software is reliable, credible, and can be used to bolster the prosecution's argument. So not the sexiest part of this case for sure, but I'm looking forward to going up there, wandering around, having a couple of pops at the waterfall.
Remember, we don't have, they refuse to give us a pass.
Oh no, that's okay.
We who get
I make my own pass. I make my own pass.
A press pass. We who've had press passes, we have a press pass in you know, in New York and Center Street. We who got the scoop that no one else had, not TMZ, not Rolling Stone, not Law and Crime, not Court TV on this today, who got the scoop, we can't get a press pass there because
Well, yeah, it's
we
not real
on
media.
YouTube are
It's
not
not real media.
considered real media. Hey, you guys have to set them straight because if we're not real media, you're not real viewers. And I think you're all real
That's a
viewers.
very interesting take. Yeah, that's a very
Yeah,
interesting
and-
take.
And then pretty soon, we're also going to be coming out, hopefully, the beginning of February, with solving the murder of our ghost victim. We'll have more information on that at the end of next week. I'm still working on it, getting it all together for you, but you'll find it very interesting. Hopefully, we can meet at least once a week on that online or once every other week and try to do that along with all the other stuff. Because remember, Michael and I are still practicing law.
We got a little work to do here and there.
Just today I was.
Here, just to
today I was
remind
doing
you,
motions
we
off.
do not accept YouTube
That's us.
as a
They're not
news media organization.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
there
so
we
suck
are.
on that.
There we are. The largest. That's where jurors get their media from. They get it from on this project I was on the other day. Right? They get it from social media. That's where they get their media from. YouTube and X. There you go.
Okay, so because I had to dip out, they took another break, but are they coming back?
It was unclear to me, but the question is, are we coming back?
Yeah, well, I mean, if they're going to have a
They're on a
witness
short
today,
break. They're on a short break. Okay, so should we?
let's just hang
shall
for a
we
little
just
bit.
Hang for a little bit.
Let's just hang for a little bit in case
All
they
right,
have
so why don't
a
you talk
witness.
to? Why don't you talk to everybody who's on for the moment while I dip out for a moment?
Yeah,
okay?
go in and do something. Yes.
Okay. I'll
Okay,
be
so
back.
yeah, so we've definitely beat this case to death in the. Go ahead, go. You can go. There you go. We've beaten this case to death for the moment, with more to come. So let's talk for a minute about what's happening next week in Karen Reed, and if you have any suggestions on sites you'd like, because I'll go and record everywhere and share it, because I don't know if you know the relative positions of the bars and the home on Fairview. It's about a 5-minute drive from the Waterfall Bar to 34 Fairview. It's about an 18-minute walk, maybe a little more. And remember, this was the night where the storm was beginning, hadn't quite hit. This is going to be almost exactly 3 years from when this happened. It happened 3 years from a week from Saturday, a week from tomorrow. And this hearing's taking place a week from today on the whatever day that is. What is today? 24th? Yeah, so 25th, 26th, 27th. Yeah, it'll happen just past the 3-year anniversary of this death of John O'Keefe. So the Waterfall Bar and McCarthy's, almost kind of like right across the street from one another. So I'll spend a little time just kind of surveilling that area, bring some video to you of that relationship, because I really, as I'm watching the trial unfold, I didn't get a great sense. The aerial map, okay, it gives you a little help, but if you're on the street and you can pivot from McCarthy's bar over here to Waterfall Bar over here, the spatial orientation is important. Oh, looks like we're back. Let's go and see what the heck is happening.
So I'm just asking the court if I have a shot, am I permitted to?
What do you plan on taking the shot at him with?
I'm gonna use a new.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
All
All right,
thank you,
let's get the
Ron.
first witness on.
My first witness is Zizzo.
Did that name just dip out?
No.
Oh, cop. Okay. First responder types.
Thank you. This solemnly state that the testimony you may give in cause not pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Please take a seat in the witness stand there. And please, thank you for adjusting the microphone and state and spell your name for the record. Go ahead.
First name is Thomas, Thomas. Last name Zizzo, Zizzo.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Persloman, go ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. So would you start out by telling the jury who you work for?
Sure, I work for the City of Los Angeles Police Department.
And within the LAPD, what's your current rank?
I'm a sergeant.
Do you have a particular assignment within LAPD?
I do. I'm assigned to Southeast Area Patrol in the City of Watts. Well, part of the city is named Watts, and I work patrol there.
And prior to your assignment patrol in Southeast, were you assigned to a different station?
Yes, I was assigned to Hollywood area also in patrol.
You keep using the word patrol. Can you explain to the jurors what it means to be assigned to patrol within LAPD?
Sure. Well, patrol is the very basic function of law enforcement. If anybody were to call the police during an emergency, uniformed officers such as myself, as I'm in uniform now, would respond and meet with you and handle the emergency or respond to the emergency.
Drive around in a typical LAPD black and white patrol car?
Correct. Marked vehicle, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you working on Saturday night, November 6th, 2021, between 10 and 10:30 in the evening?
I was.
In the Hollywood division, are Saturday nights generally busier for law enforcement?
Yes, they are.
That night at around 10:20 p.m., did you respond to a 911 call?
I did.
Just so that the jury is clear, when you respond to a 911 call, can you explain to them exactly how it is you receive information from someone who would say call 911?
Sure. So it starts with the person calling for police service. That could be anybody. They call, you call 911 for an emergency. It goes to a person who takes the call, receives the information from the caller.
As you can see, Michael and everyone, I'm back. You know, I don't know how to answer our viewers and our watchers and our members when they're on the side chatting. I don't know how to get into the chat.
When you
Call me
receive
an
that
idiot.
information, do you receive that over your radio?
I do,
Oh, you
yes.
mean with a
When
note?
you're
I
receiving
could try and run a
information
case.
through the radio from a 911
Hi,
call, is that
back.
really just a summary of the 911 call?
Right. That's correct.
Okay. That night, November 6, 2021, do you recall the general area that you responded to at around 10:20?
I do. Selma Avenue, Argyle Avenue, that intersection, and also Selma and El Centro. They're separated by 1 block from each other.
Wait, you said Selma and Argyle and what?
And Selma and El Centro?
El Centro.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask Mark, my first exhibit, 1-page document with a map that maybe mark Peoples 1.
Does the defense have this?
I just waited for the exhibits with Mr. Tacopina.
All right, that's People's 1 for identification?
Yes, and if I can, Your Honor, I'll mark Peoples 2 at the same time.
What is it?
It's a satellite view photograph from Google of the same area generally depicted in People's 1. Okay. Sergeant, I'm showing you what I just marked as People's 1. I'm going to start broadly with, do you recognize the general area that is depicted in that map?
I do.
Now, you said that you responded to Selma and Argyle, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see where that's depicted on this map?
I do.
Can you point that out?
Sure. This intersection here.
There's a pointer there somewhere. You can use that. Easier.
This intersection here. Selma being east-west, Argyle being north-south.
Does the court need to describe it any further if it's marked? Thank you. And you said you responded to Selma and El Centro, correct?
Correct.
Now, I just want to point out for the record that on People's 1, there is an icon of a firearm just meant for representative purposes, not displaying anything specifically. Okay. Showing you People's 2, does this appear to be the same? Does this appear to depict the same area that you just went over, Selma and Argyle and El Centro and Selma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to stick with People's 1. If you recall, what was the nature of the call that you initially responded to at that location?
It came out as a possible shooting had occurred.
Did it give any details about a particular area?
It indicated Selma and Argyle.
How familiar were you with that area of Selma and Argyle?
Oh, very familiar. I'd worked Hollywood several years prior to that date.
I mean, I neglected to ask, but I should. How long have you worked for the LAPD?
It'll be 11 years this March.
And do you recall how long you were at Hollywood, did you just say?
About 8 years.
8 years, okay. If you recall, what were some of the buildings or businesses that were at that intersection of Argyle and Selma?
Sure. So,
Couldn't spring for a laser pointer.
at the
I know, they wouldn't get a
northeast corner
pointer.
here,
This is a low-tech
there's
courtroom.
a hotel, a recording
But
studio,
I'm not sure
and
a
a
laser
nightclub here
pointer
in
you would even
Argyle.
see it that much.
And
laser
across
pointer.
from that on the
It's
west
so,
side is an
such a
MTA
bad
bus
screen,
depot
such a bad
turnaround,
screen.
where MTA employees take their buses in and conduct their business. On the southwest corner here of Selma and Argyle is all residential. And then northeast corner here, I'm sorry, southeast corner here of Selma and Argyle, this is developing residential at the time, I believe.
Okay. Stick with the building where you described the bus terminal was. If you remember or recall, was there also residences above the bus depot?
That's correct.
And when you say residential, would that be like an apartment building?
Yes.
All right. And the southwest corner, that building that you described as residential, would that also have been an apartment building?
Yes.
The uniform that you're currently wearing, it appears you're equipped with something almost dead center in the middle of your chest. Can you describe what that object is for the jury?
This is a body-worn camera.
And were you wearing a body-worn camera that day, November 6, 2021?
Yes, I was.
How does that camera operate?
So it's always in what we call standby mode. So it's not actively recording, but it's recording 2 minutes of film, no audio, just film only. And at the time you activate it through this button here, this circle, it'll capture the last 2 minutes of audio, of video only, no audio, but the audio starts when you activate it. So you have a 2 minute, what we call buffer of video leading up to that activation where it's now both audio and video. So we activate that when we have public contact to capture the encounter or the incident. When we're responding to emergency calls, lights and sirens, we have it on before we even meet with anybody to document the response there. And then when the contact is over with and it's no longer needed, we just power it down by activating the same button.
Okay. Say you're working a typical shift, you record video on your camera, your shift is over. What do you do with the camera at the end of the day?
So at the end of the day, we have docking systems mounted in the hallway, and we mount these at the bottom. There's a connector where it charges the camera, and it also takes the video recorded from the camera and uploads it into our storage cloud, if you will, so it can be accessed later.
Are you able to access your videos later?
I am, yes.
Now, in anticipation of your testimony today, did you go back and re-watch your video from what would almost be almost 4 years ago?
Yes, I did.
Oh. That day, November 6, 2021, you said you were wearing a camera, but did you activate your camera in response to this specific call?
Yes, I did.
All right, Your Honor, I'd ask you, Mark. My next exhibit, which is a DVD, has one video file. It could be marked as People's 3. And the video file that is on the DVD has an accompanying audio. It could be marked as People's 4.
You talking about the transcript?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
People's 4.
I don't know what I said.
You have transcripts for everybody?
I do.
Alex, can you distribute the transcripts?
We have a second each other.
To talk with each other?
Yes.
Sure.
Hope we get to see his body cam video.
This is Paul P.
Yeah, it is doing the direct exam. This
Right,
is Paulie
the
P. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the lead attorney for the prosecutor's
Yes,
office,
he
although
is.
you'd never know it from the way Lewin acts.
Yeah, and it'd be funny because you can tell how they divide up the witnesses. You know, the
Mhm.
second chair normally would do the lesser witnesses, but
Like
not
this
in
one.
this case.
Not in this case, right? Yeah, that has to be pretty embarrassing, though, for when you think about it. You're in the office, and this has been
For
your
Polly
case.
P?
Yeah, it's been your
Yeah.
case. I don't care who you are, and then someone comes in.
No, I'd be
and
outraged. I'd be like,
me
I'm
too, I'd
out
be
then.
like,
I'm out.
yeah, man, that's what I'd be too. I'm gone. Goodbye.
Yeah. Did we lose the audio, or is he asleep? What's happening here? Looks like the shot has frozen.
Let's see.
Yeah, it looks frozen.
Yeah, it looks
Because
like
the
it could-
crawl is still working, but he's definitely dozed off.
He's frozen. He must be going to have to be the last witness for the day.
There it goes.
Oh, there it goes.
Live view's dead. So
So no more than us, by the way. That's because Long Crime has the feed, and they're using live view, and obviously it froze. So probably had to reboot it.
So this is the guy, one of the first responders, and just talking about he was 11 years with LAPD, 8 years in that bureau or Hollywood division, I think it was, when he was called on that day to the scene. Then they threw the map up there to kind of orient folks, which is fine. I'm okay with that. It's kind of a boring map though, and that TVs they're using is way bright. Like the contrast,
you can't see.
Not good. Yeah.
Right. That's what you said using a laser pointer.
Yeah. That could also be a function of TV camera shooting a TV, because when at one of the video moments where we're looking at this foggy video, they pushed in, and as soon as they pushed in and kind of carved out the extraneous light, then the picture became a little better, a little clearer. Okay. So this may be just a technological function of not being in the room,
Right.
I'm hoping, for the jury's sake. It's painful if they can't.
What do we do? We're getting a transcript of the body cam. Is that what's happening here?
That's good. I think that's a great idea too.
No, true.
If you ran into Thomas Zizzo anywhere on the planet, you go, that guy's a cop.
Almost everybody has a transcript? Missing one?
They're a transcript short. They didn't think they thought they had 11 jurors.
All right. Mr. Sloman, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant, I have the video, the sole video that's on the DVD up on my computer, and I have it paused at 2 seconds on the video player. I know it's kind of a blurry and out of context image, but if you can, do you recognize this to be your body-worn video captured that night?
Yes.
Okay. He's already told us it's blurry.
Yes. Correct.
All right, I'm gonna actually play the video all the way through, and then I'm gonna ask you some follow-up questions based on the video.
Okay.
So, starting it at 2 seconds.
Sometimes for some courts, you're lucky enough to get a feed of the video, and you tap right into that feed, and it's great. Every court is different.
Different. Everyone's different.
Is that girl Ryan comment? That's interesting. Yeah, I have to know more about the transcript. Was it from a? And again, this transcript, that's a good point. This is being given to the jury, not as evidence. Not evidence.
Oh!
That's loud. That's loud.
I my
Holy
earpiece just
crap.
blasted my eardrum. Alright, I don't know if you can see it. Alright. Eventually I'll put my earpiece back in, but it's not going to be right now.
My ears are bleeding.
Whoa. I'm gonna need a doctor in the house. Luckily I have one, but he deals with dead people. Don't mind, you can probably hear it because it's coming out of my earpiece. Wow. You know, the funny thing is we couldn't hear the attorneys, right?
Yeah.
We couldn't hear the attorneys
Got this
open
working.
or anything, and now we're hearing this, and it's...
And this is, you know, extraneous. Do we need this?
No.
Nothing being said.
Right.
Just pick it up. You're at the scene. Unless you want to just see that he's speeding.
Okay, I think I can my earpiece and go in. Oof. Wow.
Yeah, there's only one call, too.
It's almost like a video game we're watching, right? Because the body cam is taking in the...
Should be a first-person shooter.
Kristen Vasquez says her cat jumped 4 feet. No, Kay Schmidt, this is not necessary. They could have agreed to start it at a certain point.
Yes.
Still loud.
White shirt, red pants? Use 30 if you send me this view. 16
We've all been in that kind of corner, but this time you're all tired. You come, your adrenaline's been up, you've had emotions, you argued, you're starting with this stuff, and everyone is kind of like leaning back in the chairs, everyone's a little tired. I agree with you. I think that especially when Lewin got into this case, this ended up being a non-stipulation type case. I'd be the same way. Thanks, girl Ryan.
Hey, some people are calling saying that there was a shooting over here at this corner. Did you hear any gunshots?
It was 2 shots. Okay. It was 2 shots. But now, if it was down there. It was down there.
Yeah, you see, Roger, I'm meeting with an MTA employee now at someone on our northwest corner. He's advising you hear 2 shots in the area in the direction of Vista Del Mar and Selma. So, yeah. Okay, cool. Did you hear any arguing or tires screeching or peeling out, anything like that? Okay, just 2 pops?
Yeah, just 2 pops. You know, I was sitting right there. I was sitting right there. I said, okay, that's nice. I said, oh, that sounds like a shot. A couple of guys. But, you know, it could have been 1 shot, but then that sound was laughing. It did sound like that shot, but it was like that.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks. He heard 2, possibly Mr. Del Mar. And didn't you hear any arguing or fighting leading up to that? No screaming, no tire screeching, anything. And we were on someone of Vista Del Mar. Vista Del Mar is that weird street that snakes around behind that club, maybe over there. Yeah.
All the way through. Do you recognize, is that an accurate depiction of your activities that night?
Yes, it is.
Near the beginning of the transcript on page 2, and if you need me to go back to the video to refresh me, just let me know.
Thank you.
But at the beginning of the transcript, on page 2, around line 7, and then continuing to line 9, you say, I think you're talking to a fellow officer, "Nothing, huh?" Followed by, "Yeah, it was only one call, too." What were you referencing in making those statements?
So I was asking another officer who, I don't remember it being so long ago, but
Even
if
the
they had seen anything,
microphone
they
is not that
hadn't.
great.
And then the comment
it's
about
not even
on
on.
call, well, when there's a shooting, especially in a densely populated area, you get more than one person calling. And that's always an indication that you more than likely have a legitimate shooting, because when you get one call, and I dealt with this as recent as of yesterday, and I've been dealing with my whole career. We have people that suffer from mental illness that live in the city, and it's very real for them, and they'll call and say they heard or saw something, and a lot of times it's a shooting. So one call will come out because it's not actually a real shooting, but to them it is, so they call, and we keep track of those incidences, and we find out later on who keeps making those same calls. So when we have one call, especially in a densely populated area, it could be somebody suffering from a mental illness, or it could be a prank call, because we do deal with that, false reports of emergencies. When we have a legitimate shooting, and typically you'll have multiple radio calls, multiple people calling in, because you hear the shots, you see the shooting, there's witnesses, right? And then when you get there, you have people coming out, leaning out of the windows, pointing, that sort of things.
So when you say to the fellow officer, yeah, it was only one call, or words to that effect, are you essentially communicating right off the bat, I'm not so sure this is going to be a real shooting call?
Right, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Shortly after that, there's a paragraph between 10 and 14 that starts with all units, shooting just occurred. Can you describe for the jurors what that language is, or where that's coming from?
Sure, so this is actually the second radio call that came out. So the first call prompted our response there, and while we are there, this line here, 10 to 14, is an additional radio call. So now it's 2 radio calls. And so those comments there give a suspect description, a location of a shooting that occurred, clothing description of the suspects, a description of what happened. He fired into an unknown vehicle, unknown victims down, and then last direction of travel there, the last sentence, last seen on Selma towards El Centro.
Would it be fair to say that the first call that came in was not captured on your body-worn camera because of the buffering that you were talking about?
Correct. That call came out before I initiated my Code 3 response. You actually see me writing parking tickets. It came out while I was doing that prior to me activating it.
When you say Code 3 response, what does that mean?
Right, sorry. So Code 3 is a designation that we use to denote that we're responding lights and sirens. We call that our Code 3 equipment. So
That's called the loud as hell equipment.
Even the court microphone is.
No, it's like he's just getting a room mic, not the one right in front of his mouth.
Comes out with information that
something's not right.
Potential suspects on Selma towards El Centro, and it gives a description of the clothing of the suspects, correct?
Correct.
If you need me to go back to the video, I will, but do you recall from watching the video where you were when you received that radio transmission?
I believe I was actually at the intersection of Sunset and El Centro. I'm sorry, Selma and El Centro.
So you're at the location where the call is saying the suspects are, correct?
Correct.
So what did you do?
Continued to look out the window and canvas and see if there were those anybody matching that description of those suspects present.
Is it fair to say you did not see anyone that matched that description?
No, I did not. Yeah.
Okay. I believe on the recording you say, I'm code 6 at Selma and El Centro. Can you just explain what code 6 means?
Sure.
What is this? What was that question?
Codes for brevity and clarity, it just means this is where I am. So if I say I'm code 6 at Selma and El Centro, this just means I'm there present at Selma and El Centro. So they know where I am, right? There's officer safety reasons and then letting everybody know that I'm there.
Okay. So take me back to that night. You received first call, Selma and Argyle. Second call, Selma and El Centro. You happen to be there when you received the second call. You've not seen what is supposed to be described there. First, do you, based on your long work in patrol, do you have any reason why it's possible that that information would come out, but those people wouldn't actually be there at that time?
Maybe a delay in reporting.
Okay.
Right.
So it's possible they were there earlier, and as it gets filtered through the multiple people to get to you, it's just not there at that time?
Correct.
And then you, as you're at that intersection, Selma and El Centro, you're not seeing these people, what do you do after that?
Well, that was when I approached the MTA employee who was seated in his bus at the MTA lot.
And what's the point of approaching the MTA employee?
Well, when we get to something as a report of a shooting, we have to do everything we can to determine what happened, if anything, right? When we get there, we have to work with what we got, not with what we'd like, but we work with what we got. So if there's anybody in the area, point, well, obviously, we go talk to them. Hey, did you hear anything? Did you see anything? There are some people who are reluctant to call the police, but if they're approached when you get there, they may actually provide you some information to work with.
Okay. Is it fair to say at that point you were having trouble determining if a crime had even occurred?
That's correct, yeah.
After speaking with the MTA employee, he directed you generally to the area of Vista Del Mar and Selma, correct?
Correct.
And Vista Del Mar is that small street between El Centro and Argyle?
Correct, this one here.
Okay. But is it fair to say that even the MTA employee told you he wasn't sure if it was gunshots? He said possible?
Right, and we all heard that on the video. He said maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Could have been something to that effect.
Okay. At around that point in the transcript, page 4, around line 14, you're told through the radio, quote, the PR from incident 4245 does not wish to meet. Can you explain what that means in layman's terms?
Sure, so prior to this, I had actually, and we saw that on the video, I had asked if the PR, which stands for person reported, that could be anybody who calls 911, that's how we refer to them, person reported. I asked if they would like to meet. I do this on almost every call because it makes sense to just meet with the person who saw what they saw and decided to call the police. So that's what I was doing there. Incident 4245 is just the last four of the incident number, which is unique to each call, so we can differentiate one call from the other.
Were you hoping to receive additional information from the recording person? Is that your purpose in trying to meet with them?
Correct, yes.
And when you're told that that person does not want to meet with you, how does that affect your investigation?
Well, it's tough. I mean, I know there's a big expectation on us when we arrive to just figure it out on our own, but the reality is we need the public's help. We need to meet with people who saw what happened and determined they needed to call the police. I know that there are witnesses, there are best means of investigation for sure.
Okay.
Okay, next question.
When you approach the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma, so now we're about right where this icon is, where did you go?
So we went to the, as was indicated in the comments of the call, the parking lot next to the stop sign is how it was described. And that was the information we had to work off of. And right here is a stop sign controlling traffic east and west on Selma. And there is a parking lot there, which we saw in the video. So
I'm going to stop you, Sergeant,
sure.
really quick, because when you say right here, we have to identify where you're pointing.
Sure.
So my recollection when you said right here, and correct me if I'm wrong, was sort of maybe just above where the icon is, the gun icon?
Correct, northwest corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, that parking lot there.
Okay, and I'm actually going to switch over to People's 2, this photograph. I'm going to zoom in where the same icon is, just to orient us. Would that be that same corner that you're talking about? I know Vista Del Mar is not labeled, but is that Vista Del Mar?
Correct, it would be this parking lot.
Okay.
On the northwest corner.
And if it's easier for you to describe where you went on the photograph, would you do that? If you want me to flip back to the map, People's 1, just let me know.
So this is fine.
So where did you go after you got to the intersection?
So when I got here to the northwest corner, I exited my vehicle and walked the actual lot on the northwest corner.
So are you saying you stopped your patrol car right at that corner?
No, I would say just north of mid-block.
Okay. Is there any point or reference you can point to on here where your car was stopped?
So on this map, I think a good approximate would be right above the N here on this Hollywood Levon on the map.
Okay. And after you, so you drove your car, your patrol car up this street and parked it there, correct?
Correct.
Where did you go after you got out of your car?
To the parking lot here in the northwest quarter of Selma and Argyle.
On the video, we saw you and your partners interacting with someone holding a skateboard after you got out of your car. To your knowledge, did that person provide any details about the crime?
No, we didn't receive any information to work with from him.
Okay. On the video, we saw you walking through the parking lot. What was your point in walking through the parking lot?
Well, the comments of the call updated and again directed us to that lot next to the stop sign as it's described. At that point, we're looking for evidence of a shooting. In that specific scenario, vehicles with windshields and windows that are destroyed, flat tires on vehicles, damage to vehicles, impacts from firearms.
Did you see any of that?
We did not, no.
Okay. Did you find any victims in the parking lot?
No.
Would you describe the parking lot as nearly full of cars?
Yes.
Towards the end of your video clip, we heard you and your partner addressing someone who was off camera. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If you can describe that person at all, who was that?
Can't recall what he looked like, but I believe he was a resident or somebody that was occupying that apartment there above the parking lot. And I can't recall, but from watching the video, he said he saw two guys, and then the rest you can't hear on video.
Michael,
But
this
I do remember
audio is
independently
just
that He
horrible.
also didn't provide anything, he just didn't have anything to provide us that we could work with in terms of investigation.
I'm hoping they do something overnight before tomorrow.
Are they trying the case tomorrow?
I don't. Well,
think
I'm sorry,
he's-
not tomorrow, Monday.
Monday, Monday to Friday, I believe.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping they do it
know
for next session.
where, if at all, this shooting had occurred?
No.
This guy is useless. He's good. He's a one. You know, yeah, there were shots fired. Okay.
How would you categorize the search that you and your partners did of the street of Vista Del Mar, just north of Selma?
Categorize or
Yeah,
characterize?
how would you characterize it?
I would say typical of responding to a shooting call. We're looking for victims that are down. We're looking for witnesses who can direct us to suspects or victims who are down. We're looking for damage to vehicles or buildings, impacts, right, from gunfire.
And you didn't find any damage to vehicles,
Would you say that you and your partners searched every inch of that street?
We didn't search every inch of that street, no.
Okay.
Can't say that.
As you sit here, can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Del Mar?
Objection.
I can't say that I may have missed something. It's possible.
Okay.
I would have
last
objected.
figure
That's
I have
okay.
from Your Honor, that's democracy equals 5.
Probably couldn't say there wasn't an alien in the street either to a level person. You know?
What's that?
I said I would have objected to the question because he probably couldn't have said there wasn't an alien in the street to a level of certainty either. I mean, you know. But it's late, it's tired, the jury's tired.
Reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was a expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed it?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Trying to make up for the
What is
That's
it
an
that you find?
objection.
The casings being magically
Another
arriving.
map, I'm sorry,
Is it a map or is it an aerial photograph?
it's a map. And it has
objection to that last question.
Do we have the grounds with the objection?
Sure.
Read the question back, please.
Speculative.
That's speculation.
I see it. Did it before Joe
Is
did
it
it.
reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was an expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed?
No factual basis for the
Yes.
opinion.
Lack of foundation, too.
As phrased.
in your experience working patrol, is it reasonable?
The phrase
that
means the
sometimes
judge missed
you
it
will
too.
respond to a shooting and miss,
Here's
certain
the thing
evidence
for our
such as
viewers.
firearm.
The prosecution is trying to
And
try
if you miss
the defense case, is trying to argue against it. They're not trying their case.
Yeah, on that instance, I missed.
They're answering the defense case. They know they have
How would I
problems.
find out later?
Yes.
We're trying to.
A couple ways. I mean, somebody finds it the next day when the light's up and they see it, and they call the police and say, hey, this
I
doesn't
don't
look right.
know.
That's one way.
Mine is over here sleeping.
Is that happening?
No help.
I have heard that happening. It hasn't happened to me.
Is it typical that after a case is investigated by a patrol officer, it can pass on to a detective?
Yes.
And have you heard of occasions where the detectives will go back and search an area and find something that patrol officers missed?
Oh, absolutely.
I know you're so tired.
Okay.
What the
Now
deal
that
is,
people's files, the map, and it
could
says
it basically,
interferes
well,
with,
could have been, you're the first officer to see it. There could have been a cartridge case there, you can see it. He's like not the search officers. Yeah, well, there could have been a cartridge case there. There could have been an alien under the car. There could have been a rape going on in the backseat. There could have been a lot of things.
And isn't it true you didn't find it because you're not good at your job?
Correct.
So what they're doing is they're answering, they're not proving their case, the prosecution. He's trying to answer Joe Tacopino's attack on their case, which obviously has been very
Started
effective.
down here where the number 1 is, headed north on El Centro, made a left turn on Selma, then come south on Argyle, and made a right turn on Sunset?
Right, westbound turn on the Sunset, yes.
It's a better shot.
And when you were on Sunset, did you make a U-turn and then head back up Argyle?
Correct.
Did you cross Selma and go into the bus depot on the corner of
Wake me when it's over.
Correct.
And then did you come out and go to Vista Del Mar and then go north on Vista Del Mar?
Correct.
And would the yellow generally reflect it's very hard to see, but would that generally reflect where you walked through the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Let me see if the sidebar not on the record, please.
Okay.
Wow, that's better.
My reading is that the judge ordered the camera turned off for all sidebars.
Oh, really? So
Yeah. So,
and clearly no, they don't have a white noise machine. They got to go
yeah, they don't turned off for sidebars. And
silent
I
running.
guess then what are you going to ask them? How long is it going to take? Do you have another witness? Because, you can ask like 7, you can ask 3 or 4 questions. Yeah. Here, if you're a defense, you're going to reinforce your thing.
Yeah, I mean, not much. There's not much to chew on this bone.
Right.
Your
job is to find something that's there, right? You didn't see it, right? You saw no evidence of a shooting, right? You saw no windows shot, right? You saw no cars damaged. No one reported your window shot. No one reported your car damaged. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend, officer.
Exactly. Thank you for your service. Was that a Joe objection for something? I didn't hear the objection.
I'm going to go up to a certain part, Your Honor.
Say again?
I'm going to go up to a certain part, that part you can break down. I think it should take us right to lot 4.
Well, we have to break the floor.
Yeah, I'm saying, I might be a few minutes short of it, but we'll give the world here.
Yeah, he'll make it.
Yeah, he'll make it.
10 minutes, he'll make it.
Just a couple things. This whole line of questioning about,
Let's see if I get it on the head.
You may have missed something. Remember that line of questioning the prosecutor asked you about?
Yes, sir.
You're not training to miss something, you're training to find things, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you say you may have missed something, there were 7 of you guys responding officers at the scene, correct?
Did you say 7?
Yeah.
I don't think it was 7, but
Really? Okay, how many do you think there were?
I think 3 total.
Oh, no. Did you see the video?
I did. I only saw 2 others, including myself. That's 3.
How about Brian Kujovic? You know him?
Kujovic? Yes.
Was he there?
I believe so, yes.
How about John Cook?
Yes.
Okay. Gerardo Sweeney?
Don't recall.
Okay. Steve Wilson?
Also same.
Rocky Martinez?
Same.
How about?
We love you too, Kristen. We're going to stay on until they finish here at 7, which is about 7 minutes.
Quintanilla? No, sir.
You don't remember seeing him either?
No.
So.
I think it's a record for us that 5 hours, over 5 hours.
Not just yours, right?
Correct, yeah.
Anyway, most for sure, you don't know if you missed something, right?
I don't think anybody would know if they missed something, right?
Right.
You know?
Right. When was the first time you discussed the possibility that maybe you missed something with the prosecutors? When was the first time you discussed that?
Good
I
question.
mean, today we reviewed stuff, right?
Good question. When was the first time the prosecutor suggested to
First
you
time
you missed
discussed,
something?
maybe I missed something.
Yeah.
When did this happen?
Oh, this was in 2021.
Huh. And what's it now?
This is 2025.
Okay. So, for the
Good
first
question.
time since 2021,
Because now you're playing
today
the prosecutors
is
and
the first time
suggesting
we
you missed
discussed with the
something.
prosecutors. Oh, I may have missed something.
Correct.
And the first time you met with them, anyone in this case, was on Wednesday, right?
No, today is the first time I met with them. Spoke with them on the phone.
On Wednesday?
Wednesday, I believe, about scheduling and about appearing
Okay.
to court.
So today's the first time you met with them?
Met with them in person, yes.
And the first time you discussed testimony was today?
Yes.
You didn't discuss Wednesday?
No, we discussed scheduling and what the case was about. That's it.
You take your duties seriously. By the way, let me stop for a second. You were asked what you were looking for hypothetically when you arrived at the scene of a call for a shooting. You recall that?
Yes.
And you said victims, yes?
Yes.
Damage to property, correct?
Correct.
What about shell casings? Would you look for that too?
Sure.
Because you didn't mention that. That would be something, right?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Do you take your duties as a law enforcement officer seriously, Coach?
I do.
And because of that, you make your best effort to perform your duties to the best of your ability.
Correct.
And you do, in fact, the best to perform your police functions carefully.
Yes.
And you're a sergeant, right?
Yes.
I mean, very distinguished position, yeah?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you pay attention to detail, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, you get called to a shooting scene, you guys have flashlights too, right?
Correct.
Searchlights? You know what you're looking for, right?
Correct.
On November 6, 2021 at 10:27 p.m., you had received a report of shots fired, right?
Correct.
And you responded to the area of Selma and East Del Mar.
Correct.
And you were wearing your body camera, I think that was established, right?
Yes, sir.
And you reported that?
Yes.
Yeah. And also, fellow officers reported video as well.
Correct.
And you, in turn, reported your fellow officers' activity.
Right.
You exited your car on 10:31?
Can't independently recall, but if it shows that on the timestamp, that timestamp's accurate. There's no reason to believe it's not.
Correct. Not if it's accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And your car was parked next to that parking lot on East Del Mar?
Yes.
And after exiting your car, you walked southbound on East Del Mar?
Correct.
Towards the stop sign on the corner there, right?
Yes.
Oh, yes. And then you just walked into that parking lot with all those cars, right?
Yes, sir.
By the way, there was no damage to any of those cars that you found, right?
Not that we saw, no.
You were looking, right? You guys were looking.
Yes, sir.
And once you were in the parking lot, according to your body cam footage, you walked from one end of it to the other.
Correct.
As you did that, you had your flashlight on.
Sure.
All right. And you saw from your body cam footage, other officers had their flashlights on.
Correct.
Now, at one point, from your body cam footage, you were looking at the windshield of the vehicle with your flashlight, right?
The rear windshield on the red car?
Yeah.
Yes.
You were searching for signs of shooting, right?
Correct.
All right. You didn't find any broken glass?
No.
No damage scars?
No.
No bullet holes?
No.
You established no shell casings?
Correct.
No blood?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't find any signs of shooting, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Sit down. Time to go. Come on. There you made your
Now-
point.
Yeah, you're dragging now.
You said, there have been times you responded to a reported shooting only to find that the person who made the call intentionally lied about it, right?
Right, like the false report of emergency or
Yeah.
somebody suffering from mental illness.
Yes.
Right.
So that would be intentional lie, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree that if someone misreports a shooting that never really happened, you wouldn't expect to find any evidence of it when you get there, right?
Right.
Now, your own body cam footage ended at 22:33:16, meaning 10:33 and 16 seconds, right?
Okay.
But you still remained on the scene after that was turned off, right?
Well, I can't remember, but if I'm turning it off, it's because I've concluded what I need to do, and then I'm leaving.
Well, after searching the parking lot, you searched the street as well.
Are you saying after I went into the parking lot, I exited?
Exactly.
I don't remember if I did. I'm going off my body worn.
Okay, well, I'm gonna help refresh your recollection right now, okay? Who was that officer with that name that I mispronounced badly? Brian? You too? Okay.
Kijevix? Yeah.
Okay, Kijevix.
Call him Brian.
There's a J, a B, and an X all in there, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, Brian.
Right.
Officer Brian.
Yes.
I want to show you the body cam footage that's been marked as defense exhibit A, for identification.
Well, I can only tell you all that Michael Bryant has to leave in like 1 minute.
Yes.
And I don't know how our viewers all feel, but I think that I think we've seen everything we need to
enough.
see. I think everything. Joe's made his points. It's hard to hear. I hope they get the audio fixed by next week in this courtroom. But it's very clear that he's made his points that there's no evidence of a shooting with a gun or a real weapon. So we want to thank you all for hanging in with us for the last. When did I start? Missy Mayhem. Do you remember when I started?
I think it was probably 1:30 our time. So yeah.
Yeah, somewhere around that.
Hours,
yeah. I think this is a record for
it's
us
an interesting
all.
experiment. You know, I'm not sure
yeah.
we can do this all that time, but yeah, interesting experiment.
But the feed on this was excellent, and I'm sure if we have the victim testifying and cross-examining and the matchup, what I'm looking for is the matchup of witnesses with Lewin and Joe Tacopina. That's the matchup we want to see, right? The warrior on warrior, mano on mano.
Yes.
Okay, but you know, we told you what questions were going to be asked, and we told you what the theme was going to be, that there was going to be a bombshell never revealed before, that indeed it was a $30 million shakedown extortion scheme that the defense was going to argue. So we thank you all. Have a great Friday night. Michael Bryant, I know you have some words of wisdom.
Oh, of course. Hey, have a great weekend, everybody. And until next time, I'm Michael Bryant. So try to do the right thing.
And I'm Linda Kenny Baden, and together we are Justice Served. And if you like us, please tell your friends, subscribe, share, like, and hit that notify button. Hopefully you'll get notified when we're on the air live. We'll see you on Monday.